Danny, I'd rather be dead. It's got to beat constantly dodging death, and the many men out there who want to put an end to me aren't the only ones I need to be wary of. I'm more concerned about what my wife is capable of. I look up at our villa as I exhale and drop myself to the sand, really exhausted. Exhausted of running, exhausted of fighting with Rose, plain really exhausted. I grab the bottle of scotch and swig some more. It's probably unwise. I need my wits about me while my wife is on the warpath. Need the ability to duck speedily, but forget it. Let her at me. Like I said, I'm too exhausted to fight, and the weightless sensation coming over me is a brief respite. I fall to my back on the sand and stare at the black, twinkling sky, taking another drag of my cigarette and another glug of scotch, spilling some of it over my face as I do. For goodness sake. It was such a lovely evening, my little boxing match with Otto aside. What's with that, anyway? Him? My mother? I snort, sucking back another hit of nicotine, followed quickly with another shot of the hard stuff. Not really happening, I say to the sky, over my dead body, which might be a distinct possibility if Rose gets her hands on me. I lift my head a fraction, looking back up at the villa. I hope Mom's managed to reason with her, because I certainly couldn't. In fact, I was like a red flag to a bull. I left the room on numerous occasions to let her calm down, and the moment I entered again, hearing she'd quietened, she'd flown at me, either with words or deranged, flailing, desperate arms. I restrained her more than once, since I couldn't bring her to submission with my mother and Otto there. So in the end, I forced myself to leave the house before she did any damage to herself or our baby. I feel like a man on the edge of heaven and hell, and some unknown person out there will dictate which way I fall. My wife might save him a job soon, though. And yet, I can't be angry with her, can't be annoyed. I can't blame her for flying off the handle, for throwing the vase at the wall. She's pregnant, and her emotions are all over the place. Next to that, I've promised that woman peace and failed to deliver it one too many times. I feel really hopeless, useless. I know my wife better than anyone, and when she feels threatened, she fights. And as always, I'll let her take her anger out on me. I flick my cigarette away and finish the bottle, dropping it clumsily to the sand. The sky's starting to spin. My thoughts are getting all tangled, telling me to go back to her, deal with this mess. But I'm pretty sure she screamed clear instructions to never go back. Unlucky for Rose, I can't live without her. I lift my head as far as I can manage and scowl at our villa. And you love me too, woman, so stop being so very ridiculous. My head hits the sand on a soft thud that feels anything but soft. Jerk, I grumble. Gosh, I haven't been this drunk in years. Not since Dad's funeral. Not since I realized I'd fallen in love with the Ice Princess. Why'd you have to be such a difficult person? A face appears above me, and I squint hard, trying to get some focus. Found him, James calls. For goodness sake. Brad appears, lifting his mobile to his ear. We've got him. He hangs up and gives me a nudge with the toe of his shoe. You think this is gonna solve all our problems? Go away, I spit, and go find some companionship. You're a miserable person recently. Well, there's been no in-house companion for a while, James says. And I chuckle, getting another nudge from Brad, this time significantly harder. I'm going before I beat him to death. I'd like to see you try, I yell to his back as he stomps off up the beach. Don't you know who I am? Be afraid, Brad. Be very afraid. What are you doing? James mutters tiredly, bending to get closer, bracing his palms on his knees. What does it look like I'm doing? I pad about on the sand and find my bottle, lifting it to my lips and swigging. Nothing comes out. I snarl and toss it aside. I'm getting very drunk. Get me another bottle. No? What do you mean, no? I scramble to sit up, swaying something terrible. Gosh, just be quiet, Black, and lie down before you throw up. Don't you know who I am? James laughs. Why's he laughing? Yes, I know who you are. You're a man who's in the doghouse. Come on, you jerk. He moves in behind me and hooks his arms under mine, getting me up with relative ease, considering I'm really legless. Rose is upset? I laugh loudly. Upset? Is that what we call really psycho these days? I shrug him off and stagger a few paces, but quickly steady myself. I look down, my feet are in the water, and my rear feels a bit damp. You know what I'm going to do? I ask, to fix this really mess? Sober up? I'm going to kill the bear. I start trudging up the sand toward my villa. This is all your really fault anyway. Why's that only just occurred to me? This mess is all James's doing, because he's the one who resurrected me. I was quite happy being dead. I stop, turn, sway, blink. His eyebrows are nearly touching his hairline. I should kill you too, or at least punch his really lights out. That'll make me feel better. James's arms open up invitingly, and I clench my fist. He's goading me. I'm not so drunk I don't recognize that. I've always wondered who'd come out on top between the Brit and the Enigma. His head tilts. So, let's find out. He has? I thought we were friends. The person. I draw back my fist, narrow my eyes, and swing, intent on planting a precisely placed fist on his jaw, but it hits precisely nothing. Gosh, I mutter, spinning on the spot before face-planting the sand. I roll to my back and find James looming over me. You done? He asks, as I spit out endless grains of sand. Or do I have to knock you out and drag you back to your wife? I'm staying at yours. He laughs. You've got more chance of digging a hole here on the shore and finding the bear. He offers a hand. I'm not joining you on the wrong side of your wife. Give me your really hand, you jerk. I huff and throw out a disoriented arm, taking a firm hold, and James hauls me up, but this time he doesn't let me go, supporting me as I stagger up the beach. How'd Beau take the news? I ask, hoping James is in the doghouse with me. You mean the news that the man who ordered the death of her mum and my entire family is, in fact, alive when we all thought we'd just executed a pretty really seamless plan and killed the one? No, I mean the news that you're a sarcastic jerk. I shove him away. I can walk on my own. Yes, that news, I grumble. I was having a lovely evening until he called to let us know we killed the wrong man. Me too, James muses, and I look at him, albeit through drunken eyes, but I see the lost man who's still lingering. For a brief moment, he and Beau had their peace. For a brief moment, it was sunshine and smiles. For a brief moment, we all thought that part of the story was over. But when you're me and James is James, it's never really over. So, yeah, we're all shook up. Some of us, like my wife, are fuming. Some of us, like Beau, are quietly contemplative. Others, like Brad, Otto, and Ringo, are thirsty for blood again. And then there's me, drunk. But the alternative is a bloodbath, and I've not quite recovered from my most recent rampage in Miami. I need a rest. There's no rest for the wicked kid. Oh gosh, I slur, making James recoil. I'm not talking to you. I stagger away, willing my dead father to leave me the heck alone. I do not need his input right now. Call the men, I order, throwing a hand in the air, as if all of them might see me beckoning them. We need a meeting. Let's figure out some stuff, make a plan, and kill that really bear. Again, for gosh sake. James breathes. Gosh. I trip up nothing and land face first, getting another mouthful of sand. I start to spit and splutter as I get myself back to my feet again, marching on, determined. I want meetings. I frown and turn to find James. Who's still alive? He shakes his head, in despair, I think, but he doesn't get a chance to answer. Mum appears from nowhere and seizes me. Where the heck have you been? Her nose wrinkles. You're drunk. I roll my eyes, or try to, just trying to numb the pain. You're hurt? Yes, I'm really hurt. Didn't you see my wife's fist meet my really nose? Oh, that. Yes, the. Oh, good, you found him, Otto grunts. And isn't he like a red really flag to an angry bull? I don't want to see that really jerk. I watch as his hand meets my mother's arm. Where the gosh have you been? He asks. I look up at his bearded, pierced face. Plotting your death. I lunge, Mum cries out, and James yells, tackling me from the side and taking me down. I land with a grunt. "Let me at him," I demand. "Gosh," James breathes, "you'll be telling him to put him up soon. What are you, the really lion who found his courage?" James stands and hauls me up, walking me back from my target. I scowl, fighting his hold. Obviously, I get nowhere. "My mother is off really limits," I yell. "You even think about touching her again, you'll have me to deal with." "I'm trembling in the really boots, Black," Otto grumbles, earning a smack from my mother, and undoubtedly a plead not to goad me. "Okay, I think it's bedtime." James directs me toward the villa. "We'll have our meeting tomorrow." I'm shoved through the door where I find my wife, my really wife, the woman who is supposed to love me unconditionally, looking at me like she's about to slap some conditions on me. I scowl, or I try to, and then my eyes drop to her tummy, and I smile. I can't help it, but I quickly remember, we're not talking. "I hate you," I hiss, jabbing a finger in her face, her gorgeous, lovely face. "I hate you so really much." I may be steaming, but I see her shoulders drop, all fight leaving her. She's calm. I'm plastered. And as if to prove exactly how plastered, I start rocking back on my heels, forcing James to catch me. "Can I have a cuddle?" I ask, pouting. "Please?" I ignore the chuckles behind me and open my arms, walking to her, my efforts to remain in a relatively straight line quite feeble. "I don't want to fight. You always say that after we've had a fight, but you seem quite set on fighting while we're fighting. What am I supposed to do, baby? Hide everything from you?" I take her chin and lift her face to mine, closing one eye to focus. Perhaps I should hide it all, leave her here, go back to Miami, deal with it all, and come back. Hopefully in one piece. I feel like I've been tossed back to the beginning of this mess and have to sit through the entire crappy performance all over again. Except this time I have no really popcorn, or any really leads, and my wife's really pregnant. Gosh, my life. I rest my hands on her shoulders, and she exhales heavily, taking my wrists. "I don't want you to hide anything from me," she says. "Then I won't." Nonsense, Black. How's this happened? I squint, thinking hard, like I might find the answer. Of course, I won't really find the answer, and in this moment, actually, I don't want to. I just want to go to bed and cuddle her to death. Gosh, the men. We'll meet in the morning. I turn, ready to instruct them all to go away, with the exception of my mother, of course, but find everyone has gone. Where did they go? Home, I expect? Rose snakes an arm around my waist, and I start walking us to the bedroom, leaning on her. "Just a little. Everyone's been looking for you for hours. I was on the beach getting drunk. No, gosh. No, really, I was." I dip and push my mouth into her hair just before we reach the bed, and she releases me. I fall onto the mattress. Room spin finds me immediately. I'm hiccup, really drunk. "You're really annoying, that's what you are." She unfastens my trousers, and I look down on what I expect is a lopsided grin. "Oh yeah?" I had hoped, but didn't want to assume. "Forget it, Black," she mutters, yanking my trousers down my legs and casting them aside before starting on my shirt. "Did you say no to me?" I seize her wrist and still her, looking at her for an answer. The right answer. "I'm a Mafia boss, baby." "I know," she purrs, dropping her lips to mine and kissing me softly. I sigh happily, opening up to her. "But tonight, you're not feeling your usual self." She bites my lip. And this Moll is too tired after stressing out over where her Mafia husband had disappeared to. I scowl. "I was on the beach." "Yes, but I thought you'd left for Miami." I snort. "Without James and Brad? And Otto and Ringo and Goldie?" "Otto can go away." I slam my head onto the pillow. "He's banished. Tell your mother that." "I will." I grab Rose and yank her onto the bed, wrapping every arm and leg around her. Or try to. "Still hate me?" she whispers, kissing my forearm where it's curled around her neck. "Always, baby," I murmur. "And forever." Gosh, me, too. Heck no. No, no, I mumble, rolling over, trying desperately to find a cool spot on my pillow. "Yes, yes, yes," a sweet feminine voice sings back. I still and scowl, pout, roll my eyes. I'm never going to live this down. Only twice in my life have I been drunk beyond drunk. It's not me. I'm vulnerable under the influence, at risk. But the truth is, if I hadn't drunk last night, I would have headed straight to the hangar, got on my plane back to Miami, and blown the whole really city up. It was a terrible idea. Worse than getting so drunk, I feel like a few grenades have gone off in my skull. My face squished in the pillow, I listen as the sound of her bare feet patting the floor gets closer. Her face appears, looking all too really smug. "You're dribbling," she whispers, leaning in and licking my lips. Naturally, everything inside lights up like fireworks, and my blood starts pounding instead of my head. She smells so good, tastes incredible, feels like heaven. I find it in myself to push my hands into the covers and roll to my back, grabbing her wrist as I do and yanking her on top of me. But just as I'm moving in for a kiss to get us started, to get what I know is going to be a challenging day off to the best start, I detect a wave of worry fly across her face. I withdraw. "What's up?" Her cheeks balloon, her hand slaps across her mouth, and she flies up from the bed, dashing across the bedroom. She doesn't bother shutting the door. Time is obviously of the essence, and a second later, the retching starts. I pout. "You okay, baby?" I call, dragging myself up, my hangover back with a vengeance. Self-inflicted, mind, so I'll keep my gob shut. I make it to the door just as she brings up last night's dinner, her body jacking, her arms braced on the seat. "Fine," she heaves, jolting again, bringing up dessert. I wince, crouching behind her and rubbing her back, tucking some stray strands of hair into her hair tie. "It's definitely a girl," I say, pulling some tissue from the holder and passing it to her. She inhales heavily and exhales even more so, dropping to her bottom and slumping back into me, exhausted. I shuffle back until I find a wall, taking Rose with me, and settle against it, holding her between my legs, my arms wrapped around her chest. "How do you know?" "Because only a woman could be this difficult." I lean in and have a nibble of her ear as she chuckles weakly, snuggling into me anywhere she can. This is my Rose, peaceful. "Feel any better?" "Not really," she whispers. "You?" "Not really," I admit, sighing into her hair. I don't know what to say to her. I don't know what happens from here. Returning to Miami was always on the cards, but we both, and by both I mean James and I, felt a lot better about it with the bear dead. Trying to sort business while ensuring Rose and Beau were safe was too really stressful. I don't want to return to that. Dodging bombs, looking over my shoulder, arguing constantly with my wife. Problem is, I don't appear to have a choice in the matter, and Rose doesn't react all too well when choices are taken away from us. "What happens now?" she asks, and it's hesitant. "Now we go back to Miami and fix the really problem. Simple." But simple isn't going to be easy, not on my health, and definitely not on my marriage. "Now," I say, moving my hands to her belly, "you will do what you're told and concentrate on this." Her hands land on mine, circling. "While you go back to war," she whispers, the statement almost accepting. But what choice does she have? What choice do any of us have? His contact last night wasn't just a courtesy call to let us know we'd failed to eliminate our biggest enemy. It was a warning, and the mystery is reignited. "Come on," I say, encouraging her up. I sling an arm around her and walk us to the kitchen, placing her on a chair and collecting some of that green stuff from the fridge she's drinking a lot of lately. James got her onto it, and now I'm pretty sure she must be consuming a lot of the stuff. I pour some into a glass and pass it to her, setting the jug down and glancing around, listening. Something's different. Where's the kid? "He stayed at your mother's." She takes a sip, her eyebrows high. I know what she's thinking. She's thinking I would hate for Daniel to see me drunk. She would be right. "What are you doing today?" I ask. "While you plot death?" I give her a tired look and get myself some water, popping a few painkillers. "Rose, baby, I don't want you stressing out." "Oh, Danny, please." Her glass hits the table a little heavily, but I'm not concerned about having any breakables hauled at me. She's too exhausted and can hardly hold herself up, let alone find the strength to chuck things around with any kind of force. This sickness is dragging out, but Doc's happy, and if Doc's happy, I'm happy. Are you telling me not to worry about you? She asks. Yes, that's exactly what I'm telling you. I get some pastries from the cupboard and load them onto a platter with some butter and jam. Your worry is wasted because it's all going to be fine. I set everything on the table and take a seat beside her. Is that why you got roaring drunk last night, huh? She accepts the Danish I slide in front of her and has a safe nibble. I was letting off some steam. I point my butter knife at her. It's cheaper than smashing vases and bowls. Her scowl is half-hearted as she chews slowly, but I see her remorse. She's a fiery person when she wants to be, and I know it's pretty really sick that I love her fire. But she needs it being married to me. So what are you doing? I ask again. Conversation done. Beau and I are going shopping, and I wanted to pass by the market and pick up some ingredients for that curry I mentioned. But now? Now what? Well, now. She tilts her head, her expression expectant. What are you doing? She knows what I'll be doing. I lick some jam off my fingers and sink my teeth around a croissant, filling my mouth and relaxing back in my chair. Her eyes drop down my bare chest. She pouts, then leans over and gives my pec a little stroke. I watch her hand work over my flesh, across the small scar below my collarbone. Feel better? I ask, looking up at her, my voice low. Her eyes jump up to mine. Her demure smile is my answer. I'm up fast, grabbing her from the chair and getting her quickly but gently over my shoulder. Her squeal barely stabs at my brain. They came together in passion, connecting deeply. The mother of my baby. Keeping my hands off her has always been a challenge. Now it's plain painful. Rose, once I've got myself together, I leave the bathroom. The bedroom is empty, and I dress in silence, pulling on a long blush skirt and a sleeveless white shirt, knotting the ends. I quickly rough dry my hair, put some sunscreen on my face and arms, and my gold-jeweled sandals on my feet. I grab my cell off the nightstand, my purse off the back of the chair, and a hair tie off the bed. The hair tie that unraveled from my hair during their intense intimacy. I stop and stare at the strewn sheets, then look over my shoulder when I hear the door to the villa slam shut. He's gone. Can't face me. Good. I can't face him either. I start pulling my hair up as I head to the kitchen, but come to an abrupt stop when I enter and see Danny sitting at the table, dressed in a white shirt and blue chinos, spinning his cell in his grasp. I disturb his deep thoughts and he looks up, the fiddling of his phone stopping. I stare into his icy eyes that are far from cold at the moment. They're worried. I have no idea what to say to him. I look away, grabbing my keys off the console by the door and leaving. Rose, he calls, coming after me. Baby, please, don't walk away from me. I keep up my pace, pulling myself from my purse and dialing Beau to find out how long she'll be. I don't even make it to my contacts. I hear wheels on gravel and see her yellow Jeep driving through the villa gates. Rose, Danny breathes, rounding me and putting himself in front of me. I sidestep him and wave to Beau, seeing James in the passenger seat. As soon as she pulls to a stop, James gets out and I take his place, setting my purse on my lap. Morning, he says, his body still dipped for me to kiss his cheek. Let's go, I say, unable to appreciate the significance of such a simple momenta, a moment when Beau and I can hop in a car and go out for the day without the Vikings guarding us or Danny and James fretting. But is that going to change now? Beau doesn't pull away, her eyes on me. You two still haven't made up? She asks, turning her eyes onto Danny. I peek at him too, seeing half the man I know. An unsure man, a lost man. Rose, he murmurs softly, his eyes beseeching. I return my attention to the road, and Beau finally pulls away. I look in the side mirror, seeing James with his hand on Danny's shoulder. What's going on? Beau asks, splitting her attention between me and the road. She knows this is more than an extension of last night's drama. Of course she does. And because she is my best friend, I want to tell her. And because Danny is my husband, and I don't want her to think bad of him, I don't want to tell her. I wonder if I'm overreacting. I wonder if I'm being unreasonable. I wonder if I have the right to feel this hollow. Our intimate life has always been intense and passionate. The nature of our relationship has always dictated that. Who Danny is, who I am. Two people like us coming together was always going to be volatile. But today, perhaps it's my emotions, perhaps my frame of mind, considering the recent bombshell. I don't know. I sigh and look across to my friend. She looks together.
What I don't know is whether it's a front, because Beau has certainly played me before, shown perfect serenity and felt utter despair. "Are you okay?" I ask, turning in my seat to face her. I reach for her sunglasses and pull them off, and she lets me. She knows what I'm doing. There's no evidence of tears, no squinting eyes from a headache, perfectly together. "No, I'm not," she says, making me recoil. She plucks her shades from my hand and slips them back on, before bracing her arms against the wheel. None of us will be okay until a certain someone is dead, and since we're back to wondering who the really that certain someone is, we'd all better buckle up. On those words, I reach for my seatbelt and pull it on. "Have you got sunscreen on?" I ask, eyeing her bare arm where her scar is visible. I would smile if I was confident compliment was out loud and proud, with no underlying reason, like trying to fool us all that she's fine. "Yes, Mom, I have sunscreen on." Beau grimaces at the road. You know he won't let me leave the house without smothering me in it. Good. I get my cell out and text Esther, asking what Daniel's plans are, since he's developed a habit of not answering me. Then I drop it in my lap and rub at my head. Of course the bear couldn't be Perry really Adams, I blurt at the windshield. "And do you know what's most really annoying?" I ask, not giving her a chance to answer. If I had known what was going on in my husband's head, if he had bothered to share anything, I would have really told him Adams wasn't capable. I spent weeks with the idiot, seducing him, stroking his ego.
I'm sure we don't, Chaka, I say, watching as my toes sink into the silky sand with each step I take. The problems are piling because we've stepped on a few Russian toes and promised the Mexicans a really, really great deal, and not delivering on the deal isn't going to look good. Could cause some bad feeling, if you know what I mean, or have them turning back to the Russians for their supplies. Do not make me threaten you. Ill express your concerns. To whom? The person in charge of the Coast Guard training course happening the day of our scheduled delivery. I look to the beautiful blue sky. Really? Well, need to deliver on the Monday. That's 3 days late, Chaka. You want me to deliver on a weekend? He asks on a laugh. He's right. The area is heaving on a weekend. I'll confirm. I hang up and kick the sand on a curse. Something up? I still smile to myself. That voice. I drop my head and find her on the veranda, in a bikini, a small one, her blonde hair wild, her dark eyes shimmering. She has a piece of mango in her hand, her lips wet with the juice, and all of my problems melt away. I hear music coming from inside, and I cock my head when London Grammar's Lose Your Head registers. Our track. Her smile is really everything. So is the fact that she hasn't ripped strips off me for something that is way out of my control. She's affected. Of course she's affected. Quiet, contemplative, clingy, needy. Can't say it's unwelcome, but I see acceptance. It's so really stunning on her. She knows I'll end this eventually. Whether today or tomorrow, I'll end it. I won't stop until I find him and kill him. It's just life now. Our life. I walk toward her, the music getting louder, and she drops her mango, backing up slowly, smiling knowingly. I follow her through the beach hut, stopping to get out of my wetsuit, which takes much longer than I want, leaving it on the lounge floor as Beau drops her bikini top. I follow it to the tile, peek up. Oddly, it's not the vision of her perfect form that holds me rapt, but the sight of her eyes sparkling wildly, alive. Even now, when we're once again facing uncertainty, she's alive, light. It's been 4 weeks since her last period. It's gone unspoken, but is screaming loudly, as are her words last night before the mess hit the fan at dinner. She wants to try. She wants a baby. I was hesitant before we got the call that's going to take us back to Miami. Beau's is still delicate. But at the same time, I want that with her. A beacon of peace, light in our darkness, for Beau to find that sense of tranquility again. But is she ready? Is her body ready? Her mind? And, more painfully, after everything her body has been through, is it capable of carrying a baby? I know Beau is terrified it isn't. She needs to know she's not physically broken. I need to give her that. Do? Don't. Really. I prowl forward again, my body temperature rising with every step, following her until we're in the bedroom. She stops at the end of the bed.
One nudge has her falling to the mattress. The way she gazes up at me could break me, with so much trust, so much love. I plant one fist into the sheets by her leg, the other on the other side, and crawl up, settling just right so my face is in line with her stomach. And I worship every inch of her skin, kissing her from one side to the other, over and over, inhaling her scent, kissing her scar as she weaves her fingers through my hair, humming happily. Sometimes, just being like this, so really close, so really in love with her, is profoundly intimate. Sometimes, I kiss my way up to her face, tasting and smelling the sweet mango. Passion peaked. We came together intimately, deeply connected. Her breathy whimpers, my low grunts, her shallow cries, my extended moans, all mingled and melded together, creating the most beautiful music. My lips never left hers, and when her short nails sank into my shoulders and she stiffened all over, I kissed her harder, and we reached a peak. We shared intimacy, eyes darkened. Afterwards, breathless, and our eyes opened at the exact same time, meeting, love colliding. I smile, inhale, and bury my face into her wet neck, tasting the salt of the air and of her skin. I missed you today, I whisper, wondering why today more than any other day. Perhaps because after the call I took last night, I know our time here with the sunshine constantly on our faces is coming to an untimely end. Life in St. Lucia is unbeatable. In fact, before last night, I was considering suggesting we buy a place here, although I know that was already happening without saying. "What's going on with Danny and Rose?" Beau asks quietly, stroking soft circles across my back, making my shoulder blades pull together, my teeth gritting. "You noticed something too, huh?" "Yes, but she was cagey. So was he." "So you don't know what's happened?" "Not a clue. He hardly spoke a word the whole time I was with him." I lick her skin, bite at her flesh, kiss her throat, and she rides beneath me, sighing. "So you didn't discuss the fact that you both killed the wrong man?" I smile into her skin. "Actually, you killed the wrong man." Her nose wrinkles. "I was getting fed up with you two toddlers arguing about who was going to get the honor and pull the trigger." "Us two toddlers?" I ask, subtly laying my arm over hers above her head, effectively trapping them. She stiffens everywhere, which means her internal muscles squeeze me. It's a fight to resist the renewed desire. "You want to recant that?" I walk my fingers down to her ribs, my look expectant, and she's laughing before I even start tickling her. The sight is nothing short of perfection. "Noth," she says, and suddenly she's moving. So fast, I don't have a moment to consider what the really is happening and how the really it's happening. I land on my back with a thud, and Beau is above me. I look around, seeing I'm on the floor. "Do you submit?" she asks, making me grin, my mind invaded with a million flashbacks of the very first time I had her pinned to a floor. "Never," I breathe. "Good." She slams her lips on mine and kisses the daylights out of me, her tongue violent in its swirls, her mouth insatiable. This, really, me. I once told Beau I was scared of us, terrified. And I still am, because loving this hard, loving this intensely, has got to be dangerous. I roll us, going at her with equal ferocity, fisting her hair, our mouths mad and clumsy. I hiss. "Really?" Beau pulls away sharply, panting. "What?" "Nothing," I say through gritted teeth, pain searing me. I go back to her mouth, but she turns her head, denying me. "I'm fine." "Sure, Rambo," she mutters, forcing my torso up and looking at the dressing on my shoulder. It's wet. Unimpressed eyes land on me. "Why didn't you put a waterproof dressing on it? Salt water will do it good." My chin hits my chest as I peek down, and Beau starts picking at the edge and peeling away the soggy dressing. She reveals a tidy, round wound. Doc did a good job. I pluck the bandage from her fingers, toss it aside, and get us back to business, claiming her mouth again, ready to continue their passionate moment. "James? Beau?" I withdraw, startled. "Did you hear that?" "Hear what?" she asks, trying to pull me back onto her mouth. "Of course," I oblige, kissing her again, but my ears are listening. Yet all I can hear are Beau's indulgent moans. Bang! The sound of the door flying open and hitting the wall makes me jump and Beau squeal. "Oh, gosh," Brad says, as I look over my shoulder, finding him standing in the doorway. Sorry, but he doesn't move, just really stands there like a plum, while I ensure every part of me is covering every part of Bo. Nice view. You better be talking about mine, I warn, trying to gauge exactly what of Bo's is on display. She laughs, wrapping her arms and legs around me as I drag down a sheet from the bed and work on covering her. I hope for your sake this is an emergency, Brad. I fight back my arousal and leave Bo with all the covers, standing completely naked.
Brad's eyes fall to my state of arousal, and I lay a hand over it protectively as I walk across to the chair, grabbing some boxers. It is an emergency. He turns and leaves the room. Something's wrong with Danny. My head drops back, my face pained, part discomfort, part exasperation. I yank on my boxers and go to Bo, pulling her up from the floor and kissing her hard on the lips. Get a shower. No thanks. She slips past me, tucking the sheet in. I want to know what's up with Danny, too. I'd like to tell everyone that he's simply got a terrible hangover, that they're all worrying over nothing, but I know as well as anyone that there's more to it. I follow and find Bo pouring juice out of the blender into glasses. Her mobile rings and she looks at the screen. I see a shift in her stance. Who is it? I ask, trying not to sound accusing. My dad. I'll call him back. She refuses to look at me. Her really difficult father. Jerk. He's the only bit of Bo I don't like. Have you seen Danny? Brad asks me, getting comfortable on a stool. Yes, I've seen him. I was with him this afternoon. I take the stool next to him and accept the glass Bo slides across to me. I just left their place. And, I ask, let's just say the Antarctic is looking really appealing for a summer vacation right now. Brad grimaces at me as I down the juice. What is that mess? Try some, Bo says, pushing a glass toward him. It'll make you big, strong, and healthy. I'm already big, strong, and healthy. And, he strokes across his stubble, good looking too. Bo rolls her eyes. You need more in your life than the gym and a strip club. Like what? A woman, she says, splitting her attention between Brad and her juice, her eyebrow arched. Or a long-standing one at least. What the, really? Brad murmurs, looking at me. I can only shrug. He returns his attention to Bo, smiling like she just doesn't get it. Bo, sweetheart. Do not call me sweetheart, Brad. Not if you want to remain unharmed. I laugh into my glass. That told you. Bo, he begins again. My beautiful ninja friend. He raises a brow and Bo nods agreeably, going back to her juice. Why really would I want to do that? He laughs. Gosh, we're becoming outnumbered. Were? Bo asks, her glass paused at her lips. The men, he confirms, as if she needed it. The poor, clueless jerk. We're supposed to be Mafia, and soon there will be more women in this Mafia family than men. We can't have that. No, we can't have that, Bo breathes, setting down her glass. Now, if you don't mind, we were kind of in the middle of something, she says, motioning down her sheet-covered body and to my naked chest. Brad looks wholly unimpressed as he turns away from Bo to me. Want a beer? I recoil. Do I want a beer? I parrot. Now? He is one brave man. Yes, we need to talk about Danny. Bo snorts and rounds the island, grabbing Brad by the ear, literally, and dragging him up from his seat. Out, she demands, switching her hold to his arm and twisting it, getting it up his back in one swift, effective move. Arr! She ignores him, pushing his helpless body toward the door as I watch on, amused. Gosh, really, Bo? Brad bends back awkwardly, trying to lessen the pain. That really hurts. She shoves him outside and slams the door. That's why I won't get a woman, he yells from beyond the wood. You're all really controlled, you pathetic people. Bo hauls the door open again, growls, and Brad, quite wisely, backs away. I can't watch? He just can't help himself, and I laugh as Bo grabs the nearest thing to her, which happens to be a shoe, and chucks it at his head. I'm in a full-on laughing fit by the time she's scared Brad off, and gosh, it feels good to laugh. I wipe at my eyes and find her. The sheet is pooling her feet. I look down and watch as my desire became clear. Magic. Bo. James brushes his nose across the skin of my stomach as I recover. We'd better get ready for dinner, he eventually says. Rose canceled.
Danny never mentioned it, so we're going. He rests his chin on my stomach and gazes up at me, his eyes soft as I sink my fingers into his hair. What are you thinking, Beau? He's worried about me going back to dark places, I'm thinking. I fade off and push some hair from his eyes. You needed trim, but just a trim. I'm loving his longer hair, and the fact the sun has kissed it, making it lighter and his skin tan. He peeks up at his mop. What can I do to make this easier? I smirk. Kill him. Like, really kill him. I know James was braced for a total mess amid the other mess. Killing the bear is a given. Problem is, no one knows how long that'll take. And, in the meantime, he asks, sounding as surprised as he looks. In the meantime, you worry about me, I answer. It's simple. Why are we discussing this when we all know what's going to happen? Are you being smart? Always. I slip down the bed and kiss him. I accept it. You thought the bear was Perry Adams and killed him. The bear wasn't Adams, so now it is back to the drawing board. What else can I do? The moment I looked at him last night, as he watched me dancing, I knew something had happened, and I feared I knew what. Because, like Rose, I'd silently questioned Perry Adams' capabilities. I didn't know him like Rose did, of course, but he was mayor of Miami. A bit of a jerk, to be honest, but the bear? No. I've chosen to be with James, and I've been at peace with that decision for a long time. Okay, so sometimes I slip below the surface into the darkness. Some days I don't feel so sure I can look toward the light. Some days I'm fighting to keep my head above water. But never, since finding out who James is, namely the enigma, the cold-blooded, silent killer, have I questioned my love for him. Not once. Never have I thought about leaving him. We just take each day as it comes and deal with it as it does. Bottom line, I'm no longer alone. I don't need to fight my darkness in solitary. I have James. I love you, Beau Haley, he whispers, blinking, his lashes so close I feel them tickle mine. Broken, fixed, I murmur. Happy, sad. I will always remember that. He smiles mildly and kisses me deeply. Pregnant? Not pregnant, he says, and I pull back in surprise, regarding him. I don't need to ask him what he means by that. I know. Are you saying we have to stop trying? I ask. Did you hear those words come out of my mouth? Not exactly. I don't want you to be sad if it doesn't happen. Are you shooting blanks all of a sudden? He rolls his eyes and kisses me chastely. Are you a comedian all of a sudden? You want to wait, don't you? I want to do what's best for us. He stands and pulls me up, walking me to the bathroom. Come on, we'll be late. I told you, Rose canceled. And I told you, Danny hasn't, so we're going to Antarctica. I laugh and let him put me in the shower, standing still while he washes me all over with a soapy sponge. I don't know what's best for us. Less for James to worry about would be best, I suppose. And another life, me having a baby, will be more for him to worry about. But for me? I look down at my tummy, wondering, hoping, praying. We walk down the beach to Danny and Rose's hand in hand, James carrying the wine and my shoes, me carrying my purse. I haven't seen Goldie today, I say, looking up to the bar where Zinnia sings. It's her night off, so the beach and half of St. Lucia are spared the sound of her dulcet tones so she can enjoy dinner with her family. Me neither, James says, pulling his phone from his pocket and tapping his thumb across the screen before slipping it back in and reclaiming me. She didn't say anything last night? I ask. Oh, she said plenty, and none of it suited the dress she was wearing. I laugh, even if it's misplaced. I like girly Goldie. I think she's going to be gone for a while. He drops my hand and puts his arm around me, kissing my hair, and I hum my agreement, knowing the news we got last night will likely put Goldie back a few paces on her path to freedom.
Brunelli, the man who raped her and turned her into the cold-hearted, emotionless female we all know and love, is dead, and she thought James had exorcised his demons, so a softer, more feminine woman, one who let her guard down, was starting to emerge, one who wore dresses and drank wine. I imagine she'll be feeling quite crestfallen right now, but she won't walk away, not until she knows James can. Because when the bear dies, so does the merciless assassin that James became after his family was murdered. When the bear dies, so does the enigma. I'm not deluded enough to believe it stops there entirely, though. Like Danny, you don't make a name for yourself and walk away as if you never tortured and murdered dozens of men, even if they deserve to die. Expect the unexpected. I have to live by that motto if I am to live with James, and I cannot live without him. So that is that. There's Otto. Esther, I say, motioning to the path that leads down from Esther's place to the beach. They're surely not arriving together. I saw Danny earlier. Today would not be a good day to piss him off. I find my pace increasing, wanting to get to them before they make it to Danny and Rose's villa to warn them about what they're walking into. "Esther!" I yell, waving. "Wait up!" I grab James's hand and start jogging through the sand. "You need to stay out of it, Beau," James mumbles. "Not our problem." "Do you want Otto to die?" "Danny won't kill Otto," I snort. I may not have known Danny Black for long, but I know him well. He's unpredictable, shoots from the hip, and today he's in a bad mood. I'd rather not chance it, I say, reaching them. "Chance what?" Otto asks, looking between us. "What's going on?" "Danny. What about him?" Esther asks, her voice high and worried. "Did something happen?" "Yes." "What?" "I don't know," I admit. "I went shopping with Rose earlier. She was weirdly cagey, and James said Danny hardly murmured a word while they were out on the jet skis earlier. I imagine that's because he drank enough scotch last night to sink a freaking cruise liner," Otto mumbles. "Understandable, given the circumstances." "You shouldn't have told us," Esther says, looking between James and Otto accusingly. James laughs, and Otto rubs at his forehead. I won't join them in openly expressing their thoughts on that, but I have to agree, it's a crazy suggestion. Esther is basically saying we women are gullible, that we don't know our men, that they could disappear for goodness knows how long to find and kill someone and we wouldn't suspect a thing, for God's sake. "I mean it," she affirms, pointing toward Danny and Rose's villa. "If that bloody bear doesn't kill my son, his wife will." "The bear won't kill him," Otto says, and I smile at his gruff voice being all soft and pacifying. "I promise you that, Boo." "Boo?" James blurts, earning a scowl from Otto. "Say a word." James' hands come up in defense. "Wouldn't dream of it." He backs up as Otto stomps off and Esther follows. "Boo," he adds. I smack his arm and he laughs again as Otto slows to a stop. "You clearly want to die too," I sigh, willing Otto to pick up his feet, which he eventually does. I tug James along, watching as Esther catches up to Otto and nudges him with her shoulder. He nudges her right ack, but no touching, no hand-holding. I know Esther's history. I know she deserves happiness and freedom from her guilt. I just question whether Otto, a man renowned for being a frequent visitor of strip clubs, is the man to give her that. "Do you think they're—" I pout. "You know, really?" I flinch on Danny's behalf. Esther doesn't look like the kind of woman to engage in intimacy, and that's all Otto seeks in relationships. So if you're asking me if they're going to work out, the answer is no. Another flinch, but this time for Esther. "Perhaps you should have a bit more faith." I look at him. I bet 1,000,000 people would vote against us working out. His scowl is instant as he looks down at me. I couldn't care less what 1,000,000 people think. Only you. He stops us walking, takes my purse, and sets it on the wall with the bottle of wine and my shoes. He turns into me. "So, what do you think, Beau Haley?" His eyes scan mine as I half smile, his palms cupping my cheeks. "I think," I say, scanning his glorious face, "I love you." "You think?" "I know." He nods, the pad of his thumb bragging across my bottom lip, wiping away the gloss. And he lowers his face to mine slowly, making me wait for his kiss. I inhale, bracing myself, taking hold of his wrists, my eyes closing. I feel when his mouth is level with mine, his breath warming my skin, and I whimper, begging him to indulge me, and yet he makes me wait some more, makes me burn more, makes my heart boom more. And suddenly, the heat dies. His hands fall away from my cheeks. I lose my hold of his wrists, and I stumble forward a fraction from the loss of support before he quickly catches and steadies me. I open my eyes and find him on his knees, his gaze soft, his mouth straight, his eyes glowing, his hand held up, and on his pinky finger, halfway down, sits a diamond ring. I breathe out and find his eyes. "James," I whisper.
I'll always catch you, Bo. I melt at my very own hard assassin being so romantic and soft and lower to my knees joining him. That's all I need. Are you saying no again? My eyes pass between James and the ring. Why do you want to get married? I ask. He considers that for a few moments as he regards me closely. My mother was my father's light, he says quietly, an edge of sadness in his deep voice. And he always followed the light. His eyes become glazed, and my heart splits. You are my light, Bo, and I would follow you to the ends of the earth. He takes my right hand and slips the ring onto my finger. It can stay there until you see the light, he says, smiling down at my hand. Was this your mother's ring, James? I ask. He doesn't answer. He just takes my nape and pulls me onto his mouth, kissing me hard and meaningfully. His sentiment is beautiful, except I don't think darkness is avoidable in our world, and as we've both learned, and how we were both drawn to each other, darkness entices darkness. Stay in the light with me, Bo, he begs, kissing my lids, my nose, my cheeks, my forehead. It's all I ask. I can only try. We'll be late, I whisper, pulling away and running my fingers through his hair. James nods and stands, pulling me up with him. He gets my purse and hands it to me, and my cell inside starts ringing. I know who it'll be, and I can't avoid him forever, but I've done a good job since that painfully uncomfortable day Dad got cut up in our world. The explosion, his funny turn, his girlfriend Amber showing up at the mansion. I'll never forget Rose's face when we walked into the TV room and found her on my father's arm, or my dad's face when he finally comprehended not only my unwavering decision to be with James, but also the fact that his girlfriend was a gold-digging individual who used to be involved with Danny and his men. I flinch on my friend's behalf, and, oddly, my father's. I answer as James collects my shoes. Dad, I say on an exhale, I'm sure he will detect. Bo, it's been weeks. There was a time when months would pass without seeing or hearing from my father. James crouches before me and puts one of my sandals at my feet, and I hold his shoulder as he brushes the sand off before letting me slip my foot in. How are you? I ask. I took no pleasure in how embarrassed he was, how foolish he had been. I love my father, but he's hardly God's gift. A little overweight, a lot arrogant, but he's loaded, and that appeals to women of a certain variety. He was always going to be a target. A part of me wonders if he regrets betraying Mom, if he wished he'd never been so blinkered and left her for a younger model. I hope he does. I fear my hope is in vain. Better than I was, he says. I'm dating. Well, that answers my question. You're dating, I parrot, lifting my other foot for James as he looks up at me on a disbelieving shake of his head. How lovely. How old is this one? James fastens the small buckle on my sandal and rises, taking the wine off the wall. And I'm running for mayor. What? I blurt. Mayor? James' eyes widen, his mouth falling open. I admit, Bo, the competition is pretty stiff. That Monroe Metcalf is quite popular. And oddly, so is my father. But the public don't know him like I know him. They see a businessman, one that gives to charity and serves his community. What the hell do I say to this news? Good luck, I murmur, hoping and praying he doesn't think he'll be using me as tool in his campaign. I highly doubt it, now he's met James. In fact, he'll be doing everything he can to avoid the public finding out who I'm dating. Thank you, darling. Let's do dinner. At my place. I'll cook spaghetti like I did when you were a little girl. I notice he's not suggesting we go out in public. Sounds lovely. I'll call you. I hang up. His running for mayor? James says, stunned. Yep. Mayor Haley. Mayor Haley with a daughter who's dating an assassin. He doesn't know I'm an assassin. And we're more than... He frowns. Can you smell curry? He asks, just as the waft hits me. Coriander and spices. It's rife. And tension, I say quietly, as he leads us up the path. We round the villa and find everyone sitting at the table on the patio by the pool. Everyone except Rose. I spot Goldie first, and as James predicted, her newfound girly wardrobe is nowhere in sight, the suit back, the cut expression accompanying it. She's the woman I first met. Stoic, imposing, businesslike. I find Danny at the head of the table, looking like he's been slapped in the face. It's a definite possibility. Not drinking? I ask, pointing at the bottle of water in his hand, where a tumbler of amber liquid always sits. Not tonight. He rises and offers his cheek. What's going on with you two? I ask quietly, kissing him, but I get no answer, just a shake of his head, telling me to leave it, before he slaps hands with James and drops back into his chair. I look at Esther, who shrugs, to Brad, who feigns shivering. I round the table and greet everyone with a kiss, finishing with Zinnia. Where's Rose? In the kitchen, she whispers, as if it's a secret, filling up her glass, obviously deciding only wine will get her through this evening. You could cut the atmosphere with a very knife. I sigh and place my purse on the table where James just took his seat. Back in a minute. Don't offer to help, Esther calls as I leave them to go to Rose and find out what the hell is going on. She'll bite your head off too. I enter the kitchen as Rose drops a spatula and sauce splashes up her legs. Gosh, she hisses. All right. She glances up and smiles so bright, I'm surprised the island doesn't short circuit. Nearly ready, she sings, dipping to pick up the spoon and tossing it in the sink. I watch her, wary, as she stirs the bubbling pot of curry, blowing her hair out of her face a few times. Esther told me not to offer my help, I say, going to the island and popping a spoon in the mango chutney. She stops stirring and looks up at me. I've got it. I nod and unwrap the papadums. Do these need frying? Gosh, yes they do. She drops the spoon in the pot and moves on to a pan where oil is sizzling. She takes the handle, drops it and starts shaking her hand. For God's sake, Rose, I yell, going to her and flipping on the faucet, shoving her hand underneath. I wince at the glowing red welt across her palm and look at her, seeing tears streaming down her cheeks. Tears from the pain, no doubt, but also tears for something else. What, Rose? Danny blurts, falling into the kitchen in a rush and taking in the scene. Rose, baby, what happened? He comes to us, taking her arm at the wrist and inspecting the damage. I move back, letting him take over, but Rose's tears dry up in a second, a steely expression falling, and she withdraws from his hold. I'm fine, she says, sniffing, refusing to look at him. Beau's got it. Danny, understandably hurt, looks at me standing awkwardly to the side. There's not one sane man or woman on this planet who would stand in the way of Danny when it comes to his wife, and yet here I am, caught in the middle. I've got it, I confirm, fearful of the repercussions if I leave them alone together. He swallows, moving back, stuffing his hands in his pockets. Rose, I'm fine, she snaps, turning away from him. Just go. He does, and it rings even more alarm bells. Since when does Danny Black have his tail between his legs? The moment he disappears, I turn to Rose. We're not leaving this kitchen until you tell me what the hell has happened, I say, shoving her hand back under the faucet. Her eyes drop, but I still see them welling. She spoke of a deeply troubling experience. What? I ask, shocked. She meets my eyes, and the tears begin to trail her cheeks again. Last night? I ask. When he was drunk? This morning? Oh gosh. Although Danny was so plastered last night, there's a distinct possibility that he was still drunk this morning. It's not an excuse. I am not making excuses. I'm just trying to make sense of this madness. I flip off the faucet. Where's your first aid box? The last cupboard, top shelf. She points, and I collect it, going to the door and trying to get Zinnia's attention. Esther's standing behind Danny's chair, her hands on his shoulders, her mouth close to his ear, obviously trying to pacify him. Zinnia spots me and sets her wine down, rising and tottering across the patio in her heels. Everything all right? She asks, looking at Rose by the sink, weeping. We just need some help. I point to the bubbling pot of curry. Would you mind taking that out? I'll bring the rest in a moment. She doesn't ask questions, which is exactly why I summoned Zinnia and not Esther. Of course, my darling. She gets straight to it, collecting a couple of kitchen towels and taking the pot off the stove. Spoon? In the pot, I say, making her frown down into the curry. I'll fish it out. She leaves, and I return to Rose, opening the box and rummaging through for what I need to fix her up. What happened? I ask, dabbing at her hand to dry it. I'm trying to think reasonably, she says on a sigh. He was so completely out of control, and I just felt incapable of sustaining it today. Did you express your wishes clearly? I squeeze some cream onto her palm and rub it in. Yes, and they were not honored. No. Rose looks up at me, and I hate the anguish I see in her dark blue eyes. This will be killing her. Danny's the only man in this world who can hurt her, and right now she's in agony. I'm not going to stand here and tell my friend I'm sure he didn't mean to do what he did, even though I know Danny's history as well as I know Rose's. I would never play down my friend's distress, not after everything she's been through. Danny's foul mood, Rose's distance, it all makes sense now. You need to talk to him. And say what? She asks, exasperated. Why did you, my husband, disregard my boundaries? I notice she refuses to use that word. He looks like a broken man, Rose. I have to point that out at least. My loyalty lies with Rose, of course, but I feel like I would be doing myself and Rose an injustice if I don't raise the obvious, because perhaps during her trauma, she's forgotten who she's married to. The Danny Black I know would kill anyone who harmed his wife. I look back to the garden. I know how he'll be feeling right now. I need to tell James to watch him. Do you want me to talk to him? I ask, claiming the bandage and starting to wrap her up. No. She snivels and wipes at her nose roughly. Please don't tell him I've told you. I smile mildly, fastening the end of her bandage and going to the stove. I won't. She doesn't want me to think bad of him. She doesn't want Danny to feel any worse than he already does, if that's possible. I don't think it is. I take one of the papadums and drop it into the pan, making the oil sizzle once again, the circle expanding rapidly. Do you want some wine? She asks. No thanks.
I grab some grippers and lift it out, dropping it onto a paper towel to soak up the oil before slipping another into the pan. You need to wash your face before we go back outside. Who the freakin' am I kidding? Nothing goes unnoticed in this group. Rose goes into her purse on the island and pulls out a little mirror, inspecting herself in it. She studies herself for a while, whilst I watch in between frying. Then she sighs and drops the mirror, looking at me. It never ends, does it? No, it doesn't. As long we're in this world, extreme stress and helplessness will always feature. We both knew deep down that eliminating the bear wouldn't mean they're out. I spoon another papadum onto the paper towel. There will always be men out there wanting to be kingpin, and our men have massive bounties on their heads. I'm telling her what she already knows, but finds hard to accept. I do too, some days more than others. But when Rose wavers, I have to pick her up. She does the same for me. So long as one of us is strong on any given day, we'll always be okay. I just spoke to my dad, I say, willing to go there to take Rose's mind off her current anguish. He's running for mayor. I peek up from the frying pan. She looks like a fish. Exactly, and he's dating someone. Gosh, is she out of college? I didn't ask. I honestly don't want to know. Mayor? Her cheeks blow out. Well, he has the ego, I suppose. I hum to myself. Where's Daniel? I ask. I'm done with daddy talk. I'm struggling to get my head around how I can feel sorry for someone, but at the same time resent them. He made a friend, Rose says, loading the chutneys onto a tray. Barney Benson, cute name. His dad's a private banker, Lennox Benson. He's taken the boys out on his private yacht this afternoon. With the twins? I ask over a laugh. With the twins, Rose confirms, as if I needed it. Daniel can't even go for a swim in the private pool without Tank and/or Fury following him on an inflatable. He's single, I frown at the frying pan. Who? The banker, she says quietly. Lennox Benson. I stop poking at the papadum, looking at my friend with a curious eye as she feigns concentrating on stirring the lime pickle. And you're pregnant, I say quietly. And married to one of the deadliest men alive. She peeks up at me on a straight face. I know. This is not good. I wouldn't say many relationships are healthy, but I bet there aren't many as toxic as Danny and Rose's. Or, oddly, as passionate and full of love. I know you want to hurt him right now, Rose, I say quietly, worried, because if Rose breaks out the big guns, namely her flirting, to hurt Danny deeply, Daniel's new friend is going to be an orphan very soon. I'm just saying, she muses, lifting the tray, he's single. And with that, she pivots and leaves. Nice ring, by the way, I call, rushing to finish the papadums, wanting to get back outside before Danny kills Rose or vice versa. I meet James at the threshold and he takes the tray from me. What's she done to her hand? Small accident with the frying pan. Right, what's going on, he asks.
circling his spare arm around me and walking me back to the table. Lover's quarrel, something and nothing. I take no pleasure from lying to James, none at all. In fact, I feel guilty, but Danny will be mortified enough without any of the men knowing what's happened. Not even the not-so-small matter of James deceiving me about killing my uncle's husband eases my conscience. Sure, he says over a laugh, they look more in love than ever. It's pregnancy hormones. Can't wait, he whispers, squeezing me before setting the plate on the table and pulling out a chair for me. Was that sarcasm? I honestly don't know. I give him a curious look that he completely ignores. He's expressed his reservations, but he's also not pushed for any birth control. He's also not taken precautions during their intimacy. It may not matter, because I might not even be able to carry anymore. Broken. I wince that thought away, as well as the fact that I'm due on my period tomorrow, and I look down at the ring that's on the wrong finger. Or is it the right finger? What about the marriage part? Are we skipping that bit? Can't wait for what? Brad asks, and I shake my head. Wine, he goes on, filling up my glass and pushing it toward me, his eyebrows high. Or am I quitting Mafia life? I feel James's curious eyes on me as Brad looks between us. Broken. Not just yet, I say, taking the glass and having a long swig, feeling James's stare rooted to my profile. I swallow down the liquid and, it burns. It burns so much. Tomorrow. Oh, good. One psycho-pregnant woman in the family at a time, please. Brad looks at Rose. She's distracting herself from having to face her husband by serving up dinner for everyone. It's goat, she says, finishing and lowering to her chair at the opposite end of the table to Danny. Enjoy. What happened to your hand? He growls, prompting everyone to look at the bandage. I wasn't concentrating in the kitchen. Rose reaches for the wine before her, and I still, but Esther swoops in, predicting her daughter-in-law's reckless intention, and removes the temptation before Danny, who's twitching at the other end of the table, finally explodes. Excuse me? James says, his hand landing on my knee and squeezing. Did you change your mind about something really monumental and not bother telling me? I rest back, the wine in my hand. You're giving me mixed signals, James. See, Doc. Take time to build my strength. But no wine, no protection. The wine is swiftly removed from my hand and replaced with water. Let's not turn my mood as dark as Danny's. I'm so really confused. Are you telling me we're trying? Yes. Tomorrow. Don't I get a say? I ask for the sake of it, surprised by his demeanor. James turns his eyes onto me, his jaw grinding. If you were my wife, I may consider giving you a choice. I balk at him. You sound like a barbarian. He growls, losing his straight face and hooking an arm around my neck, hauling me into him, his mouth going to my ear and nibbling the lobe. I'm going to get a yes out of you eventually, Beau, so let's just cut to the bit when you realize it's the best idea and we crack on with things. My smile is unstoppable, and it feels so utterly wrong when Rose is across the table in turmoil, although feigning being fine. Smiling, laughing. It's a bit of an insult, really, to everyone here. The temperature is still sub-zero, the atmosphere frosty, as people talk among themselves, pretending they aren't as uncomfortable as each other. Except Danny. He's not pretending to anyone. Seems incapable, actually. We'll see, I muse, detaching myself from James and joining everyone, taking a fork. But we're all halted from diving in when Daniel comes racing around the corner on an electric scooter, a friend, Barney, I assume, following. Hey, he calls, jumping off like a pro. Barney's dad has invited me out for dinner with them. Can I go? No, Danny grunts. Your mom's made curry. He motions around the table. We have guests. Daniel rolls his eyes. I see everyone here every day. Of course you can go, Rose counters, standing from the table, completely ignoring Danny. Where's Tank and Fury? They both round the villa at the same time, as if beckoned, followed by someone else. Oh no, I murmur. What? James asks, looking at me, not noticing the man behind the two colossal Vikings. Barney's dad, I whisper. What about him? James looks thoroughly confused. He wouldn't be if he'd heard the intentions in Rose's tone earlier. Barney's dad passes through the two giants, looking a little bemused by them, and my worries multiply. Because he's hot. Really hot. Gosh, this is bad. So bad. What the gosh is going on, Beau? James asks, his eyes passing between me and Lennox Benson. Nothing's going on, I pray. I pray so hard that Rose sees sense. I've seen her in one of these destructive moods before, and it isn't pretty for the other man involved. Our only saving grace here is Daniel. Daniel would never kick off in front of Daniel.
And Rose knows it, which, I conclude quickly, isn't a good thing at all. Hi, Barney's dad says, looking around the table, even more bemused by the eclectic mix of people that is our family. Lennox Benson. The poor man doesn't know who to hold his hand out to, his limb hovering awkwardly in midair. I close my eyes and inhale when Rose rounds the table, going to him. I'm Rose Cassidy, Daniel's mom. Oh, Jesus, she's holding no prisoners. I flick a nervous look to Danny. His nostrils are flaring as he rises from his chair. Rose Cassidy. She places her dainty hand in Lennox and smiles brightly. And, of course, Lennox Benson is taken aback. Most men are when they meet Rose, although, wisely and respectfully, trying not to show it. Pleasure. He shakes Rose's hand briefly and steps back, out of the range of her magnetic allure. My apologies, I didn't realize you were eating. Danny moves in, tall and intimidating. I'm not going to be able to hold my breath for much longer, and as I glance around the table, I can see everyone is with me. The women watchful, the men bracing themselves to pull him back, including James, who's tense under my hold of his leg. Daniel Black. Daniel extends a hand, his face deadly straight, his scar looking particularly deep. And, again, Lennox Benson is taken aback, as most men are when they meet the Brit, Daniel's father. Good to meet you. He accepts and shakes, and I watch Lennox's face for any sign of discomfort. Surprisingly, there's none. But then Danny says, "Not a pleasure?" And it appears. Uneasiness. Lennox laughs, nervous, glancing around the table as he takes back his hand. I'll leave you to eat in peace. Join us, Rose sings, motioning to us all at the table. All of us who are silent. Nervous. Don't do it, Mr. Benson. Run for your life now. Yes, join us. Danny cracks a smile, and Lennox seems to loosen up. Because Lennox does not know Danny Black, therefore he does not know that the smile currently being splashed around is fake. Deadly. No. His hands come up as he backs away. We have reservations at the new restaurant in town. Daniel didn't mention you had. He glances around the table again, and James starts snorting in his chair next to me, laughing. I follow his eyes to Brad, Ringo, and Otto opposite, who all have cheesy grins plastered on their faces. For God's sake, if they're trying to appear friendly, it isn't working. Friends for dinner, Lennox finishes. Hey, mister, can I go? Daniel asks, kicking the stand of his scooter down and going to Danny, giving him praying hands. Please? He knows. He just knows that Danny wears the pants around here, even if Rose is trying them on at the moment. She's wasting her time. The pants definitely don't fit her, and it isn't because she's pregnant. Sure you can, kid. Danny dips into his pocket and pulls out a pile of dollar bills. Ah, no need, Lennox says, hands up again. You don't mind if my men join you? Danny says, motioning to Tank and Fury as he passes them some cash. Lennox laughs a little, but he's frowning. Not at all. What time do you want him? He eyes the Vikings, them home. Rose moves in front of Danny, smiling. I can pick him up if it helps. She wants to die, James mutters, shaking his head. I agree. Tank and/or Fury will bring Daniel home. They'll take him now, too. That kid goes nowhere without them. Christ knows what Barney's dad is thinking. Danny smiles darkly at the back of Rose's head. Yes, we'll collect him. His hand rests on her nape and massages as the Vikings look on, plain confused. One of the weird pregnancy things Rose has going on at the moment is a craving for pickles around 10 at night, so we'll be out picking some up anyway. Oh, congratulations, Lennox says, looking at Rose's stomach. You'd never know. But now you do. Danny smiles. I'll walk you out. Sure. Lennox holds up his hand to the table. Nice meeting you all, he says, getting a collection of murmurs in return. I'll come, Rose says. No, baby, your ankles are all puffy. Danny turns her by the shoulders back toward the table.
Sit, I insist. His lips move to her ear and kisses it sweetly, and he whispers something before he strolls off to see Lennox Benson out. A death threat? James asks quietly. Yep. I take my wine to my mouth, but it doesn't make it there, soon being replaced with water again. One domestic is enough for tonight, don't you think? He says gruffly. I start stirring my rice into my curry as Rose, looking contemplative, lowers to a chair. But my fork stops halfway to my mouth when I catch Brad's face, and it lowers when he starts coughing, dropping his fork. Gosh, Brad wheezes, thumping his chest, his eyes darting across the table. Pass me the really water. Esther is up in a beat, rushing to fill his glass, but Brad doesn't hang around, grabbing the jug from her and virtually tipping it down his throat. His face turns an alarming shade of red, his eyes wide and watery, his brow wet. I look down at the curry on my fork. You really, Ringo grunts, shoveling a huge forkful into his mouth, and 2 seconds later, he joins Brad, coughing and spluttering all over the table, wrestling him for the water jug. I lower my fork to the plate, looking around as everyone starts poking at their untouched curry, all of them probably worrying about upsetting Rose even more. Not Danny, though. He returns to the table, takes a seat, and pushes his plate away. I look at my friend. She's happily working her way through the goat dish, unperturbed and unaffected by the level of heat. What in the world did you put in that thing? Brad gasps, reclaiming the water from Ringo as Esther disappears into the kitchen to get more. Rose shrugs, forking at a piece of meat drenched in sauce and chewing through it. Everything the recipe said to put in it. She taps her phone on the table and brings up a screen. I added a couple more habaneros. One seemed a bit stingy. And the seeds? Ringo asks, flapping a hand in front of his face. What about the seeds? Rose looks down at her fork. It said the whole chili. So you put 3 in? Brad pushes his plate away, dabbing at his top lip with his napkin. Gosh, I think my tongue's gonna fall off. Well, Rose muses, almost happily, at least no one will ever be able to cut it out. I peek at Danny, cautious, seeing him shifting in his chair, looking wired, charged, ready to snap. And our saving grace, Daniel, has just left the building. Everyone else? They want to laugh. They want to laugh so hard, but they obviously value their lives more than the need to restrain their untimely amusement. I just have to know. Rose pops another forkful of curry into her mouth and chews, absolutely immune to the fact that it's loaded with enough chilies to literally blow someone's head off. Brad and Ringo are proof, their faces glowing and wet. She laughs, and I brace myself for the explosion of Danny, my hand falling to James' leg and squeezing, a silent message to get ready to hold him back. Rose drops her fork and dabs her lips. What made you think Perry Adams was the bear? Her eyes are focused solely on Danny at the other end of the table. No one else, just him. Here we go, Otto sighs, peeking out the corner of his eye to Esther, who's looking nervously at her son. I assume you're talking to me? Danny asks flatly. Who else? I think you knew him best out of everyone here, right? She looks around the table as if she might get an agreement from someone. Apart from me, of course. Gosh, Rose. I pinch the bridge of my nose, contemplating getting up and dragging her away. It was a tad breezy on the water today, Zinnia practically screeches. I took the water ferry to Martinique, and there was a pod of dolphins that followed me the entire way. I lost my sun hat, too. She laughs. The breeze took it right off my head. Honestly, I'm surprised it didn't take my wig and lashes, too. I bite my lip and reach for Zinnia's hand, and Goldie smiles across the table at her. My aunt rolls her eyes and sinks some wine.
Well, Danny says, turning his glass of water slowly, his eyes never leaving Rose as she happily munches through the deadly curry, we had sufficient reason. I mean, she laughs. The jerk hardly had the ability to bring me to a peak, let alone head up a deadly crime syndicate. Danny's fists meet the table with such force, everyone's curries leave their plates and splashes the table. That's it. Goodbye, my dear friend. I will treasure our friendship forever. He stands abruptly, walks the length of the table, pulls Rose's chair out and takes her elbow. Excuse us for a moment, he grates, leading her into the villa. And the moment the door slams behind them, Brad exhales. Goodness, what in the world's gotten into those two? He grabs his scotch and knocks it back. I don't know, Esther breathes, exasperated, but she sure knows how to rub him up the wrong way. It's not healthy, not for either of them. He was pretty really smashed, Otto pipes up. Anyone know what happened? When we left them last night, he was still pissed, but back in love with her. He's never out of love with her, Goldie says, just out of patience most of the time. I should have gone to work, Zinnia says. And me? I sit quietly while everyone tries to figure out what in the world is going on, feeling James' accusing stare on me. I peek out the corner of my eye. You know, he whispers, just as a deafening bang sounds from inside. You know what's wrong with them. There goes another crystal bowl. Esther slips down her chair, shrinking, and I stand from mine. But I'm immediately pulled back down by James. No, Beau, he cautions, with so much warning, I'd be a fool to ignore him. So I lower, and the only reason I do is because I know beyond anything I've ever known that Danny would never physically harm his wife. Rose, however, will fight like a cat, pregnant or not. You are not leaving this table, he warns, his face serious, until you tell me what in the world is wrong with those two. Too far, way too really far. I keep reminding myself that she's pregnant. I keep reminding myself that I love her, that she's my wife, that I would slaughter anyone who ever laid a finger on her. That includes me, which is why I've spent the best part of the day wanting to slowly kill myself. I place her roughly on a stool, rest my palms on her knees, get my threatening face up close to hers, and I snarl. What have I got to do, Rose? I ask. I have to get us both out of these moods before someone ends up dead. She's hurt, I get it. She wants to punish me, like she couldn't punish the others, because she knows she can. And I will take it all. Her eyes are hard, her expression cut as she stares me down, her cheeks pulsing. I said no, she grates. I close my eyes, hiding my flinch. I didn't hear you, Rose. I was crazed, out of my really mind. Everything was distorted, and I heard only my mind screaming at me, demanding I kill, 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 kill. How in the world can I make this right? I'm sorry, I whisper. I'm so really sorry for not hearing you when you told me to stop. I'm so really sorry for making you feel like an object, for failing to end the man who's threatening our happiness. I take her cheek, stroking it softly. I'm so really sorry for being one of them. She shies away from my touch, and it's the worst kind of pain she could inflict on me. Rejection. She can't forgive me. And doesn't that make me want to kill harder? Slower. Lost, I gaze around the kitchen, wondering, what now? Without her, what? Where am I? I'm just a killer without a purpose, a man with nothing to fight for. My eyes land on a small knife, the blade short for precision. I love you, Rose, I say quietly, taking a step back. With every dark, dirty, corrupt, illegal, immoral piece of me, I really love you. I take the knife, and her eyes widen. Danny? I pull my t-shirt up over my head and toss it aside. For not hearing you. I take the blade to my chest and slash it quickly through my flesh, on a hiss. No! She lunges for me, but my arm at full length holds her back. Another slash. Stop it, she yells, her eyes exploding with tears. Danny! My punishment, Rose. Another cut. I bite down on my back teeth, the pain very, really real. But nothing like how I know it would feel if she walks out on me. I will never lose my mind when I'm taking her again. I will never put either of us in that position. I swear it. Yes, our sex life has always been lewd and frenzied, but never have I lost my senses. Never have I not heard her. Another cut. Danny, please, I beg you, she sobs. Another cut, this time crossing over the others, my chest becoming a really chessboard, the blood now hitting the kitchen floor in fat, messy drops. No,
she mumbles, moving back, her eyes darting across my mutilated flesh, but her traumatized face doesn't stop me. My self-hatred fueling me, making me cut more, take more pain, swallow down the grief. I hold my breath through the fog of agony, seeing Rose move. She grabs something, holds it up, and I blink, trying to clear my vision. A knife. And before I can grasp her intentions, she's lifted an arm and dragged it through her flesh. No! I drop my blade to the floor, snapped from my own crazy to deal with my wife's. No! I lunge forward, knocking the knife from her grasp, and I grab her, hailing her toward me. She's quickly in my chest, hugging me, my blood-drenched skin seeping into the material of her dress. I forgive you, she sobs, crying into my neck, feeling at my bare back. Please, just stop hurting yourself. I close my eyes and sink into her embrace, my head pounding so hard, my chest throbbing. I'm sorry, I whisper, constricting my hold. I'm so sorry. I feel her nod into me, clinging tighter, and I open my eyes when I hear movement by the door. Beau's taking in the scene, the mess of blood, my face, James standing behind her looking a bit, what in the world? I'm glad they're here. Hospital? Beau asks, cool and calm, like she knew the outcome of this particular mess. I shake my head. First aid box is in the cupboard. She moves quickly while James wanders in slowly, in no rush at all. His eyes are questioning. He knows. He knows what I did, and I really hate the concern I see. I look away, ashamed, knowing he'll be wondering if it's time for me to back away from the front line before I kill myself, whether that be through drinking too much or cutting myself to shreds. Before I do anything else stupid. Either or, my frame of mind is clear. Really crazy. Rose, baby, I say quietly, easing her from my chest, sucking back air as her dress peels away from my open wounds. We need to clean you up. Her hair is sticking to her wet cheeks, her mascara staining her face. I take her arm and inspect the damage, wincing at the deep wound. You stupid, stupid woman, I breathe as she sniffles and sniffles, motionless before me. Get Doc. He'll be asleep, Danny, James says, looking as disturbed as I feel. We can deal with this. His look as he stares at my chest tells me he's questioning his own words. I don't give a gosh about me. Doc was only brought here to keep tabs on Rose and do regular scans. No one anticipated he would be wiping up more blood. Here, Beau says, setting a bowl of warm water on the counter and tipping some antiseptic solution in with some wipes. I sit Rose down, sterilize my hands with a few of the wipes, and then start cleaning her up. Will you go find her a clean dress, please, Danny? Beau says, concerned. Your chest can wait. I hold Rose's arm and dab at the flesh, cleaning away the blood until I'm staring at the open wound. It's not quite deep enough for stitches, but too deep for just a plaster. God, very her. There's some medical glue in there, I say, pushing the two sides together, gauging the work that needs to be done. James plucks the Dermabond from the first aid box and hands it to me, before resting his hand on Rose's shoulder and massaging. Need any painkillers? She shakes her head as I get to work, sealing the cut and wrapping her up, pushing back my anger.
After all, I started it. I can't possibly be any matter with her. And yet, I am. Beau appears with a dress and a cardigan. Thank you, Rose says, and James turns his back as she pulls her blood-drenched dress over her head. Her swollen belly is like a brick to my face, and my eyes drift to her newly bandaged arm. My fault. Danny, she says softly, a clear attempt to distract me as she slips the clean dress on with Beau's help. I take the cardigan from the counter and hold it open for her. I'm fine, I say, feeling the blood trickling down my torso as she slips her arms into the sleeves. Will you give us a minute, I ask, and James and Beau both leave us without a word, although I know they'll only be on the other side of the door, probably discussing what really to do with me. I sit Rose down and drop to my knees before her, taking my finger to her chin and lifting so she looks away from my bloody chest to my face. I say nothing,
only stare into her eyes as she stares back at me, her lip still quivering. I'm so really angry with myself. Not only have I crushed her trust in me and how I handle her body, but I've also made her cut herself again. I made her feel there was no other way. We were past those black, dangerous days when we hurt each other, when we pushed each other's boundaries. But I can't take it back. Never again. I place my finger over her lips and shake my head. Never. I'm not demanding anything from her, not compliance or surrender, not a promise to never harm herself. I'm telling you, I will never let you down again. She inhales, her lip trembling more, her eyes filling with new tears. You didn't let me down. I let you down, Rose. I let us down. By getting drunk, by losing control, by getting angry and cutting myself. I let us down. I lean in and take her face in my palms. Never again. I kiss her softly and stand as I do, and she rises with me, letting me apologize some more with my mouth. Let me clean you up, she says, but I shake my head, refusing her, not wanting to burden her with the further pain of seeing the mess I've made of myself. No, I pull away and wipe her eyes, my nose wrinkling as I lick my lips. What? She asks. You taste spicy. I can feel the heat of the chilies. Jesus, Brad wasn't being dramatic at all. It could do with a little more of a kick. More? I laugh a little and bend, placing my lips on her tummy as she weaves her fingers through my hair. Go, I order, rising and turning her around. Tell James I need him. Brad won't like it. Brad doesn't know what's gone on between us. And James does? She asks. Did you tell Beau? Yes, of course she did. And I saw James's face, his worry for me. Then he knows. I walk her to the door and look outside to see where Brad is and what he's doing, because Rose is right. He won't like being in the dark. He's too busy dying from eating your curry to worry about what James and I are doing. I see him still sucking back water. A tap on her backside sends Rose on her way with Beau, and I turn to James, feeling his eyes on me. Don't say a word. Wasn't going to. He refills the bowl with fresh water and antiseptic. And there's why James and I get on so well. I go back to the chair and sit down, my back ramrod straight, making my chest as taut as possible, pushing the medical box toward him. What really are we going to do? Oh, so you're ready to discuss tactics now? He grabs a chair and swings it around to face me, sitting down and swishing a wipe through the solution. Yes, I grate. I'm perfectly aware I've either been too pissed or had my head up my backside the past 24 hours. We should get the others in first. Fine, I mumble, hissing as he wipes me up with a heavy hand. Anyone ever tell you that your bedside manner is gosh? I ask, making him smile as he continues, ignoring the fact that I'm pushing myself into the back of the chair, trying in vain to shy away from the biting sting of the alcohol on my open wounds. You didn't mess around, did you? I look down and immediately look away. I'm a jerk, I know. He hums, concentrating, but doesn't agree. What did you make of Lennox Benson? Apart from the fact he obviously fancied my pregnant ouch! You really? He mutters. Yes, apart from that. Take it easy, I grumble, looking down at his working hand. What's your point? He dumps the red-stained cloth in the bowl and rummages through the box. My shoulders drop. It wouldn't have mattered if Lennox Benson looked like the back end of a bus. She did what she did because she's a hateful, difficult person. I assume you're talking about your pregnant wife. Could I be talking about yours? She's not my wife, and she's not pregnant. I smirk, and he eyes me, knowing I'm about to hit him with some sarcastic whisk-crack. So the jerk jabs me in my chest. Really? You were saying? I was saying, I hiss, looking down at my wounds. Love you too. Are we sticking these cuts together, or are you happy with scars wider than they need to be? Whatever. They'll still be quite pathetic compared to yours. Another jab, and I cough over a laugh. Seriously? James says. We need to talk business. Yeah, I know. I relent, defeated. So hurry really up and glue me back together. I glare at him. Gently, okay? Okay, sweetheart. I continue to hiss in between holding my breath as he sorts me out.
I need to ask you something, he says, not looking at me. Sounds ominous. I spoke to Chaka earlier about the next shipment. And? Did you tell him Rose is pregnant? He looks up at me just as I recoil, which gives him his answer. Not that he really needed to ask. So how does he know? Good, really question, I muse, falling into thought. Trust no one. I've made a few exceptions recently, and one of those exceptions is currently sticking me back together. One of those exceptions is now a solid friend and wingman. I trust James with my life, and not many men have that privilege. All fixed, he says, standing and taking the bowl to the sink. Get a t-shirt on and I'll clear up the mess before I get the men. I rise from the chair, the unfolding of my body pulling at the skin on my chest. I grit my teeth as I swipe up my t-shirt and grit harder as I pull it on over the bandages he's done a neat job of fixing over the glued wounds. Meet you in the study, I say, wandering away, wondering why really everything hurts so badly at the moment. Because, Rose. And how really does Chaka, my arms supplier who's based in a small settlement in the middle of nowhere in Africa, know my wife is pregnant? I go to the couch in my office but think better of it. So I consider the chair behind my desk and grimace at the low level of the seat. Finally, I resolve myself to standing, resting my backside on the edge of the cabinet. I scan the various bottles of scotch. I could do with a drink. For goodness sake. When I hear the voices of the men, I remove my palm from my chest and try to lengthen my torso. Jerk, I breathe, folding again. I've proper done myself over this time. Sit down, I say, as they all file in, each and every one of them giving me a suspicious or concerned look as they do. I know James won't have murmured a word about the state of my chest and how it came to be mutilated, but I'm not foolish enough to believe that he needs to tell them. They saw Rose. They saw me. I wait for everyone to get comfortable, noticing for the first time this evening, now the cloud of fury and remorse has thinned, that Goldie is wearing a suit. I frown at her, but she looks straight through me, her eyes telling me to get to business. Not joining us? Brad asks, motioning to the empty chair behind my desk. I ignore him and push myself off the wood, starting to wander the room as a collection of eyes follow me, waiting for where we might start. Truth be told, I haven't got a really clue, and James must sense that because he clears his throat, redirecting all attention to him. First things first, he says, Tom Haley is running for mayor of Miami. I balk, as does everyone else in the room. You're kidding, right? I splutter. Nope. I turn my eyes from Ringo on the floor to Goldie, and I positively hate the glaze in her eyes. Go, I order, walking over to her, literally taking my life into my own hands by physically turning her away and walking her to the door. I'm fine, she argues, rolling her shoulders to remove me. Get off me or I'll what? I get up in her face, not aggressively, but a clear sign that I'll take no mess. She wants to be treated like the rest of the men? Fine, I'm here for it. Control your urges or get out of this office. I'm a really hypocrite, I know. Clear? She nods once, and it's sharp. Clear. Sit down. I'm not angry. I'm not out of patience. I'm merely giving Goldie what she wants, what she needs. Equality. She resumes position on the couch as Ringo crawls up from the floor, feeling at his nose and checking his hand as he joins her, giving her a curled lip as he lowers to the seat. Now, where were we? There aren't many animals left at the zoo, I say, perching on the desk. Well, assume, with the elimination of the Irish, the drugs arm of the bear's business has ceased. For now, James adds, for now. There will be men coming up through the ranks, a mad scramble to fill the boots of Vince Roque. We still don't know where the Polish keep the women they're shipping in, or, indeed, how they're shipping them in. Assuming they're not storing them in the vault at the bank Kenny Spittle managed. Otto raises his brows. They're women, not fairies, for gosh sake, Brad mutters. The drugs and guns are or were being kept at the bank. We have the shark left batting for the Poles, and the ox, Sandy, and Volodya winning for the Russians. Winning? With the Russians heading up the gun side of this cozy little setup, they're most certainly winning. We failed to take out any of the individuals at the top of that tree, and now that we know their puppet master isn't dead,
I blow out my cheeks and drag a hand down my face. They must have laughed their way to the bank, Kenny Spittle's bank. I frown, looking at Otto. There's been no action at the bank? I ask. Nothing. No one going in, no one coming out. And Kenny Spittle, he's still in the container, although his scheduled annual leave is almost up. It won't be long before colleagues at the bank start asking questions when he doesn't return to work. Leon's feeding and watering him daily. Why? James asks. Just kill the person. I smile to myself. And you tell me I'm hasty? The only way Oliver Burrows could have known our old friend Agent Spittle was dead is if his son Kenny told him, since there is no body. I hum, thoughtful. And when you left the station after Hyam intervened, Burrows didn't follow you, but the Hound did. More fool the Hound, who James quickly blew up. No activity on his phone? Not a whisper, Otto confirms. So, no one's apparently active, and there's been no signs of the Russians, not Sandy or that jerk Volodya, who, inconveniently, isn't dead after all. Not dead, but still not showing his face. I think Louise definitely needs a bit more discount on his order, I muse, looking at James. He nods, hearing me. If the puppet master has demanded quiet on the Western Front, we'll demand attention, and there's nothing like stiff competition to get me some attention. Or to bring someone out of hiding. Do you think the radio silence on the phone is because they know we have Kenny? Ringo asks. Or think we might have him. They'll soon show up at the bank looking for him. Make sure you've got his house covered too. How's the boatyard repairs coming on? Complete, Otto confirms. Good, because we're going to need it. Let's see if we can wake up Miami. Rose. All eyes were on me as I made my way to the pool and sat on the edge, my naked legs dangling in. No one murmured a word, not for a few minutes, until Brad killed the quiet with another poke at my curry. His attempt to break the atmosphere was appreciated, and I managed a small smile over my shoulder. A half hour later, I'm still here, my palm resting over my arm, my remorse thick, as is my headache. I see Beau's reflection in the water and blindly lift my hand. She takes it and joins me, pushing her shoulder into mine. You're not in this alone, she says quietly, her feet starting to swish through the water. She's not trying to pull my head out of my ass or insinuate that it's not all about me. She's simply reminding me that she's here for me. I tighten my grip of her hand in answer, and we fall into a comfortable silence for a while. I wonder what she's thinking. I wonder how she appears so stable when the source of her misery has recently declared he's still walking the earth, still here to taunt us all. But knowing Beau as I do, she hides her grief well. Unlike me, I seem hell-bent on throwing my weight around and making my husband's life even more difficult than it already is. Gosh, me. Gosh, the demons that bubble under the surface. Freedom and happiness keep tickling the edges of my life and then retreating, exposing me to the world I thought I'd escaped. Gosh, them. In our marriage, it has always been me who lashes out, retaliates, loses my mind. Just the mere fact that Danny lost all sense of presence and didn't read the signs of my despair when we were intimate speaks volumes for his state of mind, as does the fact he got so drunk. He's not himself, seems vulnerable, and that isn't my husband. Neither do I want it to be. What can I do to help? Beau breaks the silence. Kill Beau Right Man next time? I turn a smile onto her, and she rolls her eyes. I'm kidding. No, you're not. She's right, I'm not. Beau was like a walking example of serenity in the few short weeks we all thought it was over. I want that for her again. I want that for us all. I look at her, wondering if she's faking that serenity now, because she's still so really calm, and it's making me feel a bit inferior, to be honest. Is she a swan, graceful and together to the world, but paddling like crazy beneath the surface? How are you? I ask, and she tilts her head, amused. Maybe I should try that meditation she talked about. Would it make you feel better if I said I was terrible? Yes, terrible. I nudge her, and she laughs. Is this us now? The wives of Mafia men? Hard-faced, resilient, and scared to death but unable to show it? At least, not to the outside world. My state of mind is obvious to the people I'm closest to, but not to Daniel. Never to Daniel. For that boy, I am the best actress you could find. Why won't you marry him? I ask, reaching for the ring on her right hand. It just doesn't make any sense to me. James loves her fiercely, and Bo him. I already told you, there's more to it. There has to be. Does Lawrence know about Dexter? Jesus, no. He's at peace with the fact Dexter's left him. If he knew James had killed him, I get it. I look over my shoulder and see the table lacking all men and Goldie. They've been summoned to plot and scheme and prepare to rain holy hell on Miami. It'll be okay, Bo says. It has to be. Because who am I if I'm not Danny's Rose? I wince, my hand automatically resting on my tummy, my mind giving me the perfect image of Daniel's face. What is really wrong with me? I'm our children's before I'm anyone else's, including Danny's. He wouldn't have it any other way. But, and it's a painful fact, I'm only who I am now because of Danny, and I'm not sure I can keep that up without him. Are you going back to Miami with them? I ask Bo. Maybe for the sake of it, because I'm not sure we'll get a choice. Although, admittedly, I'm uncertain which option the men will decide on. Leave us here, away from their watch, but also away from the threats. Or take us with them, where we're close to their watch, but in the thick of the danger. I'm going back, Bo says. You sound like that decision is yours to make. I laugh, and she tilts her head, eyebrows high, lips pursed. Oh, it's mine, she says surely. You know, Rose, I remember following you into hiatus one time. Do you remember? When they let us go to the beach that day? Yeah, I remember.
What? Bo asks, appearing to be a slave to James' strength, unable to stop him from leading her away. It's absurd. She'd turn the tables on him with one swing of an arm and a roundhouse kick. So, of course, my worry heightens, especially when Otto declares he and Esther are also leaving. And then it's just the two of us, Danny and me. His hands find my shoulders and push me back down to the chair, and I wince terribly when he crouches, his jaw tight. His chest, his beautiful, smooth, mutilated chest. A lump in my throat forms, and I condemn myself as I take his t-shirt and pull it up, as if I need to torture myself some more. His chest is heavily bandaged, so I can't see the damage. But I see it. I caused that. His maiming, his pain. Gently taking my hand, he eases it away, and his chest is soon covered again. I move my eyes to his. To this day, I still can't fathom how ice blue can radiate such heat, and yet here it is, hot blue burning through me. This is my husband, confident and in control. This is the man I was instantly attracted to, the dark creature that reflected a version of me, but, ironically, it was the vulnerable, lost man I saw past the darkness that I fell in love with, the man I saw this morning. I flinch away from that thought, and Danny catches it. "Never again, Rose," he reiterates, cupping both of my hands in both of his. I could cry for him. "Stop it," I say. "Just stop it. I need him to be rid of this self-loathing. I must take some of the responsibility. Finding and killing a man isn't a cause for anguish for my husband, but the impact it'll have on me is. I should have supported him in his hopelessness, not kick off and cause him further stress, because his hopelessness was spiked by worry for me. Haven't I learned?" He nods, if mildly. "I have a gift for you. You're my gift. I don't need anything else." He smiles, but it's half-hearted. "I shouldn't have been so careless with you. I shouldn't have zoned out. I should have been fully aware, and I wasn't. And I know that will only increase his anger and purpose. God help his enemies. If you left me," he goes on, squeezing my hands in his, "I wouldn't blame you. But I'm begging you not to, Rose, because a life without you is not a life I am interested in living." I remove my hands from his and encourage his crouched body into mine, hugging him carefully so not to put pressure on his wounds. "I'm never leaving you." "Good. So you'll accept my gift." "What is it, a slap?" I joke, feeling him slile against my neck. He pulls away and reaches into his back pocket, pulling something out, holding it up to me. "A ring." I frown. "Are you proposing? Because I'm pretty sure I've already married you twice." Oh, how my wife's sense of humor thrills me. His nose wrinkles and he moves in, slamming a hard kiss on my lips. "Did you and James go shopping together?"
I ask around his mouth, making him pause our kiss and tilt his head, curious. He asked Bo to marry him again, I say before he can ask. She said no, but she's wearing the ring. No, we did not go shopping together. His lips are back on mine, kissing me with purpose, and of course, I indulge him until he's had his fix, although, admittedly, and as I have told him endlessly, I could binge on him forever and never feel full. Now, back to us. He holds up the ring, and I eye it. It's an eternity ring, in case you're wondering. Funny, I was wondering. Eternity, I say, leaving the ruby sitting between his finger and thumb. Does that mean, if I accept, I have to spend forever with you? You already agreed to that when you caved into my charms and let me take you from the casino floor of the Aria as an insurance policy. I laugh loudly, my head thrown back. Oh yes, when you kidnapped me. I let my amusement fade into a chuckle and lower my head. I find him smiling. Such a beautiful smile. He drops a peck on my mouth as he takes my hand and slips the ring onto my finger to join my engagement and wedding rings. He looks down at it. This is the only red I ever want to see on you, he says quietly as he strokes the ruby, and I inhale subtly as he looks up at me, his scar glowing. I mean it, Rose. The damage we have both sustained at the hands of others, the damage we have inflicted on each other, it stops now. That goes for you too. Agreed. Our lips come together, and he stands, pulling me up with him and reaching under my thighs to lift me to his body. I wrap every limb around him, but loosen my hold when he sucks in air through his teeth. It's okay. It is not. His lips hit mine, and I lose myself in his mouth's attention as he walks us into the villa and lays me on the bed. They shared a moment of deep connection. Because the cuts, not my round belly, it's because the cuts that are there because of me. I try my hardest to push those miserable thoughts into a box, but as he kisses me with all the adoration I know he feels, all I can think about is how much stress I cause him, how much worry, how much pain. If I weren't a burden, he'd have simply packed like Ringo and Brad. He'd be free to pursue other relationships, without care, without concern. My safety wouldn't plague him. There'd be no need to placate the misses before returning to the battlefield. He'd be free. My head naturally shakes, my body naturally tensing, and Danny instantly pulls away, looking down at me. I smile. It must be lame because his eyes narrow. Talk, he orders, and I pout. Now, Rose, what do I bring to this relationship? I blurt out, surprising myself as much as I've clearly surprised my husband. His blue eyes are round and unsure. I sigh. I make your life even more difficult. I hold up the ring he just put on my finger, and he looks at it as if he's wary. Cost you money, time, stress, and what do you get in return? I have absolutely nothing to offer. No skills, no qualities. God, why am I only considering this now? I'm a total drain. What in the world does he see in me? The poor man looks completely lost, his frown deep. Great. So he's wondering the very same thing. What does he get out of me, apart from pain and hassle? Defeated and feeling a heavy sense of failure, I wriggle beneath him, trying to break free, needing to escape the awkward silence. But Danny lowers his body to mine, and his hard, perfectly formed stomach is suddenly pressing into my rounding belly, his maimed chest pushing into my boobs. I still when he hisses in discomfort, and his jaw tight, he stares deeply into my eyes. You, he says, lowering slowly and pushing his mouth to the corner of mine. I get you. I could cry. Once upon a time, having me equaled having freedom. Not anymore. That's sweet. But what exactly do you get out of me? I know what I get out of him. Love, safety, freedom, happiness. Although the latter two are sporadic these days. He makes a living, albeit questionably, and he provides, looks after us. Really, I'm a complete waste of space. Tell me, you want to kill a few men? Because I have every faith you can. He strokes his chin, reminding me of all the times I've socked him in the jaw. I roll my eyes. I'm being serious, Danny. Look at Bo. What about her? Well, for a start, she's a former cop. Trained, qualified. She can decorate, do gymnastics, martial arts, and let's not forget, his hand lands over my mouth, shutting me up. You're my wife. You're my lover. You're my best friend. My be-all and really end-all Rose Lillian Black. Kisses are dotted over every inch of my face. But most importantly, you are the mother of my children. His words quickly remind me that I am one thing Bo is not, and once again, my heart breaks for her. God, are any of us truly happy with what we've got and who we are? I want to learn to drive, I say out of nowhere. Danny looks quite alarmed. It doesn't bode well. You don't need to drive, he says. I'll have you driven wherever you want to go. I knew he'd say that. Some people might think that having every tiny thing done for you is a luxury, not having to think about anything. But I want to. I have never learned.
There was no point, because I wasn't blessed with the freedom to just get in a car and drive. Not that I ever had the opportunity to actually learn anyway. But now I do, and I'd like to. Why? He asks, truly perplexed. The only skill I possess is the art of seduction. Rose, he says slowly, warningly, it's true, and I can't even do that anymore, and not only because I'm getting fat. He looks split between exasperated and plain really furious. You're wrong. You do have another skill, and you're really ace at it. What? Pissing. Me? Off. Jaw rolling, he lifts his body again, relieving himself of the painful friction of our touching chests. For goodness sake, Rose. Getting off me, he sits on the edge of the bed and rests his elbows on his knees, dropping his head into his hands. Why can't you just be happy? I laugh as I push myself up, resting against the headboard. God, you're a jerk sometimes. Our peace was short-lived. Again. I could scream, but I don't. Instead, I growl, pushing myself to the edge. Rose, wait. My wrist is seized, stopping me from standing, and I look back to see Danny stretching across the bed, virtually lying down to reach me. Pain is etched all over his face. He shakes his head, breathing out heavily. No more fighting. Then stop being a jerk. I shake him off. I have needs, you know. Do I? He asks, sounding truly surprised. I don't suppose I can blame him, because I'm pretty sure you were content. I don't even know what's brought this on. Perhaps feeling useless? So you want to learn to drive? Yes, I want to be able to take Daniel to school, or soccer practice, or a friend's, or wherever. And when this baby arrives, I'd like to go to the store if I need to, or take him to the park, or have coffee with a friend. What am I really saying? I expect none of those things can happen, but I pray one day they can. Then, when they do, at least I can drive myself around. Him? Danny asks. What? I yell, impatient, scowling at him. You said him. He gets up, tilting his head. When you referred to the baby, you said him. I recoil, thinking. Did I? Yes. On narrowed eyes, he starts stalking slowly toward me. Do you know something I should know? No. You've not asked Doc if he knows the sex? No. I laugh. I don't want to know. I want it to be a surprise. I'm seized and thrown on the bed, and he's on me in a shot, pushing my dress up my body to expose my belly. So, your mother thinks you're a boy. His big palms splay over my bump and stroke, and I exhale, settling again. This is bad, bad news. Why? I ask. He bites my hip, and I yelp. Because I already have an heir for my Mafia empire. I look down at him in horror, seeing him smirking. That's not funny. Neither is your incessant need to rile me. Crawling up my body, he cages me in. I'll teach you to drive. You'll teach me? I ask, looking up at his delighted face. I'm not sure I like the sound of this. Yes, it'll give us something else to do together, other than fight and be intimate. They came together in passion. Do you think you have the patience to teach me? You think I don't? I thought you'd be too busy smuggling guns, laundering money, and murdering many enemies to bother yourself with the mundane chore of teaching your wife how to drive, especially when he doesn't really want to. I know what's happening here. Control. I'm never too busy for you, baby. We'll start as soon as we're back in Miami.
I could just learn with a professional instructor. I'm professional. At car chases, perhaps? Oh God, passion peaked. They reached a peak together. He dropped, blanketing me, and our rushed, labored breathing filled the room. Thank you, he pants. Thank you for trusting him with my body again. He fell to his back, his face cut, his jaw tight. God, we fight and are intimate like pros, he wheezes, and I laugh as I pull my dress down. So you'll teach me? I ask, my eyes unable to avoid the fact that even though he's naked, he's not naked. His bandages. Yes, he breathes. Are you content? I push away my guilt and crawl up his body, showing my appreciation and sorrow with a long, slow kiss that he accepts and contributes to, but his hands remain useless on the bed. I need to pee. I get up, smiling at his moan of annoyance. Back in a horrific pain bolts through my stomach, and I bend over, grabbing my belly. Gosh, I hiss, immediately short of breath. Rose? Pain. It radiates through me, making every muscle constrict tightly, an instinctive attempt to curb the unbearable agony. I cry out, dropping to my knees by the bed. Rose. He appears before me, a blur of a man, and I feel his frantic hands grabbing at my arms, my shoulders, my face. Rose, baby, talk to me, please. I blink rapidly, trying to turn the blob in front of me into my husband, needing to see his face. I retch, the pain so intense, it's making my stomach turn. Gosh, Danny hisses, and I'm moving, feeling my body being shifted. I recognize the warmth of his body pushed into my back, his hands wrapped around my upper chest, his face in my neck. I sit between his bent legs as he leans back against the side of the bed, and I swallow, struggling to clear my foggy vision, my tummy tight. But the pain subsides a little. It lifts, and I hold my breath in anticipation for its return. Scared. I'm so really scared. Rose, baby, I beg you, please talk to me. I can't even find the breath I need to speak and tell him I'm okay. Perhaps because I don't know if I am. Am I okay? Is the baby okay? Danny. I exhale, beginning to panic, the pain still there but nowhere near as excruciating. Danny, the baby. My eyes dart frantically as I claw at his forearms wrapped around me, like I might find the reassurance I need somewhere in the room. Gosh, Rose, I can't leave you. The agony, the conflict in his voice is real. Can you stand? Do you think you can stand? No, I feel utterly wiped out. Gosh, He maneuvers, and my back is quickly propped up against the bed. He appears before me, still a little blurred, so I fight furiously to win back some clarity. I find his face. The torture, the agony. His scar is wicked and jagged and deep. His eyes haunted. Are you in labor? He asks. Gosh, no. What the hell am I saying? What's happening, Rose? I don't know, I admit. I have no idea what is really happening. I'm certainly not in labor at 16 weeks. I need to get my phone. He gets up, comes back down, up, down. Gosh, go, I tell him, starting to take deep, controlled breaths. I'm okay. For goodness sake. He runs out of the room and is back moments later, his phone at his ear. She's conscious, he says, falling to his knees before me, feeling my thigh, stroking and squeezing. In the bedroom, come straight through. He hangs up and makes another call, and I fear I know to who. No, I demand, do not call Beau. I can't inflict this on her. It'll bring everything she's trying to forget back. It'll renew her pain, her hurt, her grief. You need to come, he says when she answers, standing and grabbing his boxers, pulling them on. Now. He doesn't give her a chance to ask why, hanging up and dropping his phone, falling heavily and shifting in, caging me in with his bent legs. Does it still hurt? Not as bad. I shift, dropping my head back, trying to concentrate on my breathing. They had just shared a moment of passion. Always does, so it's not surprising I can feel the lingering warmth between my thighs. But, Danny? What, baby? What do you need? I need you to check. I can hardly get the words out, and I don't need to elaborate. He knows. This is the only red I ever want to see on you. I drop my legs out wider, my throat tight, clenching my eyes shut, as Danny lifts my dress to my knees and looks at the area of concern. I hold my breath, waiting, praying, begging. "There's nothing," he eventually says, his voice thick. "There's no blood." I exhale and open my eyes. "Okay," I nod, starting to breathe a little easier. "Okay," I whisper, blinking back my tears, trying to keep it together. No blood, no more red.
I look down at the ring he's put on my finger, wishing for it in all the ways. No more blood. "James, what's going on?" I ask from the bed as Bo throws on one of my shirts and yanks some denim shorts up her legs. My naked body is sprawled, my palm resting over my groin, still feeling the intense connection we had just shared, moments from reaching a peak. I'm still in pain. I don't know what made her take Danny's call. In fact, I'm quite annoyed she found the strength to answer over the peak we were both about to reach. She shoves her feet into some flip-flops. I don't know. He sounded upset. I get up and join her in getting dressed, coming to terms with the fact that my pleasure isn't Bo's priority right now. "Angry upset or worried upset?" I ask. "I don't know," she replies, as she runs out of the bedroom. "Both." I fasten the fly of my jeans and traipse after her, thinking I've had about enough of the drama. Bo swipes up her keys from the table, and I swipe them right out of her hand. "I'll drive you." She doesn't argue, surprising me, instead hurrying out to her Jeep. She's really worried, which only makes me wonder, with increasing worry, what on earth is going on? "What did he say?" I ask as I slide in and pull away. "Put your seatbelt on." "That I need to go there immediately." I look across to her. She's beautifully disheveled, but I can't appreciate it past her apprehensive expression. We all know Danny wouldn't hurt Rose, but no one can say with any confidence that Rose isn't capable of something stupid, especially when she's emotional. Her stunt at dinner earlier with the kid's mate's father, case in point. She has a very bad habit of pushing Danny's buttons. So could he have finally lost the plot with her? I roll my eyes to myself. Of course not. Those two might behave like they hate each other at times, but they're ridiculously in love. So what on earth is going on if they've not murdered each other? When we pull up outside Danny and Rose's villa, I listen for the sound of breaking glass or screams. Nothing. Bo is out in a flash, darting up the path as I follow on her heels. She bursts through the door, and we find Danny pacing the kitchen in his boxers, his expression grave, his blue eyes haunted. We both slow to a stop, and I watch as Bo looks from him to the bedroom door over and over. She's scared to ask, can't find her words. "Danny," I say, moving forward, troubled by the glaze in his eyes. "There was no blood," he croaks, raking a hand through his hair. "No blood." And then he looks at the door, pain a blanket on his face. And then I stood her up and, "Oh, really? There was blood," he whispers, dropping heavily to a stool, as if his legs refused to hold him up any longer. "Doc's in there with her. I couldn't see her like that." Really, gosh, painfully, I know exactly what he means. I look at Bo, my throat clogged with warranted worry, with pain that had briefly subsided, and see she's frozen and quiet, staring at Danny. I can feel square one on the horizon, waiting to claim Bo from me. Gosh, I pace to the cabinet across the room and pour a scotch, taking it to Danny and putting it in his hand. He's visibly shaking. "Drink," I order, scratching around on the worktop for his cigarettes and lighting one. I exhale and slip it between his lips, turning to Bo. She's still motionless, her eyes now darting across the floor. I go to her, taking the tops of her arms, snapping her out of her trance. She looks up at me. I have not one really clue what to say to her. I can't remove her from this situation. I can't take her away from the impending hurt. I can only hope she sees the pain in me as I know she feels it in herself. Together. Always together. And when she focuses on me, I know she appreciates my hurt.
She swallows hard, nods, takes my hand and squeezes tightly, then heads for the bedroom. And although I'm desperate to be with her, hold her, support her, I know I must step aside and let her do what she needs to do, comfort her friend. I go out onto the patio and get an ashtray, returning and taking a stool next to Danny, helping myself to a Marlboro and lighting up. I should be encouraging Danny from his seat to get him outside before the whole villa is engulfed in smoke, but I don't think an excavator would shift him. And what on earth should I say? Again, I don't know, so I just sit here watching him pull hard on his cigarette in between sips of his scotch, his gaze set on the floor, his hands still shaking. 10 minutes later, he's on his second Marlboro and drink, and he's still not murmured a word. I get up and take 2 steps toward the bedroom, but just as quickly halt, wondering how I'm going to handle what lies beyond. I've got a girlfriend who's gone from happy to haunted in the space of a phone call, a best mate who looks like he's on the edge of a breakdown, and his wife, my girlfriend's best friend, who is in that room distraught. I can hear her sobbing over Beau's soft hushes. Really? I resolve myself to getting myself back on the stool and waiting, my mouth shut, until I have something productive to say or useful to do. Right now, it's simply being here. "Want another?" I blurt, feeling restless and helpless as Danny turns his glass in circles on the counter. He shakes his head and looks up at me. "I'm sorry." "What for?" Calling his glass away, he sets his elbows on the counter and drops his head into his hands. Really, I wasn't thinking. She wouldn't have it any other way. My attention is pulled to the bedroom when I hear the door open. Beau appears, and I breathe in, bracing myself for the imminent meltdown. It won't happen now, not yet. Not until we're away from Rose and Danny, and she can let down the shield currently helping her keep relatively together. Danny looks up and stands, and I join him. "The baby's okay," she says with little emotion. Not relief or happiness, not anything. Doc's monitoring the heartbeat for a while for peace of mind. What? Danny runs past Beau into the bedroom while I stand, a statue, searching for the calm this news should bring. It's nowhere to be found, and it's not likely to be. While this is the best news for Danny and Rose, and while I know Beau will be happy for them, as I am, I also know this whole situation will set her back again. Bring back memories, hurt, heartache, losing our baby. "Okay?" I ask like a total jerk. "She'll need a few days bed rest," Beau says stoically, emotionless. "She needs to calm down, but she'll be all right. The baby will be all right." I wasn't talking about Rose. She blinks, frowning, looking like she's silently asking herself how to respond. Sure. She forces a smile and passes me. "I'm going to take the beach path home." I breathe in, my mouth loading and preparing to fire a refusal, but I hold my tongue and let her leave. It's tough and it really hurts, but throwing my weight around is not the answer. My own agony right now comes second to Beau's. Let her be. Except I can't. I can't stay away at the best of times. So now, when I know her heart will be aching, I go to the bedroom and tap lightly on the door, waiting for an okay before popping my head around the wood. Danny is on the bed with Rose, stroking her head as she snoozes, and Doc is adjusting the straps around her tummy. "Talk tomorrow?" I ask, because there is so really much to discuss. Even more now. Our plan to return to Miami in the morning might have to go on ice, at least for Danny. I, however, must start solving the problem. Laying a tender kiss on Rose's forehead, he breaks away and gets off the bed, constantly looking back as he makes his way to me. I move, giving him space to step out of the room, pulling the door closed quietly behind him. He casts an eye around the villa. "Looking for Beau. Where is she?" he asks. "Walking home." His eyes dart to mine, worried. "Really?" he breathes. "Maid, I'm sorry." His eyes close, his wince harsh. I can't shield her from the unexpected. It pains me, but nothing would have prepared us for this.
Truly, I don't think anything will begin to heal this particular trauma for us. Her period is due. We don't even know if she can conceive anymore. A bullet in a woman's abdomen is bound to affect her fertility, right? "I need to go," I say, backing away. I'm glad Rose and the baby are okay. I turn and leave, pulling the door closed behind me and taking a moment to gather myself, pull myself together, calm my building anger. I fail. Really. I swing around and bury my fist into the door, and pain radiates through my hand. I rest my forehead on the wood, squeezing my eyes closed. Why does peace keep eluding us, giving us a taste and then leaving us hungry for more? Running away, hiding, pretending to not exist feels more appealing than ever before. It's wishful thinking, I know that. I push myself away from the door just before it swings open. I don't look at Danny. I don't need to see the concern on his face, nor the guilt. I'll call you in the morning. I pace away, praying calm finds me before I find Bo. I kick my shoes off, toss them in her Jeep as I pass, and take the trail to the beach. The black water sparkles under the moonlight, and I scan the shoreline for her. I don't see any shadows, detect any movement. I make another scan of the length of beach from here to our beach hut. Nothing. I start to trudge through the sand, pulling my phone out as I go and dialing her, my eyes constantly casting back and forth up and down the beach. Her phone goes to voicemail. Don't make me worry more, Bo, I warn quietly, trying her again. Voicemail. Again. I hang up on a curse as I reach the water, and the calm rush of the lapping waves does nothing to ease me. I turn on the spot, searching every bit of the beach, my heart starting to beat faster. God vary you, woman, I whisper, heading in the direction of our place, the water splashing my feet in calm, foamy rushes. Bo. My eyes land on a pile of clothes on the sand before darting out to the ocean. I exhale when I see the silhouette of a body immersed to the waist in the water. Bo, I breathe, knowing she won't hear me. I would know her shape anywhere. The specific shade of blonde of her hair, even in the restricted light. Her bun has come loose, leaving endless strands of hair splaying her naked back. My light, ever shrouded in darkness. And as ever, I am drawn to her. I remove my jeans and boxers, pull off my t-shirt, and drop them with my phone to the sand next to Bo's clothes before walking into the sea, making sure she hears me coming. She doesn't look back, doesn't check it's me. She knows. My front meets her back, and I wrap my forearms around her upper body, pulling her back and sinking my face into her hair. I feel her soften against me, her cold skin warming against mine, her hands coming up and wrapping around my forearms, holding on. What if it never happens for us again? She asks, the water as my eyes squeeze shut and my heart squeezes in pain. So lost. It will happen. I set my lips on her shoulder and kiss her salty skin. Do you want it to happen? Of course I do. But I'm worried. Worried about her body's strength, her mental strength, the journey. I know I'm a hard man to be with, Bo. You're actually very easy to be with. She shifts, and I loosen my hold, allowing her to turn and face me. Passion peaked. They came together intimately, connecting deeply. She doesn't answer, doesn't challenge me. It's a novelty. My sleep was restless. I know Bo's was too, constantly flipping her body over, huffing, puffing, sighing. She finally gave up, subtly expressing her grievance through sounds that didn't involve explicit words at around 5, tucking herself into my side and directing my arm around her. Silly, defiant, magnificent woman. But while Bo drifted off, I did not. Instead, I spent my time staring at the ceiling as I stroked circles across her thigh, which was lying on my stomach where she'd tossed her leg over me. I wouldn't be surprised if she woke up with a friction burn. I drop my head to the side and reach for my phone, seeing it's 7, so I drop a kiss on her peaceful face and peel my body from hers. I shower, pack the things I came with, and leave the beach hut. It doesn't feel good leaving her here. Nothing about this feels good. The bear is alive. Bo's emotionally vulnerable. My only comfort right now is that she won't be alone, and she's safer here. I have plenty of time, so I take the beach path toward the airfield where Danny's private hangar is, my bag tossed over my shoulder, breathing in the last bit of St. Lucia I'll have in a while, as I call Danny. How is she? I ask when he answers.
Strict bed rest for a few days. Docs told her she needs to calm the really down. He sounds truly exasperated, and I smile, hearing him drawing on a cigarette. Calm the really down. She really does. Unlike Beau, Rose is quite highly strung. How's yours? He asks. Hovering on the edge of tranquility, as always. I didn't help with that. I'm sorry. Stop apologizing. I take the right-hand fork in the path, looking out across the ocean. I'm heading to the airfield. Yeah, I'm not. I gathered that. Understand that. He wouldn't leave Rose even if she insisted, and I know she won't. I'll be in Miami as soon as I know she's okay. I nod. I'll keep in touch. Make sure you do. Oh, Danny? What? I assume I'm good to stay at your place? He laughs lightly. Sure, every other person does. He hangs up as I reach the road and cross over to the airfield. And when I get to the hangar, Danny's private pilot is waiting for me, along with a flight attendant. Sir, he says, tipping his hat, everyone is already on board. Thanks, Tim, I say, climbing the few steps and dipping to clear the doorway. I see Ringo Surst, looking as miserable as ever, a definite shadow developing under his left eye from Goldie's right hook. Then Otto, whose eyebrows are as high as me, towering over his seated form. What's up? I ask as I pass his seat. Nothing. Nothing, Goldie says too, before I have a chance to ask her. What the really's going on? I frown, looking back at them. Morning, chirps, pulling my attention forward again. Morning. My frown deepens. What are you grinning at? Nothing. I see Fury, who completely avoids my eyes. What the hell is he doing here? He should be staying with Beau. I drop my bag in the aisle, my patience lost. What the My tongue catches in my mouth when I spot her looking all relaxed in one of the chairs at the rear, her hair disheveled and piled high, her face free of makeup, her body in some sweats and a t-shirt, flip-flops on her feet. Because she didn't have time to mess about if she was going to beat me here. Morning, she says, sounding unsure. And so she should. I'm at a loss for words. Actually, I'm not. But my language might spark the fuel tank and blow up the jet if I let it loose. What the ever-loving gosh is she playing at? My eyes nailed to her. I blindly kick my bag aside. What the hell, Beau? I take the few steps needed to put me before her, my powering, imposing frame shadowing her petite, seated body. Not that she's intimidated. Her big, dark eyes drop to her lap. She's probably weighing up the merits of talking at all, and she obviously concludes it's probably best to keep her mouth shut because she remains mute. Whatever. She's not staying on this jet. I step forward, dip to scoop her up, taking a hold of her. She doesn't fight me, doesn't tense, she just jiggles her arm, and the sound of metal clangs in my ear. What the heck? I withdraw and see she's handcuffed herself to the seat. Are you kidding? She shrugs. I thought it was the better of two options. What was the other option? Knocking you out. My blood heats, more so when I hear Brad snickering. I'll kill you, Brad, I warn. Oh, go away, he chuckles. You wanted a woman, now deal with it. I'll kill you, Brad, Beau warns, and the difficult person gets his amusement under control in an instant, as if purposely riling me more. For goodness sake, get me some bolt croppers. I turn to our audience, but am forced to face Beau again when she takes a firm hold of me with her uncuffed hand. Gosh, Beau, I squeak, my body folding, my stomach ache instant. Her face close to mine, she loosens her grip slightly and kisses me softly. I swallow, unable to resist falling into the slow motions of her mouth's movements on mine. You're still not coming, I mumble, feeling her sigh into my mouth. This isn't up for negotiating. I promise to do as I'm told. I laugh under my breath. Why do you lie? I need you close, James. She releases her hold and lays her hand across my heart. Please don't leave me behind. She's strong, but needs my strength. Determined, but needs my encouragement. She needs me. Well, gosh, I swallow, my mind scrambling as I regard her. I see sadness now, full force. Her period is due today. Will it come? I don't know. I also don't know if I want it to, but I do know that I need to be around if it doesn't. And, more importantly, if it does. Jesus. I nod, kiss her, and turn to take my seat, offering my hand across the aisle. She places hers in mine. I don't release it for the entire flight. There are 3 shiny black Mercedes waiting on the runway when we land, each of them intended for different destinations. Bo and Fury back to the house, me to the club with Brad, and the others to the boatyard to check in on the bunker and Liam and Jerry. I guide Bo down the steps to the tarmac by her elbow and toward the first car. I'll be back later, I say, opening the door and helping her into the back as Fury puts himself behind the wheel, needing to adjust the seat considerably to fit. "Where are you going?" she asks, not worried or disgruntled. It's just a simple, curious question. "Checking in on Nolan at hiatus," I say, taking her seatbelt and pulling it across her body, leaning into the car to clip it into place. My nose is bombarded by the intoxicating scent of Bo in bed in the morning, one of my favorite smells, because I'm still all over her skin. Unable to stop myself, I leaned in, savoring her presence, and pressed a kiss to her neck. "I can't come with you?" she asks, pushing into me, grabbing at my shoulders. "Not now," I say, quickly going on to appease her. "I don't know what we're coming back to. And when you do?" I pull out and stroke across her fair eyebrow. "Can I take a rain check on answering that?" She exhales, her body softening. She's not unreasonable. Not all of the time. And I know she knows I won't think twice about carrying her back onto that jet, handcuffing her back to the chair, and sending her back to St. Lucia. "You can." I nod and drop a chaste kiss on her lips. "See you later." I raise and take the door to close it, but her hand shoots out to stop me. "Can I at least go visit my mom?" Her question catches me off guard. "Gosh, you don't want to go back to the house to shower and change?" "Why? Do I smell?" She shoves her nose into her armpit and sniffs. "Yes, you smell of me mixed with a lot of you. Very glorious," she smiles. "Then I can wait." I deflate, tapping the driver's window so that Fury lowers it. "You loaded?" He nods. "Pop the trunk." I round the back of the car and pull out the side panel, collecting the small handgun and checking the magazine as Fury closes it again. "Here." I hand it to Bo, who hardly looks at the very thing as she too checks it's loaded before lifting herself from the seat and slipping it into the back of her sweatpants. "Be safe," I order. She looks up at me with slightly lazy eyes as she reaches for the door, forcing me back. "You be safe," she counters, closing it. Fury wastes no time pulling off, and I watch the car until it turns off the airfield. "You ready?" Brad asks, shouldering me as he passes and slips into the driver's seat of the last Merc. "Ready," I say quietly, putting my hand up at the second Merc as it takes Ringo, Goldie, and Otto to the boatyard. I slip into the car and dial Danny, putting him on loudspeaker. "Just landed," I say when he answers. "How's Rose?" "The worst patient ever." I smile, and Brad chuckles. "Use the time wisely, yeah?" I say, mindful that Brad is sitting next to me and doesn't know the extent of the trouble that's gone down between Danny and Rose. This is an unexpected opportunity for Danny to step back and screw his head back on straight. "We've got things covered here." "Yeah," he agrees, but it's reluctant, something both Brad and I detect. I look across the car to him, and he nods, acknowledging the joint observation. We both know his thirst for this particular kill is unrelenting. "You going straight to the club?" Danny asks. Brad needs to check in with Nolan and tell him the final payment from the Mexicans will be delayed in light of the late shipment. I flick the aircon on higher, feeling stifled by Miami's humidity already. "I'll call Luis when I get to hiatus to let him know to hold his money for now." "Thanks." "No problem." "And the discount?" Danny asks, prompting me to look across to Brad again as he hits the main road and puts his foot down. "I don't know," Brad says, shrugging. "What's the going rate for goodwill discounts on a small arsenal these days? 100, 200, 300 grand? Oh, I know. Why don't we just give the Mexican fellow our guns for free?" I smile and return my attention to Danny on the phone. "I'll deal with it. I'll let you know the new plan once the men report back from the boatyard." "Sure," he mutters, his voice sharp. I hang up, leaving Danny festering about that, and rest back in my seat, watching Miami fly by. "Glad to be back?" I ask Brad. "My enthusiasm is," he says, and I smile, knowing he's been deprived in that area while we've been in St. Lucia. But my inner peace, not so much. I hum, silently agreeing. Inner peace. That difficult person is elusive in this life. I stop on the threshold of the entrance to the club, gazing around. Every light is on, the bar staff restocking, the dancers practicing. Nolan emerges from the office, suited and booted, and the moment he spots Brad and me, a fleeting look of panic flashes across his face before he corrects it and smiles widely. I tilt my head, curious, as I follow Brad over. "Did you catch that?" I ask Brad's back, my eyes never straying from Nolan. Brad looks back on a monster frown. "Catch what?" My eyes narrow. "Nothing." "Boss," Nolan says, "I wasn't expecting you." "Yeah, and ain't that obvious?" I say to myself as I pass them, heading straight to the office. "Let me get you both a drink," Nolan chimes. A drink? It's not even noon. "Mason, get the bosses a drink." "Hey, James, you want a drink, don't you?" "No, I don't," I call back, walking on. It's the wrong side of noon. What the heck was he up to in here? I push through the door. Oh, a female yelps, rushing to cover her chest with a cushion from the couch. "Gosh," I curse, swinging back around, just as Nolan lands in front of me. I tilt my head, and he drops his eyes, ashamed. "So when the bosses are away, the kids will play, huh?" He says nothing, and Brad wanders over, shaking his head. "What have I told you?" he asks, sounding like a reprimanding parent. "No hooky with the girls," Nolan says, sighing like an admonished child. "Hardly seems fair when—" "Never mention Otto's previous indiscretions with strippers," I warn. "Does this mean he's still getting some with the girls? Not your business. Understand?" "Understand," Nolan mutters, his dark eyes rolling a little. I shake my head to myself, at the same time trying to reason with myself too. The kid's barely a man, and here he is surrounded by all this temptation. I should cut him some slack. But still, he was told not to go there, and he went there. What else is he doing? "You need to deal with this," I say to Brad. "He's your prodigy." The girl skirts past me, pulling on a denim jacket, and gives Brad beseeching eyes. "Mr. Black, please, I need this job." Brad waves her off. "Go," he orders gently, as I turn and step back into the office.
We have to find a way around this, or we can add the Mexicans to the Irish, Poles, and Russians, all of which, albeit silent at the moment, want us dead. I'll be in touch with the plans. I hang up and start to pace, thinking. And how are we going to solve this little conundrum? Brad asks. Chackus not delivering until Monday. The order was already going to be late. Yes, I know, Brad. I did the math. I drop to the couch, tapping the side of my head with my mobile. We can sort the guns in a day. We won't have any guns to sort. We will if Chaka meets the original delivery date. How do you propose shipping $500,000 worth of firearms through dozens of Coast Guard boats and crew? I squint, thinking. Leave it with me. I punch out a message to Chaka telling him we have to take the guns on the 19th and we'll pay him a bonus and not kill him. He answers quickly with a smiley face. This really deal isn't going to be worth doing soon, what with discounts and bonuses. But making money we do not need isn't the purpose of this deal. Smoking the Russians out is the purpose of this deal. And yet, the exchange is creeping closer, has been set up for weeks, and there's still been no sight nor sound from them. Of course, the whole criminal web is undoubtedly regrouping and restructuring after the demise of so many significant members. But we know the Ox, Sandy, and Valadia are still breathing. It was the Poles and Irish that bore the brunt of our killing spree, all in the name of finding the bear. Slimy jerk. We won't get it wrong next time. Not that Perry Adams didn't deserve to die. Every man who fell victim to us deserved to die, so it's not a total loss. The world is less a few terrible people. But the bear? He isn't just a piece of mess. He's the king of messes, the puppet master, the man who is the root of Beau's injuries and my baby's death. I blink back the dark spots in my vision, swallow down the burning anger rising. Gosh. I wander over to the drinks cabinet and pour a vodka. All right? Brad asks tentatively as I neck the lot, hoping the liquid will cool the fury brewing. It's been a while since I've felt the rage that used to rule me. Yeah. I clear my throat and look down at my mobile when it rings again. Hyam, I say quietly, looking up at Brad. What the freakin' does that FBI jerk want? Good freakin' question. The last time I saw him, he let me walk free after Beau's ex-boyfriend cop, Oliver Burrows, arrested me for the murder of Agent Frank Spittle. It didn't go down very well with Burrows, and it didn't go down all too well with me to find out I was being followed by the Hound after Hyam let me walk free.
I smile, remembering that Polish jerk's tattooed face the moment before the grenade I'd bowled under his vehicle blew up. He thought he'd got the enigma. Idiot. I answer my mobile and hit the loudspeaker icon. Black's not answering, Hyam says, getting straight to the point. He's busy. So you're back, he muses, and Brad rolls his eyes. News sure does travel fast. Danny did warn you we would be. You've hardly given me time to prepare for your return. How can I help you, Agent Hyam? He laughs lightly. You could help me by disappearing off the face of the earth and taking the Brit with you, but we all know that's not going to happen, is it? Nope, thought not. So, let's start with why you're back in town. We've missed you. And why are things going to kick off? Oh, the anticipation must be killing you. Don't mess with me, James. I'm standing here looking at Carlo Black's empty grave. I recoil, and Brad flies up from his chair. Excuse me? You heard. I think I heard. There's silence for a few uncomfortable moments until Hyam breaks it. This wasn't Danny's doing? Danny's not in town. And why the gosh would he dig up his dead father, Hyam? To stop some other messed up psycho digging him up, I assumed. A car door slams in the background. Danny's not in Miami? No, he's not in freaking Miami. You'd better get over here. I head to the door, Brad on my tail. On my way. The gosh, Brad says as I race down the stairs to the club. Someone could have moved him, right? Like who? I snap, jogging through the club. I don't know, the freaking gravekeepers. Gosh, I am not putting that call in. One of us has to, I say quietly, breaking out into the sunshine. Well, draw straws. Gosh, Brad breathes, looking a bit pale. We pull up to the small churchyard on the edge of town, seeing it swimming with cop cars, blue lights on full whack, the peaceful place far from peaceful. Brad's had his mobile in his hand the whole journey, spinning it, tapping it on the wheel, constantly locking and loading his thumb ready to push down on Danny's number, but thinking better of it each time. I seriously do not envy him. Brad pulls over, and we slowly get out, taking in the scene as we do before meeting at the front of the car, bracing ourselves. We walk side by side over to Hyam, passing through a dozen or so cops, all of whom eye us warily or with looks of derision. We ignore them all. I bet their hands are twitching to reach for their cuffs, even their guns. With that thought, I stand taller, knowing a slight slump will have the heckler tucked into the waist of my jeans protruding. I look out the corner of my eye, seeing Brad is obviously having the same thoughts I am. Any one of these jerks could cause us the greatest of inconvenience if they decide they'd like to go on a power trip, and any one of them could be bent. I cast my eye over each and every one. We know for a fact the bear had men on the inside, Beau's uncle Dexter being one, the two cops that stopped Nathan Butler by the side of the road being two others. Spittle. All now dead, but are there more? Gentlemen, Hyam says, his arm held out to the empty hole in the ground. His tone is grave. He understands the ramifications of this situation. A very angry Brit on the loose. Gosh, Brad breathes on the edge of the grave, looking down at the dirt. I join him, feeling his grief. I didn't know Brad's uncle and Danny's father. He died 3 years before I dragged Danny from the dead to fight this war with me, but I know Danny loved the barbaric person with everything he had. Carlo Black took Danny in off the streets, raised him as his own, taught him everything he knows, which is why Danny Black has the deadly reputation he has. This is not going to end well. I see forensic investigators poking around in the dirt. Anything? I ask, circling the grave. Nothing. Do we know when this happened? One of the investigators looks up at me, pulling down her face mask. The temperature of the unearthed soil indicates very recently. It's still cool, the height of today's sun not yet reaching it. So yes, within the past 12 hours. Cameras anywhere? Brad asks, and I look at him tiredly. What? God's the camera, Brad. I'm pretty sure most dead people rely on him to watch over them. Well, he's not doing a very good job, is he? You can cremate my rear when I'm gone. Burn me until I'm ash and I flinch, closing my eyes. Gosh, man, Brad says quietly. Gosh, it's nothing. I shake my head clear, pushing back the memories, the sounds of my family's screams, the sight of the roaring fire. I find Hyam, who's noting a few things down on his pad. Does Danny know? He asks. Brad shows him his mobile. I'm bracing myself. You should too. Hyam laughs lightly, but it is a laugh of complete despair. Oh, I am. He holds something up. A ring. What? Brad breathes, taking the gold and emerald piece from Hyam. Is that a snake? I ask. Yeah, it's a snake. He pockets the ring and wanders off, dialing, and Hyam comes to me on the other side of the empty grave. Any ideas? He asks, tucking his pad away. A few. Care to share? I look at him seriously. That would make me an informant. You owe me. Yeah, you never did explain why you overruled Burroughs and let me walk free without question. An anonymous tip-off wasn't quite enough on this occasion.
He was tipped off? Tipped off that I killed Frank Spittle? Yes, like I said, it wasn't enough given the circumstances. Circumstances? Well, lack of evidence aside, and the fact you're dating Burroughs' ex-fiancée, so it was obviously personal. Unbelievably, you and the Brit are the lesser of two evils. Dating? Freaking dating? Lesser of two evils? I muse. Interesting. How'd you reach that conclusion? Hyam motions to the other side of the graveyard, an indication to walk with him, away from the listening ears of the other cops. I catch Brad's eye. He shakes his head and mouths, not picking up. You have time to change your pants then, I call, earning myself the middle finger. I walk on with Hyam. So, the lesser of two evils. I'm insulted, to be honest. Don't misunderstand me, James. Most of the Miami Police Department and FBI know you two foreigners are the most dangerous men in America. I know one of you killed Spittle. We just can't prove who. I ignore most of his statement. Truth be told, if Danny hadn't decapitated Spittle, I would have. You telling us to go away back to our own country? I ask. He laughs. I know your citizenship is fake. Prove it. He waves a dismissive hand. I've got bigger fish to fry. Like sharks? I ask, cocking my head, getting another laugh. Yes, like sharks. What do you know about sharks? I know sharks don't last long out of water, so if I find one knocking around the streets of Miami, I'll make sure it finds its way back into the ocean. I smile at Hyam, and he deflates. Let me have the shark. What shark, for goodness sake, he says on a sigh. James, you and Danny want the bear for personal reasons. You're popping off freaking animals left and right. Let's start with the Irish. The snake, the eagle, the crocodile. It was the alligator, I say. Vince Roque was the alligator, and he was set to take over the Irish drugs ring. Whoever killed him did you a favor. His eyebrows are so high he's got a new hairline. You made a real mess of that club. They did? Gosh, he sighs, losing his patience. But what the gosh does he expect from me? Confessions written in blood? The dodo? He asks. He was set to take over from Roque, but conveniently disappeared. I look out the corner of my eye. Hyam would throw up if he had the gory details of the dodo's death. I know nothing about any dodo, I say casually. And aren't they supposed to be extinct? I smile on the inside, seeing all of us laughing our heads off at the boatyard after the poor dodo's grisly end. So, who's fronting the Irish now? Your guess is as good as mine. No one's heard anything. In fact, Hyam, Miami is scarily quiet. Who was in the Escalade that blew up on a side street not long after I let you walk out of custody? Oh, so they couldn't identify him? I don't know what you're talking about. Of course you don't. Look, Hyam, I say, getting tired of the interrogation. You and I know the best chance the FBI has of getting rid of the scum crawling around Miami is me and Danny. Yes, and the problem with that, James, is that you and Danny have collectively killed more people than all the inmates of Florida State Prison put together. Oh, now come on, Hyam. That's giving us a little bit too much credit. Gosh, you're an arrogant jerk. Watch it, Hyam, I warn lowly, and he breathes in deeply, nodding to himself, as if coming to terms with what we both know he needs to do. You've got to leave a few for us to put on trial, James. My lip curls. The lethal injection isn't slow enough for me, Hyam. I will stop breathing down your neck. No raids on the club, the boatyard, nothing. You planning on raiding? Not me, but you can bet your bottom dollar someone is. Are you trying to crawl into my pocket, Hyam? I ask, wanting to hear it. I want the war in Miami to stop. We have to get crime rates down, and that's not going to happen with the Russians, Polish, and Irish in town, or you two for that matter. You're like the magnet for trouble. Let's simplify this, Hyam, I say tiredly. With the bear gone and us in Miami, your crime rates are going to drop tenfold, trust me. I pout.
They just might peak beforehand, but it's gotta get worse before it gets better, right? Jesus, we're not traffickers, Hyam, not drug dealers or rapists or bank robbers. The people dying around you deserve to die. I shrug. Or so I've heard. This really is personal, isn't it? It couldn't get more personal if it tried. I back away, nodding my respect, because actually, I do have some for Hyam. We need to find Carlo Black's body, or there will never be peace in Miami. His cheeks puff out, and he starts waving his arms above his head, barking orders to his men. I head over to Brad. Any luck? Still no answer. He looks as concerned as I am starting to feel. The news we have is not the kind of news we should break if Danny's unwell wife has taken a turn. We start heading toward the car, and just as I drop into the passenger seat, about to call Bo and check in, Brad's mobile rings. He slumps back in his seat and takes a deep breath. I'm not going to lie, I take one too. Everything all right? He says in answer, switching it to the car's Bluetooth. Yeah, fine. Danny sounds as cautious as he should. I'll ask you that question. 8 missed calls in 10 minutes? What's going on? Brad looks across the car to me. I have nothing for him. No advice, no encouragement. It is what it is, and it is going to cause really anarchy. Brad takes a hand to his forehead and smooths over his damp brow. We have an issue, he says, staring out of the windscreen to the swarm of cops around Carlo Black's empty grave. What? Danny's tone says it all. He already knows whatever he's about to learn will send him into orbit. Brad needs to just spit it out, not try to sugarcoat it. Nothing could water this down. Your dad's missing. He flinches, and I look at him like the jerk he is. His grave? The body? Someone's exhumed your father's body. I say in a matter-of-fact tone that earns me a look of disbelief from Brad. Silence. We're at the graveyard, I go on. Hyam's here, a forensics team, cops. Silence. We'll find him, Danny, Brad says, slumping back in his chair. And when I find out who's done this, I will cut their flesh away with a blade in wafer-thin slices. I truly believe he will, if Danny doesn't get to them first. Silence. Brad and I look at each other, all out of words. I can literally feel Danny's bubbling anger dripping through the line. This is a message, like the call from the bear, like the newspaper article, to entice us back to Miami. He can't end us if he doesn't know where we are. Now he'll definitely know. He's in for the win. But does he know that moves like this only drive us harder, stirs the beasts inside, shakes up the darkness that's dormant? I can feel it rousing within me, and it's not even my father's grave. My teeth grit. My father couldn't have a grave. There was nothing left of him. Or my mom, or my sister. My fist clenches, and I wedge it into the door, pushing my weight through it before I put it through the windscreen. My phone ringing saves the glass, and I try to clear the rage fogging my sight to focus on the screen. And when I see the number, I exhale slowly. It's him, I say quietly. Can you keep your mouth shut, or does Brad need to hang up on you? Danny snarls an answer, and I go ahead and connect the call. Silence. We're back to that game. Me waiting, him waiting. I've got all the time in the really world. He, however, does not. Not if he doesn't want me to trace him. James, he says, the distorter making me wince. You have the pleasure of us all. Say hello to Danny and Brad. Oh, you shouldn't have all come back on my account. He doesn't need to know that Danny isn't physically here. Something tells me he will be soon anyway. I, Danny hisses, am going to really kill you, and it will be the slowest I have ever killed a man, I promise you. He laughs, and it's like blades across my skin. We've already established that none of you are very good at killing me.
Where in the world is my father's body? Danny bellows, losing his temper. The bear laughs harder, tormenting us all. Oh, your father's? My apologies. I thought you were looking for someone else's remains. He hangs up, and Brad looks at me, confused. But I am far from confused. What the heck? Bo, I say quietly. Really, hell? Brad whispers. No, Danny says, and I hear his deep inhale, along with Brad's low curse. I stare out of the window, my brain on the drag, my body seeming to fail me, nothing working, my mind refusing to give my hands the directions they need to call her. James, Brad yells, and I look at him. Wake up, man. I blink down at my mobile. I don't dial Bo. I dial Fury instead, and he answers swiftly. Where are you? Exactly. 10 paces behind Bo, walking into the churchyard. Stop her, I order, as Brad starts the car and skids off. I don't care how you do it, force if necessary, but do not let her get any closer. Got it. Keep her safe, Fury. I'm on my way. I drop my phone into my lap and scrub down my face. It couldn't get any more personal. Famous, really last words. Bo, roger that. I hear Fury say from behind me, and I turn back as I get to the old, dilapidated gate, my hand on the catch. Everything okay? I ask, seeing his pace increase like he's hurrying to me. I'm sorry, he says, and I frown, wondering what he's got to be sorry for. What did you do? He doesn't answer, but instead dips too stealthily for a giant Viking and flips me onto his shoulder like a feather. Whoa, Fury! I yell, my world spinning, as he whirls around and marches back toward the car. What the hell are you doing? Force if necessary, he says, as I bounce up and down in time to his long strides. His answer fills me with dread, because those instructions will have come from James, and James would never tell Fury to use force without good cause, which means he knew I would fight Fury with either speed or agility. What's going on? I do as I am ordered, Bo. You know that. I have been told to stop you entering the churchyard, so I'm assuming there's danger in the churchyard. I wedge my hands into his wide lower back and push into them, looking up to the church, scanning the space, looking for the danger. I don't see a thing. But one thing I have learned, both as a cop and as James' girlfriend, you don't need to see danger for it to be there. I also said I would behave. He will ship me back to St. Lucia faster than I can disarm him, if I do not play by his rules. You can put me down, Fury, I say, wriggling. I promise I won't go anywhere. He laughs, although I don't hear it, more feel it rumbling through his big body. If I wanted to get down, I'd pull your gun from your pants and aim it at your rear. Suddenly, a gun appears to my side, Fury waving it to show me where it is, in his hand. I narrow my eyes and reach behind me, slipping my hand under my t-shirt. No gun. You took my gun? His other hand appears, and in it is my pistol, looking like a toy in Fury's huge, rough spade of a hand. I bet you love how I know you so well, he says, grunting each word with each step. Thrilled, I murmur, relaxing, resigning myself to the fact that I am going nowhere. When we make it back to the car, Fury doesn't bundle me into the back, but instead rests his rear on the hood, getting comfortable. We're not leaving? I ask. No. Why? Because I have been told he will be here soon. He locks down his arms more, as if he thinks that news might have me putting up a fight. It won't. I'm just plain confused. How long will he be? I ask, wondering how long I have to wait here draped over Fury's shoulder. Luckily, it's a big shoulder, padded with plenty of muscle, and perhaps a little fat, too. Fury doesn't answer, telling me he doesn't know. Great. I sigh, trying to push some loose strands of hair from my face and failing, so I give up, and a good 10 minutes of silence passes. Silence and no apparent danger. I can't complain. James is being super vigilant, and I have to accept that. Tell me about yourself, I say. Fury's been my shadow for weeks on and off, and all I know is that he's a twin, a tower of a man, with fists like boulders and a beard Santa Claus would be envious of. What do you want to know? I blow out my cheeks, exasperated. Let's start with something easy. How old are you? 29. Who's eldest, you or Tank? Tank, by 2 minutes. And your real names? Tank and Fury. My shoulders drop. Come on, it's Tank and Fury. Fine. Parents? Our father is dead, and our mother is in a residential home. He says it with no emotion whatsoever. I'm sorry to hear that. May I ask if your mom is okay? She has dementia, late stages. Some days she recognizes us, others she doesn't. I wince. I'm so sorry. It's life. And your father? I ask, more curious than I should be. Murdered. I balk at the shiny paintwork of the hood. Again, there was no emotion in there. None at all. I'm so... Don't say you're sorry, he grunts. Justice was served. I press my lips together, knowing that justice did not come from a judge. By you? I ask. By Tank. How? He laughs a little, and I roll my eyes.
He thinks I'm thirsty for blood. Worryingly, he might be right. He took off his head with a sword. Oh, prison? Yes, but not for that. And you? He sighs. If Tank sleeps, I sleep. If he eats, I eat. If he laughs, I laugh. If he goes to prison, I go to prison. I smile. It's cute how close you are. We're twins, Bo. We have no choice. Stop playing it down. You couldn't live without each other. I poke him in the back. You don't have to be all macho with me. Could say the same for you. What do you mean? I mean, stop trying to prove to the world, and more importantly to James, that you're always a really okay. I pout. I am okay. You're full of gosh, Bo, he grunts, full of really gosh. Recoiling, I wonder if he is right. Of course he's right. Peace is a seesaw, up and down, glimmers here and there, threatening to complete me and give me that elusive eternal serenity. I'm a fraud, more to myself than anyone else. Even when I thought the root of my darkness was gone, there was something else to bring me back down to earth, something else to channel my misery into, a miscarriage. I'm just trying to make James feel better. It ain't workin', Bo. You're fooling no one but yourself. When did this turn into a therapy session? When you tried to make it about me. I frown. What do you think Rose is having? I blurt, the question coming from left field. Could you imagine twins? He laughs, jolting me, and then stops abruptly. No. I think one baby will cause enough stress, don't you? Boy or girl? I can't explain my curiosity. Part of me wonders, is it something innate that's guiding me? A maternal instinct that's been unearthed and needs sating? Rose is my only outlet. Until, perhaps, she's not. We're nearly 12 hours into today, and my period hasn't come. Will it? A weird flutter happens in my stomach, and I smile to myself. Boy, Fury says, disturbing my thoughts. Do you? Why? I don't know, Bo, he says, exasperated. I just do. He rises to his full, towering height and turns toward the sound of a car coming down the track. They're here. They? I ask, pushing my palms into his back and craning my neck, blowing the hair out of my face. James and who? Brad. He finally bends and lowers me to my feet, and my stomach flips as a result. Do not move. Where will I go? I ask, helping myself to my gun from his hold and slipping it into the back of my sweatpants. It's disconcerting that he knows me so well. It was nice getting to know you. I smile sweetly at Fury, and he bumps me lightly in the bicep with one of his bolder fists. I'd say the same, but I already knew you. Smart jerk, I mutter, going toward the Mercedes that's driving with a bit too much urgency for my liking. What the hell is going on? We've been back in Miami mere hours. What could have happened already? The car skids to a stop, and both Brad and James dive out, both looking at my composed form with a mixture of concern and hesitance. What? I ask.
Will someone please tell me what the hell is going on? I just want to visit my mother's grave. I suck back air, homing in on James' face. I hate his grieved expression. Hate it. Fury stopped me going to my mother's grave. Why? Panic crawls into my throat and clogs it. I can see James's intention to get to me, to stop me. Can feel Fury behind me moving in, ready to grab me. No. I kick my flip-flops off and bolt to my right, the nastiest feeling rooting itself deep in my gut, speaking to me, telling me to get to Mom. Bo, James yells. For goodness sake, Bo, stop. His boots hitting the ground behind me shake the earth, his bellows constant, begging for me to stop. I make it to the gate, and it takes me way too long fiddling with the latch to release it. Come on, I shout, yanking at the stupid old rusty thing. It doesn't want me to go and farther either. I don't listen. Open! Bo! I look back, seeing James getting closer, his tall, powerful body sprinting, his face straining. I have seconds, maybe 3. I give up on the latch and take hold of the iron gate, getting some leverage and throwing my legs over. Goodness gracious, Bo, please. I feel his hand brush my arm as I break out into a sprint across the uneven grass, taking the shortcut across the graveyard, right over the graves and mounds, rather than wasting time circling the edge. I can't hear him coming anymore, can't hear his yells or feel the impact of his boots hitting the ground.
But I keep going, trying to focus on the far corner where what remained of Mom rests, but being unable to because of my jumping vision. I look back. James has stopped chasing me. He's just past the gate, and I slow when I register the look of defeat and absolute agony on his face. Because he can see what my eyes are failing to let me see. Because he's standing still, steady. I breathe in and turn toward Mom's grave, breathless, sweating, my muscles aching. Something's different. The shape, the layout, there's something not right. And then I realize. No, I breathe, stepping forward, my eyes unable to comprehend what they're looking at. A pile of dirt. A pile of dirt by Mom's grave. I shake my head, refusing to believe it, as I walk forward, my stare unmoving, until I see a hole in the ground. No. It gets bigger as I get closer, deeper, until I'm standing on the edge looking into a dark, black pit of nothing. It's exactly how my soul feels now. No! I scream, dropping to my knees, my palms slapping the ground hard. Fat teardrops fall, drenching the mud, my hair sticking to my face, my heart cracking. Why? I screech, throwing my head back, screaming to the sky. Why? I suddenly can't move, can't breathe, as James seizes me in his arms and hauls me up, and I fight him with all I have. Problem is, I have nothing in this moment. Empty, broken, back to square one. My sanctuary has been destroyed, my calm place robbed from me. It was the only thing I had. Mom never wanted to be cremated, so I buried what was left of her. A few ashes and her invisible spirit. I want to crawl into that hole and die. I'm carried to the car and James slides onto the back seat with me, cradled in his lap, holding me tightly, never letting me go. I clench his t-shirt in my balled fists, burying my face in his chest, my body racked with sobs. I can hardly draw breath, can't swallow. Why? I croak, pushing myself deeper into his chest. He says nothing. He knows why. Because of him. Danny. The next morning, I'm on board my jet on my way back to Miami far sooner than I expected or wanted, with my wife. On top of the untamable rage simmering, ready to boil over and erupt, is my untamable worry. I can hand on heart say I have never been so stressed. Rose protested, of course she protested, when I told her I was returning to Miami. She saw the monster inside rousing, but she didn't know why. I spat it all out while shaking uncontrollably. Worst thing I could have done. She got out of bed and dressed, then packed both our cases. I didn't stop her. Was incapable. She looked as determined to come as I felt determined to kill, and manhandling Rose is out of the question right now. So is arguing with her. I didn't want to bring her. I also didn't want to leave her behind, especially on bad terms. Rose doesn't want to be in Miami. She doesn't want to leave Daniel behind. That jerk, the bear, didn't take my father from this life. Beau will be inconsolable. She'll need Rose. And Rose can see the unbridled rage inside me. She's my calm. I'm going to need that. Gosh. I see Ringo on the steps of the mansion as we're crawling down the driveway, his tall, sturdy body static and oozing menace. It reminds me that I am not the only one who loved and respected Carlo Black. Really, hell, the Bears move isn't only the lowest of the low, it's the most hard-hitting message that could be delivered, and meant to be. No move is too low. I pull to a stop and look up at my rearview mirror to Doc in the back. He looks as impeccable as ever, his tweed suit pristine, his gray beard freshly trimmed. Take her to our room and get her settled, I say, and he nods, getting out and rounding the car. I can feel Rose's eyes on me. Call me anything but my name again, Danny. I close my eyes, hearing Doc open her door, and she gets out, leaving me behind the wheel, once again trying to get my head on straight. It feels like it's constantly spinning on my shoulders. On a deep breath, I get out and follow Rose into the house, Ringo flanking me. He doesn't speak. I come to a stop at the bottom of the large, sweeping staircase, watching her climb the steps. She's wearing jeans and my favorite jumper with the Union Jack emblazoned across the front, her dark hair tied up in a ponytail. I'm momentarily taken back to 3 years ago when I watched her walk down these steps before I took her to the boatyard for the first time, to the time she was my prisoner, my bargaining chip. Love really affected me then, and it's really affecting me now because I will not make one move without first considering Rose, and that hampers me. She's my Achilles heel, and I love her as passionately as I hate bringing her back to war. I hate that I yelled at her, suggesting she was never happy. What do I bring to this relationship? I make your life even more difficult, cost you money, time, stress, and what do you get in return? I hate that she doubts herself, doubts how precious she is to me. She brings everything I never thought I'd have to my life: love, acceptance, purpose. How can she not see that? Danny? I blink and see Rose disappear at the top of the stairs and turn to face Ringo. He's motioning toward my office down the hall. Talk, I say, as we walk side by side. James is upstairs with Beau. How is she? I don't believe there's an adequate word. I inhale, knowing that to be true. There's not an adequate word for my anger either. And James? He'll be in my camp, ready to go psycho. All we both really want is peace, calm, not just for our women, but for us. And every time we think it's ours, the rug is pulled from under us. We both accepted getting out of this world was impossible, that we'll always need to rule it and eliminate all enemies. Easier said than done when you don't know who the enemy is. And on top of that, Tom Haley is running for mayor and really knows he hates us and is likely to make our lives as difficult as possible, or even more so. Don't ask, Ringo sighs, opening the door to my office. I stand on the threshold for a few moments, as ever having to brace myself to enter. It still smells of him, like brandy and cigars are embedded into the walls. Today, it smells more intense. Goldie and Otto are on the couch, and Brad is walking in circles. Our eyes meet, and he shakes his head mildly. Things are about to get very messy, I say, striding to my desk, laughing to myself. Whenever have things been clean in my world? If you're not up for messy, you can leave now.
I take a seat and cast my eyes across the office to the unmoving bodies of my closest, lacing my fingers and taking them to the back of my head, stretching. It's an impulsive move, as if I'm widening my chest, giving my pounding heart more room to beat. The pain from my slashing mission has lessened, a deeper, more potent pain replacing it. Brad reaches into his pocket and comes to me, setting something on the desk before me. Green eyes stare back at me, dulled by mud. My throat begins to close as I snatch it up and put it in my top drawer, slamming it shut. Are we waiting for James? He won't leave Beau, Goldie says, her face a picture of disquiet. She knows what James is capable of. Add Beau's hurt and grief into that mix, between James and me, we're all in for one hell of a showdown. Someone get Chaim to the club later, I say, standing, needing to keep moving or risk imploding. Ringo goes straight to his mobile. How's the boatyard? Ticking over nicely, Otto says. Liam and Jerry need a raise. He's right, they do a grand job between them. Fine, I mutter. The club? All good, Brad chimes in, and I look at him. Vague, to say the least. You sure? I'm sure. He's not sure at all, but I know Brad better than anyone, and this stance he's taking is familiar. Whatever it is, it's trivial, and he won't bother me with trivial, especially now. And that's fine by me. The shipment? It's sorted, Brad practically sings. What in the world is going on? I ask. Nothing, he protests, a little high-pitched. Nothing is going on. Talk, I order. Give me another problem, Brad, because it's taking everything in me not to leave this house with a machine gun in each hand and shoot my way through Miami until I find him. We're exchanging earlier with Lewis. I frown, and Otto, Ringo, and Goldie all look at Brad like he's lost his mind. Why? The cash arrived at hiatus. He paid early? Brad nods. The difficult people. No one settles before they get all the goods. They've backed us into a very corner. James spoke to Chaka, Brad continues. He's meeting the original delivery date of a week this Friday. And then we exchange with the Mexicans the next day, I ask. Need I remind anyone that the next day is a Saturday? We generally avoid Saturdays because they fall on a very weekend.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty certain Chaka said there's a Coast Guard training day that Friday. Brad shrugs. James is dealing with it. I doubt James is capable of dealing with anything right now. I'm mad, yes, but this rage would be so much worse if the casualty of this really difficult messy was Rose. So we need James, I say, just as the door opens and the man himself appears. You have him. He heads to a chair opposite my desk and drops into it. Everyone's eyes follow him there. Everyone's silent. So silent, I can hear the burning of the blood in his veins. Talk, he orders. I flick my eyes to Otto and Goldie, who look grave, so very grave. The guns, I say, with an edge of caution. Chaka's delivering as originally planned, so we can exchange earlier with the Mexicans. Okay, I say slowly. Wanna give me a bit more than that? Turf war across the border. Lewis is running out of time and arms. Okay, so we risk our business to save his? His eyes turn slowly onto me. You want the Mexicans on the list of men we need to kill? Because I think there's enough on our list at the moment. I've got to give him that. And now I have been suitably distracted from my anger for a few moments to deal with regular business. I suppose we need to get back to the reason why I'm standing here fighting to control my rage, and James is sitting there looking like the devil has been resurrected and is using his body as a carrier. I've said many times, but I don't think I've ever meant it as sincerely. God help Miami. How is she? I ask, making him lift his eyes but not his head, as his thumbs circle fast. He's keeping his hands busy. Silent. Vacant. Broken, once again. Which means the enigma is taking over. And you? How are you? He fires back. On the edge. I'm with you. He gets up and goes to the cabinet, pouring a vodka. There wasn't much left of Jazz Haley, he says, necking his drink. More than my family, mind you, but still. His back rolls, a sign of him trying to keep his cool. He hasn't stolen a body. He's stolen a slice of Beau's piece. He pours another vodka and faces me. So, where do we start? He wants to get this show on the road, as do I, but first I think we need a little of something else. Ride on the water? I ask, as he necks her second and sets his glass down, ready to pour another. Really knows. We both need to chill really out before we wreak havoc. Alcohol isn't the answer. Getting very drunk isn't the answer. Especially now we're back in Miami. Vulnerable. Look at me being wise. And it occurs to me in this moment, I have never in the time I've known James Kelly, and granted it hasn't been all that long, seen him drunk. Has he ever been drunk? Probably not. He's too controlled. Even when he's raging, he seems in control. He sets the bottle down, not pouring another, and that's his answer. And I turn to the others and see all hands in the air. We all need a moment. Meet you at the boatyard in a few hours, I say, leaving the office, on my way to try and sort something that will undoubtedly make the need for the sea, the air, the thrill more acute. Danny, Otto calls after me, and I stop, just shy of the stairs, looking back. Your mom. What about her? I ask flatly. She didn't come with you. He states it as a fact rather than asking it as a question. No, she didn't come with me, and if you question me, I'll fly off the very handle. Mum needed to stay behind with Tank and look after Daniel. It's one less thing for me to worry about. I take the stairs and walk the corridor to our room, entering and finding it empty. I inhale, gathering patience, stepping back into the corridor and looking toward the endless doors to various rooms, all rooms taken up by various guests. Hotel Casa Black, I mutter, going to the first and swinging the door open. No Rose. The next. No Rose. I barge into James and Beau's room carelessly, my patience gone, along with my memory, it seems. I see Beau curled up in bed, Rose spooning her from behind, cuddling her. Gosh, I swallow down my intended bellow of her name and meet her blue eyes. Seeing a sadness for her friend so potent, it crushes me. Truly crushes me. I'm plain very raging. Beau is plain very devastated. Two wildly different emotions. They took my father from his resting place to push me into action. It's low, but taking Beau's mother to push James into action, that's just plain very cruel, and they will pay for it. I enter and close the door quietly, unable to reprimand Rose for not being in our room resting like she should be. Walking over to the bed, I crouch down in front of Bo. Her glassy eyes look straight through me. Wisps of her blonde hair are stuck to her cheeks, her lips dry, her usually peachy cream skin sallow. Empty. Gosh, hasn't this woman been through enough? Haven't we all? I reach for her face and stroke across her skin, dropping to my knees and wrapping my big hand around one of Rose's that's clenching onto one of Bo's. "We'll get her back for you, Bo, I swear," I whisper, dipping and kissing her cheek. "Are you hearing me?" She doesn't even blink. I can't even be sure she's heard my vow. I have my own personal drive, but seeing Bo like this, the hardy former cop, the fierce warrior, so very hollow, is driving me harder. I heard of the darkness she was immersed in when she met James. I've seen glimmers of it creeping back into her, but she's always fought it with everything she has. Now, she's a shell. I hear the door open behind me, and I look back, seeing James on the threshold. I can't comprehend how he's feeling seeing her like this, and I wince at the thought of seeing Rose's eyes so completely dead.
We've had our moments over the years, yes, but Bo truly looks like she has departed from this world, despite still breathing. I stand as Rose starts to unwrap herself from Bo, climbing up off the bed. I take her hand and lead her out, leaving James and Bo alone. I breathe as I walk us to our room, running a hand through my hair. I get us inside, close the door, and immediately pick Rose up, ignoring the returned pain on my chest, carrying her to the bed and laying her down. I just need to cuddle her, be close to her. I can't imagine feeling as helpless as James does right now, and I hope I never do. Loving Rose has made me weak and vulnerable, something I swore I'd never be. "I hate you," I whisper, feeling her hands all over my back, stroking me everywhere. "I hate you so very much. I don't know what I'd do without you, Rose." I lift my face. She's crying. "Don't cry, baby," I say softly, wiping away her tears. "It doesn't suit you. These tears aren't for her, for us. These are for her friend, but it hurts me no less. She'll be okay," I say, sure of it. "We're all here for her. We will find her mom, Rose, I promise." I wince to myself. There doesn't sound like there's much to find. She smiles through her sadness and strokes my rough cheek, and I nuzzle into her touch. "I know you will," she says resolutely. "And your pops." I nod, swallowing, needing this moment, so I force the rising anger back. God, how I wished for intimacy right now. I needed it, needed her, needed to stabilize and reconnect, remind myself of what I have to fight for. But I couldn't. "Take it easy," Doc said. "Don't stress out." She didn't have nearly enough bed rest. I buried my face in her neck, my desire not getting the message that intimacy was off the menu for now. She moans, doing me no favors, and yet I continued to caress her. Another moan, and I felt blood rushing to where it should not be rushing. But really, could I stop? I lifted my hips, giving my growing arousal some space. But, my jeans. "Rose," I growl, moving my mouth across her cheek to her lips. "Stop me," I order, before I go too far. Her hands find my hair, gripping. Her tongue finds my mouth, twirling. We both need this. And we can't really have it. Really. I rip my mouth from hers, breathing down on her raggedly as she pants up at me. I slowly start to shake my head, my body tense with desire. "We can't. I won't risk it. Never." "But," she says, taking my hand and guiding it to her jean-covered intimacy. "Your mouth here." Gentle, caressing, kissing, teasing. She bites her lip, and I'm a goner. I groan and push myself up, taking her jumper and lifting it over her head, tossing it aside, and then working the fly of her jeans and dragging them down her legs. She kicks her legs, helping me, sitting up and taking the bottom of my t-shirt, pulling it up over my head. I grit my teeth when I stretch the skin on my chest, breathing in deeply, exhaling slowly. My jeans are next, and I roll to my back, lifting my hips, wriggling free of them. Desperate, both of us. I remove my boxers, pull her knickers down, and ease myself down onto my front, seeking intimacy between her thighs, ravenous. Her yelp of surprised pleasure echoes around the room, as does my groan of satisfaction, my senses getting a hit of her scent, the taste of her, the warmth. You, a touch, taste, a caress. So, a kiss. Good. Really, she breathes, her legs stiffening, her hands clawing my hair. Good? Gosh. Yes? Gosh, she screams, vibrating already, her legs kicking out, forcing me to shift and pin her down. No! She bucks, and I immediately pull away, dazed, the intensity of the moment overwhelming. What? Gosh, did I hurt you? Really? Is she thinking about the other day when I was crazed? It won't ever happen again. I know it. But how do I convince Rose? No, baby, she whispers, pushing into my shoulders, sending me to my back. I want to see you. She looks down at the bandages on my chest, swallows, then takes my hand and guides it to my arousal, straddling my thighs, sliding her hand down her swollen tummy to her intimacy. Oh, really? I breathe, my body tense, holding my breath. Nothing could ever be the deep connection with her. Nothing. But this? I blow out my cheeks, reaching for her bra and pulling the lace cups down, my eyes passing between her nipples. Darker nipples. Rounder, bigger nipples. I sit up, snaking an arm around her back and bringing my lips to her, kissing gently, then tracing the edge with my tongue as I look up at her. She's getting more beautiful by the day, more captivating, sassier. I rest my hand over hers as she caresses herself, helping her, continuing my gentle attention on her, moving to the other, some attention there, back again. Enough. She withdraws and pushes me back down to the bed, and I arch an eyebrow as she reaches for my hand once again and puts it where she wants it. You want to watch? I ask, my hand finding its rhythm. She bites her lip and brings her fingers to her mouth, caressing them. Really. Then walks them slowly down between her chest, across her stomach, and into her intimate warmth, her breath hitching. I swallow, take one arm above my head, and start moving my hand, my eyes unmoving from the juncture of her thighs, watching her fingers caress her. Slow down, I order, and she does, whimpering, as I speed up my pace, the intensity building in my palm. Gosh, Rose, I breathe, my lungs straining, my movements naturally speeding up. I glance down, seeing the peak of my arousal glistening, blood pounding, heart racing. My eyes drag up her body. I find her lips parted, eyes glistening, love emblazoned across her face. My movements speed up. Her back arches, pushing her chest out, her stomach. Really, her stomach. Rose. I choke over her name, grabbing the pillow under my head, yanking at it. Oh, she whispers. Yes, she breathes. Gosh, she hisses, her body trembling. Blood, heat, stars in my vision. I clench my eyes closed briefly, my body stiff, as the pleasure creeps through me. Slowly at first, painfully slowly, but then faster, faster, faster. Really, I bellow, breathing short, fast breaths, releasing the pillow and slamming my fist into the mattress. Oh gosh! Her body jacks, her chin dropping to her chest, her hands shaking, struggling to remain between her legs, her hips starting to move with her touch. Urgency, desperation, need. I'm reaching my peak, I hiss. Really? Am I reaching my peak? Yes. Her head tosses back violently, wafting her hair through the air, and she yells to the ceiling, going rigid, stilling, whimpering quietly, before her body loosens and she slaps her palm into my stomach to hold herself up. I just about manage to hold off my peak until she opens her eyes. Look, I order, and she turns her drowsy gaze down at the moment I reached my peak, a powerful surge of sensation. And with the intensity of the moment came the deflation of my chest. I exhale, my body rolling, every muscle stiff, aching, painful. But it's the best kind of agony out there. Spent. I peel my grip away, letting my body relax and let my arms rest above my head, closing my eyes as she lowers onto my front. But she doesn't settle on my wounds, so I force her down.
And we lie, quiet, peaceful, exhausted, for over an hour, snoozing, holding each other, reconnecting in another way. I will never leave you, she whispers, forcing my arms to come down and hold her. She looks up at me, taking a finger to my scar and tracing the length. Only death will separate us. Her touch moves to the bullet wound by my collarbone. Will it? I ask. She blinks slowly and settles back on my chest gently, stroking one of my cuts. No, because we cannot exist without each other. It's a hard fact, a frightening fact, which means I have no choice but to be careful with my life. I should get Doc, I say, making to move. Why? She lifts, giving me a look somewhere between tiredness and humor.
Are you going to have him check me over every time we are intimate? I wasn't intimate with you, I say, pressing a hard kiss on her lips. It's the only intense thing I can do to her right now. Your fingers brought you pleasure. Holding her around her back, I pull her stomach onto my mouth and kiss her gently there, smiling at her small bump. It's hope when it feels like it's limited, happiness when it feels like misery prevails. Rest, I order, getting up and going to the bathroom, flipping the shower on. I've worn you out. You talk yourself up, Danny Black. I only just hear her pathetic insult over the water. I did all the work. I smile into the mirror at myself and pluck my toothbrush from the holder. I can't say I like the man staring back at me today, but he's a much better version than he used to be. Still a killer, but a killer with more purpose, more drive. It's a blessing and a curse, because my drive and purpose are what my enemies will now use against me. I load my brush with paste as I stare at my bandaged chest, and I am reminded that my wife can cause me more damage than my enemies ever can. I scrub my teeth before I get into the shower and do my best not to get my bandages wet. Impossible. I keep my back to the spray and make fast work of washing before getting out and patting myself dry. I peel away the soggy dressing and grab some fresh bandages, refusing to look at the damage as I wrap myself back up, holding my breath, the biting pain back. I walk into the bedroom, and the post-orgasm sparkle in Rose's eyes vanishes the moment she sees my fresh bandages, which is exactly why I refuse to let her redress my wounds. "Where are you going?" she asks from the bed, where she's curled up on her side, the sheets caught up between her legs. "I'm taking James to the boatyard. He needs to let off some steam." I pull on some jeans and button the fly before slipping my feet into my boots. Then we're going to the club to sort some business. I go to her and dip, kissing her forehead. "Text me and let me know what Doc says." "I'm fine." "Text me and let me know what Doc says." "Okay," she exhales over the word. "I will text you and tell you what Doc says." I wrinkle my nose and rub it against hers, then grab a t-shirt and pull it on as I walk to the door. "Danny," she calls, making me look back over my shoulder. I still want to find something to do. A hobby, a job, something. Absolutely not. We'll talk about it tomorrow. I leave the room before she can counter my dismissal, pulling the door closed behind me. I find James waiting outside. He shakes his head, telling me not to ask. So I don't. I don't need to. He gets moving, and I join him. "Ready to race?" I ask. He doesn't answer. He doesn't need to. Rose. I stay on the bed for another half hour, not physically exhausted, but definitely mentally. You'd think by now, after weeks of constant worry and swaying emotions, my body would be used to it, accustomed to it. And yet, I feel as exhausted now as I did the moment James resurrected Danny after being peacefully dead for 3 years. A knock on the door pulls my attention there, and I hear Doc calling through the wood. "1 minute," I say, scooting to the edge of the bed and reaching for one of Dandy's t-shirts on the chair. I slip it on and rummage through the sheets for my panties. "Gosh, damn it, where are they?" I mutter. I give up and rush to the closet to find a fresh pair. "Come in." I climb back into bed and pull the sheets up to my waist. Doc pokes his head around the door and smiles. "Morning, Rose," he chirps, pushing the door open to make way for the scanning machine to be pushed in by Fury. "Morning, Doc," I reply, catching Fury's eye. Just the fact he's helping Doc speaks volumes. He's without anything to do because Bo is hiding in her darkness. My heart squeezes. "How is Bo, Doc?" I ask, making Fury look at the old man too, obviously wanting an answer to that question as well. He starts fiddling with the machine.
I'll never get used to the fact that patient confidentiality doesn't feature in my life anymore. His words prompt me for the first time to wonder about Doc. I know he was retired. I know he ran his own practice for a long time. I know between Danny and James, he now earns more than he probably ever has. But something tells me the money isn't what keeps him here. And oddly, neither is the possibility of death should he refuse to be on standby for our big, messed up family. She's in a state of heightened grief, Doc says quietly, smiling at me as he gets the machine ready. She's going to need you, Rose. I nod and settle, and Fury leaves us, letting Doc do his thing, or, more to the point, Danny's thing, while I wonder what I could possibly do to help Bo. I come up with nothing, and that just makes me feel like a terrible friend. I know how desperately I want her to find and keep her peace. The blows just keep coming and coming for her, so I can only imagine the level of desperation James must feel. And hopelessness. Everything looks just fine, Doc says, bringing my eyes down to my stomach where he's dragging the probe across my abdomen. You may as well leave that machine in here, I say, propping myself up on my elbows to look at the screen. He'll be ordering another scan tomorrow. I smile at the gray, distorted blob, my mind going to bad, bad places. Doc? I ask, quietly, making his gray, bushy eyebrows rise in question. Can you see the sex? I spit out the words quickly and press my lips together. Oh, he laughs, and then his face is quickly serious. No, I cannot. You're lying, I counter playfully. You know, don't you? Come on, Doc, I promise I won't tell. I'm suddenly ravenous to know, desperate, and yet there's still that side of me that doesn't want to spoil the surprise. No, he wipes the probe and slips it back in the holder. I have paused the screen so that your husband may have a peek at his. He fades off, looking out the corner of his eye at me. Baby, if he should like. Spoil sport, I mutter. You and Mr. Black come to me together and make such a request, I will more than happily oblige. It's nigh body. Doc laughs, pushing the machine to the side of the room. I don't think Mr. Black will agree. Now, remember what I've told you. Yes, I must take it easy and not stress out. Landing a tried look on him, I sigh. Did you miss who I'm married to, Doc? I did not, which is why I am passionate about you taking care of yourself and the baby. He presents me with a little bottle. Lavender oil. Put it in your bath, on your pillow, in your purse if you must. It's soothing, physically and mentally. He sets it on the nightstand. Thank you. I fall to my back. Can I ask you something? No, he says flatly, and I pout. You don't know what I'm going to ask. Exactly. I have always lived by the rule that if someone asks you if they may ask you something, you either won't like the question or they won't like the answer. Oh, I consider his logic for a moment, and I soon think better of asking my question. I can't, however, decide whether Doc would not like me asking him why he's here, or whether I would not like me answer. How is your palm? He cranes his head as he packs his bag, and I turn it over to show him the mild red blemish from my frying pan incident. It doesn't hurt. And your arm? I look at yet another injury on my body. It's nothing compared to Danny's chest. It's fine. And Danny's changing his dressings regularly? Yes, I sigh, knowing why he won't let me do it. Just now before you got here. I'll leave some more waterproof dressings and fresh bandages here. He pops them on the nightstand. Perhaps you could pop in to see Bo now. I believe Mr. Kelly has left the house with Mr. Black. I nod and sit up. Any advice? I ask. Patience. He smiles as he backs out of the door. Lots of love and patience. He disappears, and I get up, taking a shower and throwing on a loose, blush pink sundress and some flip-flops. I coil my hair into a bun, then I call Esther. How's Daniel? I ask, letting myself out onto the terrace.
I cast my eyes around the expansive area, rewinding to 3 years ago. 3 years ago when a missile took the old terrace out with me on it. I flinch, hearing Danny bellowing my name, scrambling to reach me as I dangled precariously off the edge, scared to let go, but even more scared not to, because I had fallen in love with the monster who'd taken me, and the repercussions of that were terrifying. He's out with Barney and his father again, Esther says, sounding a little flat and short, bringing me back to the present. They collected him when his tutor left after lunch. I'll try his cell, I reply, lowering to a sun lounger and looking across to the tennis courts. Lawrence? Working. Does he know about what's happened? About Bo's mom? Well, I haven't told him, she says, as the sound of crockery clatters in the background. It's not my place. And you? Are you okay? I'm fine. My head tilts. She doesn't sound fine. Are you sure? Yes. Right, I say slowly. I won't push it. There's little point. I expect it has something to do with Otto being here and Esther being there, but again, I'm not pushing it. I appreciate you taking care of Daniel. Esther takes care of everyone. It's second nature to her, but I would hate for her to feel unappreciated. He's settled. Best not disrupt him. She's saying out loud what she's told herself endlessly, that this was her decision. We all know better, including Otto, and I can't imagine it went down well with him. I had better scoot. I have a pie in the oven. I need both hands to get it out. Or she could switch me to loudspeaker. Okay, I'll call you tomorrow. I hang up and consider myself for a few moments. She doesn't want to be in St. Lucia because Otto is no longer in St. Lucia. I never appreciated that Danny was being tactical when he asked Esther to remain behind to look after Daniel so that his studies weren't affected. For me, it was more about safety. My husband, as always, is one step ahead. I dial Daniel, and it rings and rings and rings, and then goes to voicemail. I don't bother leaving one as he won't listen to it, so I text him instead, requesting a call back at his earliest convenience. A small part of me, selfishly, is sad he's too busy with his friend to take my call. A bigger part is relieved he's distracted from the cruel world we live in. God, I miss that boy, even though he doesn't exactly give me much these days. A brief hug, a quick "love ya, Mom," as he dashes out the door. He's smart, and we would be stupid to underestimate him. It's only a matter of time before he figures out what Danny does, who his family is. I leave the room, finding it so ridiculous that I take deep breaths between my room and Beau's, bracing myself, nervous to see her. I knock and get no invite to enter, of course, so I let myself in. I find the room shrouded in darkness, the curtains pulled, the lights all off. "Beau?" I call quietly, squinting to try and see her on the bed, the light from the corridor helping. She's curled up on her side, facing away from me, and even though I can't see her face, I can feel her anguish. My heart constricts, and I close the door, walking in a straight line to the curtains and tweaking them just a fraction so that a slither of light takes the room from pitch black to hazy. I go to the bed and climb in with her, lying opposite, mirroring her pose, my praying hands under my cheek. Her eyes remain closed, her body still. "I think Otto's upset with Esther," I say quietly, "for letting Danny dictate what she would be doing." I get no acknowledgement, and I didn't expect one. Daniel's out with Barney and his hot father again. He's probably not even noticed I've gone. "What do you think about me getting a job?" I ask. Something part-time, not too strenuous. "Do you think I'll be allowed?" Her eyelids flicker, and I hold my breath, praying she can bring herself to open them and face me, face the world. I smile when she eventually reveals glassy blue eyes. "No," she says on a croak, and I pout. "Do you miss working?" "All the time," she whispers. "If I was working now, I would be hunting the ones who have taken my mother. Instead, I have to stand back and let the men around here solve my problems. Problems I wouldn't have if I wasn't here." Her eyes close again, and I flinch, mainly for James, but a little for me too. Our lives aren't conventional. They're tough, draining, emotional, but better than empty, hollow, and dark. "You sound like you're considering walking away," I say tentatively, certain she would never, but not certain enough. After all, everyone has a breaking point, and as I look at my friend now, my beautiful, resilient, strong former cop friend, I wonder if this is hers. "I am," she says flatly. "Beau," I breathe, releasing my hands from under my head and taking one of hers. "Things will be right again." "Will they?" she asks, looking at me. "Will they really, Rose? Because every time I think I'm in a place of acceptance and semi-peace, someone launches a missile that seems to hit one of us in the gut, and we're back to square one. Constantly chasing tranquility, always hoping for calm. Quiet. This isn't my friend. This negativity, I don't like it on her.
We never both seem to be in the same headspace, one of us always holding up the other. I don't like this version of you, I say without thought. This version of me is who I am, Rose. It's who I've been since Mom died. I thought, hoped, James was what changed that. I was wrong. I want to yell at her for being so beaten, but I cannot. I have been there myself many times, but I am certain I have not sounded as resolute as Bo sounds now. I'm worried. This cannot be the end for them. She cannot let them take all hope from inside of her. No, I refuse to allow it. I want to slap the strength back into her, but brute force isn't going to work. I need to be tactical, and perhaps a little sneaky. God forgive me for this. I'll be back. Doc needs to scan me. I get up and go to the door, opening it, finding Fury on the other side. Will you fetch Doc? I whisper, making him frown but nod, as I pull the door closed behind me. I go back to our room and push the machine over to the bed, kick my flip-flops off, then climb in, pulling my sundress up to my chest. Doc walks in with a mighty frown, Fury following. Pretend to scan me, I order. What? Just hold the stick on my tummy. I point to the screen. Baby, whatever sex it may be, is still on the screen. That'll do. I expect there is a method to your madness. He approaches and settles on the edge of the bed, taking the probe to my stomach and resting it there. Go tell Bo I need her, I say to Fury, who inhales, seeing where I'm going with this. Oh, crafty, Doc says, smiling up at me. Actually, I'm desperate. I rest my head back on the pillow, breathe in, and only 3 seconds pass before Bo is at the door, her clothes as crumpled as her hair is messy, her sleepy eyes scanning me, her tear-stained face being roughly wiped with the back of her hand. What's happened? She croaks, her voice rough. I lift a hand and reach for her, silently beckoning her to me, and she comes. Of course she comes, carrying her desolate body over and sitting on the bed. She takes my hand and squeezes, looking at Doc as he plays the game with me. Just a few more twinges, I say, hating myself for being so manipulative, for using my unborn child as bait, but I reassure myself it's for a good cause. Doc? Bo asks, sniffling and wiping her nose as he concentrates on doing absolutely nothing of any importance. Is everything okay? Do I need to call Danny? No, he says quickly, pressing a button. It's okay. We're okay. Baby is absolutely fine. I see Bo physically relax, her hand tightening around mine. I knew she wouldn't let me down. I wish she could be as strong for herself and James as she always seems to be for me. Is it a boy? She asks out of nowhere, leaning into the machine. What? I sit up quickly, making Doc lose his grip on the probe and therefore its place on my stomach. Gosh.
I quickly lie back down and he rushes to replace it before Bo figures out we're big fat frauds. A boy? I ask, straining to see the frozen image of my baby. Yeah, there. She takes a pointed finger to the screen. See? No, that's the umbilical cord, Doc says over a laugh. A bit long for a male organ on a 16-week pregnancy. I don't know why you're laughing, I say. You've not seen his father's. Doc chokes on nothing, and Bo shoots her eyes to me, shocked. I shrug. And it happens. Her lips twitch, and it is life. You're terrible, Doc sighs. Terribly outspoken, I mutter, and Bo chuckles. To be expected, I suppose. This kid is going to fall out of me. Rose! Bo shrieks, falling to the bed beside me. I look at Doc, and he smiles, nodding, telling me it's a job well done. But I'm quickly frowning, and Bo shoots up. Wait, she says, are you saying there is no male organ at all? My eyebrow lifts, curious for Doc's answer. No, Bo, I said it was the umbilical cord, not a male organ. So there is a male organ? He blows out his cheeks. You do know what's in there, she says, pointing to the screen. I love how curious she is. Tell Bo, I demand, making them both swing stunned looks my way. What? She asks. No, Rose, you've always said you like the element of surprise. I don't want to know, I confirm, but I want you to know. You do? Yes, I do. She bites her lip. And you don't want me to tell you? Can you manage that? I used to be a cop, Rose, she says, placing her hands over both of my ears and blocking my view to duck so that when he tells her if I'm having a boy or a girl, I can't lip read him. She soon frees her ears, looking at me, her smile wide. I'm not even going to ask. All I care about is that smile on her face. I know it's temporary. This is a brief distraction, but it gives me hope. She's not all out. Happy? I ask. Thrilled. Good. Now you can teach me how to drive. I pull my dress down and get up. What? Where? Around here, I say as Beau's phone starts ringing in the distance. She looks toward the door, and I notice Fury is still on the threshold. He holds up her cell. Mr. Haley. I'll call him back. I'm certain her father has heard what's happened to Beau's mother's remains. She won't want to discuss it, least of all with him, and I don't force it. Because, honestly, I'm relieved. She's up and about. Okay, looking like hell, but at least she's responsive. Thought you could teach me in Dolly, I say, my steadfast determination never wavering. I know that old, rusty, banging thing brings her peace, closer to her mother. But she cannot drive it, at least not outside the grounds of the mansion. No one said anything about inside the grounds. I link arms with her and lead us to her room. Perhaps wash your face first. That bad? She asks, reaching for her cheeks and wiping. Like death on a bad day. She laughs lightly, coming in closer to me. I love you, Rose. And perhaps, I hope, on top of her undying love for James, our friendship is another reason for Beau to stick this out. I love you too, I whisper. I chew on the inside of my lip as Beau fiddles under the hood of Dolly, trying to get her started. Her denim shorts are riding up, her long, smooth legs glimmering in the sun. If I were a man, I'd be wolf whistling at you right now. I think the battery's dead, she says over a laugh, coming up for air, oil smeared across her cheek. She wipes it and considers the engine for a few moments. Are any of the cars here? There's one out front. Wait here, she orders, jogging off. I check my phone as if I wouldn't hear it if it rang in my hand. Very, that kid. Just a call, that's all I ask. A check-in. Anything. I exhale and start a slow wander down the pathway, eventually reaching the stream that leads to the pool. I look down into the water at my reflection staring back. My hair falls forward, covering my face. It needs cutting. Maybe I'll book Beau and myself in for a pamper day. I smile at the thought of Fury having a pedicure alongside us. It drops when I consider the fact that, despite being unreasonably gorgeous, Beau is also the least girly girl I know. Not that I know many girls. Still, it isn't about being girly. It's about rest and relaxation. Calm. I shake my head to myself as I pull my hair back and fasten it with a tie. I'm not sure any amount of pampering could rest or relax us. Stress is inbuilt now. We just condition ourselves to handle it. Soak it up. Or not so, as Doc kindly pointed out, but I must, or the alternative will be Danny caging me. I hear a car and turn, seeing Beau pulling up with Otto. What are you doing here? I ask as I approach and Otto goes to the trunk of Dolly. I thought all the men were out on business. I needed to pick up something. He appears a few seconds later with some leads of some kind. What? I ask, watching as he flips the hood of the Mercedes and squeezes some metal claw things. A few grenades and a harpoon. He bends over the engine and I roll my eyes as Beau collects the other ends of the leads. Then you're in the wrong place. I believe all weapons are now stored in the swanky new bunker buried underground at the boatyard. He exhales and unbends his body, looking at me tiredly. And I smile sweetly. I just spoke to Esther. His face becomes thunderous, and he goes straight back under the hood. Have you spoken to her? I ask. Little point, isn't there? Why? I press. I thought you two were getting along nicely. Too nicely for Danny. On an impatient grunt, Otto straightens again and smacks his head on the underside of the hood. Really? I flinch, and Beau flies around, still armed with the claw clips on the cables. What happened? She asks. Really? Otto yells again. Gosh, I rush over as he rubs his head. Is it bleeding? I take his hand and check, seeing his palm smeared with blood. Ouch. I look beneath the hood and spot a catch on the underside. Of all the places you could hit your head, you hit it on the only spot with a metal catch. Rose, he hisses, looking at his bloody palm. Oh, really? What? I ask, assessing him. Gosh, Otto, you're pasty white. Beau drops the cables and hurries over. Otto,
I think I need to sit down, he mumbles, his speech becoming slurred, his eyes starting to roll. Oh my God, I cry, as he starts to sway. He's going to pass out. Bo hooks an arm through his on one side, and I take the other, just as Otto becomes a dead weight between us. Freaking hell, Bo gasps, as we both crumple to the floor under the strain, unable to hold Otto up. Not surprising, really, since he's probably double our size. Get Doc, she orders urgently, having me making a mad dash for the house, yelling as I go. Doc, I shriek when I make it into the hallway, out of breath, my throat scratchy. Doc, where are you? I run into the kitchen, the TV room. Doc! Gosh darn it. I pull my phone out and dial Danny, and he answers in just one ring. Is Doc with you? I ask urgently. No. Why would Doc be with me? I left him at the house to scan you. He did scan me, and now... What's wrong? Are you okay? The baby? I'm fine. We're fine. But Otto isn't. What? He hit his head and lost consciousness. How the heck did he hit his head? He misjudged how much head height he had. I'm being very sketchy with the truth, but Danny doesn't need details. This is an emergency, and I don't want my plans to learn to drive ended before they've begun. Rose? I turn around and find Doc at the top of the stairs. Never mind, I've found him. I hang up and wave my hands frantically. Otto's hurt, I tell him. You need your bag. My God. He turns to go back to his room. No rest for the wicked, he grumbles. Never has a statement rang truer. While Doc is gone, Danny calls me back. I answer and pace. Never, and I mean never, hang up on me, he warns. Doc appears, hurrying down the stairs as fast his old body will allow. I'm here, I'm coming, I'm armed, he sings. I'm sorry. I flank Doc as we rush back out to the gardens. I've got to go. There are so many questions I want answered. They'll have to wait.
I take my chances and hang up again, needing to brief Doc on what's happened. He hit his head on the metal catch on the hood of Dolly. What? He looks at me in utter confusion. Beau's car. Dolly. Then he passed out. I see. We make it to them, and I'm surprised to see Otto sitting up, his scowl epic. You came around, I say, as Beau gives me a look that tells me to tread carefully. I'm fine, he grunts, trying to get to his feet, wobbling. Let us not be smart, Doc says, moving in as Otto gives up and drops like a rock to the ground. He checks Otto's head. Superficial, he murmurs. Superficial? I blurt. I saw the blood. Not even any stitches? No. He squeezes a tube of liquid onto Otto's head and starts wiping. I don't like blood, Otto grunts, making both Beau and I balk. He's a killer and he doesn't like blood? My own blood, he adds quietly, looking up at us moodily. I'm forced to press my lips together, as is Beau, but I quickly look away from her. Laughing could get us both killed. My cheeks balloon. I snort through my nose. It's no good. I catch Beau's eye and burst into fits of giggles, clenching my belly, my eyes streaming, my breathing ragged. I'm sorry, I blurt, hearing Beau snickering too. I'm so sorry. Otto mumbles and grunts, shooing Doc's dabbing hand away and forcing himself up to his feet, still a bit wobbly, and stomps off as best as his unstable body will allow. Oh no. But we need help getting Dolly started, I call, getting a dismissive wave of his hand in return. We don't need him, Beau says, chuckling over a few words as she dips and collects the cables, taking them and fixing them to something under the hood of Dolly so both cars are connected by the cables. Then she starts the Mercedes and gets behind the wheel of Dolly. He'll be back soon anyway. Why? I ask. He looked about done with us. He forgot his car, she says, just as Dolly roars to life and something under the hood of the Mercedes sparks. Gosh, Beau yelps, flying back in her seat. What happened? She gets out of Dolly and into the Mercedes. I think I blew the electrics. She looks around the inside of the car. Nothing's working. She tries to start the engine. Completely dead. Well, I chime, at least Dolly's alive. An eye for an eye, Beau says, grinning as she hops out and joins me. I remember Reg telling me once that you should never jumpstart an old car with a new flashy car. Who's Reg? An old boy with 5 teeth who used to rescue me whenever Dolly quit. Reg the rescue truck. Otto stomps back around the corner, his face like thunder, and we both wisely keep our mouths shut and our laughter under control as he yanks the cables out from the Mercedes, tosses them aside, slams the hood down, and throws himself into the driver's seat. "Does James know you're driving that death trap again?" he asks, a definite curl to his lip. "I'm not driving it, Otto," Bo retorts, eyebrows high, "because where the heck will I go?" "He's not driving anything either," I whisper, and Bo snorts as Otto flashes another snarl. Gosh, he's a miserable jerk today. Bo knows as well as I do that James won't give a heck if she's driving Dolly again. He'll just be glad she's out of bed. Otto tries to start the Mercedes. Obviously, nothing happens. Gosh darn it, he smacks the wheel. "I think Dolly killed it." Bo rests a delicate hand on Dolly's rusty paintwork, and I'm forced to turn away to hide my tears of laughter. I hear a door slam and the unmistakable pound of Otto's boots stomping away as he yells for Bud at the gate. "Get in," Bo calls, shuffling across to the passenger seat. A wicked shiver courses through me. Excitement? I bite my lip and hurry over, putting myself behind the wheel, casting my eye over the buttons and switches. Dolly looks far more complicated than any of the Mercedes I've been in. Bang! Gosh, I yelp, jumping in my seat. What the hell was that? I look across the car to Bo. She's smiling. That, Rose, is Dolly. She reaches for her seatbelt and pulls it on, prompting me to do the same. Let's go. Yes, let's go. Not far, granted, but let's go. I take the lever by the wheel, pull it, and put my foot on a pedal. And jerk forward, bunny hopping my way up the driveway at the side of the house. She's not very smooth, is she? Bo chuckles, stroking across Dolly's center console with a palm delicate enough to stroke a butterfly. "Easy on the gas, Rose." "I'm being easy," I insist, picking up speed gradually, feeling relatively calm. "You need to shift gears." "It has gears?" I ask, looking around the wheel. "None of the cars the boys drive have gears." "Watch Cindy," Bo yells, just as a black and tan blob flies across my path. Gosh, and Barbie. Gosh, Rose, hit the brake. Which one's the brake? I yank the steering wheel to the left, adrenaline charging through me fast, and plow straight into a bush. Danny. I'm merciless on the throttle, flying across the water like a bullet, out of my seat, James flanking me. The salt spray hits my face, making my skin tight, the roar of the engine and pound of the water filling my ears, drowning out the voices telling me to go on a killing spree. But I'm still strung, still tense, still edgy. As the corner of the cove comes closer, I slow so I can loop without being thrown off. I'd love to yank on the handlebars. Being ragdolled across the water might distract some of my muscles from being infinitely tight. I slow until I'm barely moving and look down at my wetsuit, considering the bandages and dermabond beneath. "Not wise," James says as he chugs over, circling me. I know. Free falling will offer only a momentary sense of lightness. Is there anything in the world that can alleviate the pressure completely? Yes, there is, but I can't spend all of my spare time being intimate with my wife. "I think I'll take the coastline back," I say. An hour racing across the water at breakneck speed has done nothing to lessen the stress. Maybe a leisurely chug back will. James nods and turns his jet ski. "Don't be too long." I leave him and head toward the rocky coastline on the east side of the bay, where commercial buildings stand over the water, some still midway through development. Ruined. They're destroying this private bay. I slow to a stop and bob on the water when I reach the small cove where Winstable Boatyard once stood. The boatyard Pops built, the place where I learned to ski, to swim, and how to hide firearms. I smile. Fond memories. Cranes still loom over the site, diggers rumbling across the muddy ground. But there's one building complete, and it looks nothing like the educational facility I was told it would be. It looks more like a hangar. If I didn't now have Byron's Reach, a far better site, I might hold it against the developer. I can't blame the old boy I rented the place from, nor his son who sold it from under my nose. I wonder how his knee is after I blew it out. Naturally, I don't give a heck. Just wondering. I continue slowly along the coastline. The area is so much bigger than I remember, or perhaps that's because most of it is now flattened, each side of the piece of land nearly touching the nearest developments on either side. I turn to face the other side of the bay, seeing Byron's Reach in the distance, a dot on the horizon.
and the big problems awaiting me. Problems that aren't going to be fixed while I bob out here on the ocean. I rev the engine and pick up speed, concluding a slower, safer pace isn't helping. Every time my mind goes back to Pops, to the bear, to the freaking zoo he keeps, I burn hotter, breath heavier, shake more violently. By the time I make it back to shore, I'm no less calm. James is coming out of the yellow container. Is he still alive? I ask, as I trudge toward the cabin, knowing James would rather Kenny Spittle was not breathing. And kicking. He slams the door and bolts it before securing the padlock. And is he still insisting he didn't tell Agent Burroughs we killed his father? Yes, he is. Apparently, Burroughs got a tip-off that I murdered Spittle. Anonymous. How really do you know that? Hyam.
And you didn't think to tell me? James' eyes shine with something quite ugly, and I hold my hands up in surrender. It slipped my mind, he grates. Besides, it's bollocks. For one thing, you killed Spittle, not me. Plus, there's no really body to prove anyone killed Spittle at all. I curl my lip at the container where Spittle's son is being held. His phone? Silent. And the bank? Still nothing, according to Otto. Gosh it, I yell, kicking the dirt, walking in circles, my breath short. Even if his phone wasn't silent, answering it would be pointless, because the accent on the other end would be Russian, Irish, or Polish, and that tells us nothing more than we already really know. But it'll tell them we have Kenny Spittle. How much damage have you done? I ask, looking at James. No damage. What? I've not touched him. You sure? I reach behind me and pull down my zip, wriggling out of my wetsuit and pushing it down to my waist. Pretty sure. And if you're wondering why I've not mutilated the person, it's because I reached the same conclusion you did while out on the water. How was your trip back alone, by the way? Reminiscent. What conclusion? We need to release him and maybe buy him a few minutes at a tanning salon so that when he gets back to work at the bank, everyone will believe he's been on vacation. Get Otto to track him. Your bandages are wet. You need to replace them before the dermabond dissolves. James motions to my chest, and I look down, scowling at the damp material. Why really didn't you wrap up in waterproofs? Distracted, I march over to the container as I unravel my bandage and toss it aside, then fight to get the padlock undone, swinging open the door. Ugh, cough. Jesus, I breathe, holding my fist to my mouth. The smell is musky, really putrid, totally unbearable, and the sight of him isn't much better. Kenny Spittle looks up, squinting with the bombardment of light attacking his eyes. I push the door closed. "Da boss," Liam sings, appearing at the top of the steps to the cabin. His hair is longer, wilder, and I'm quite sure his board shorts haven't been washed since the last time I saw him some weeks ago. His eyes fall to my chest and nearly fall out of his head, and I look down, confused. Then not when I see the mess I've made of myself. Gosh me, where really have you been? I snap, trudging toward him. We had to get our own really jet skis ready because Jerry was dealing with clients and the girls in the cafe were busy serving. I don't think you had a long enough vacation, he murmurs as I storm past. You'd be right. Get our skis in, James says, pulling his wetsuit down too. Then come join us. Sure, J-Boss. I laugh sardonically. Your back, my front. It's a really horror show around here. I help myself to a water from the fridge and cast my eyes around the busy cafe as I swig. My stare lands on a man in the corner who is watching us both standing by the fridge. My stomach turns and questions run amok through my mind. Has he found Pops? Beau's mum? Come, James says, encouraging me toward Hyam. And keep your really cool, okay? Keep my cool? I look around the cafe again, wishing everyone gone so I don't have to bother keeping my cool. Everyone's looking at us. My back, your front, James says. And since when do you care? I don't. Then shut really up. Hyam's eyes are nailed to my chest as I approach, and one look warns him not to ask. Pulling out a chair, I lower to the seat, setting my water on the table as James gets comfortable beside me, folding his arms over his impressive chest. I don't fold mine. Can't, for goodness sake. Hyam takes a sip of his coffee and pulls his jacket in, resting back in his seat. I'm sorry about your father, he says flatly.
and your girlfriend's mother. Jazz Haley was a respected agent. I don't want your condolences, James says quietly, a lethal edge to his tone. What do you want from me then? Nothing, he replies. That's not true. Or maybe a pardon when I find out who it was and butcher the person. Let us have this one, Hyam says, coming in closer. You don't know who this one is, James points out. No, but I know two pretty really determined men who can find out. He looks between us, and I raise my eyebrows. This is personal for us now too, he goes on. Like I said, Jazz was a respected agent. James laughs, scrubbing his hands down his face. Hyam, he says, lowly, getting closer. If I go home and tell Bo that the Bureau suddenly cares enough about her dead mother to find what was left of her after she was blown to smithereens, she will, and I am not joking you when I tell you this, tear every last FBI agent limb from limb. Bo is a former cop. Who knew her mother's death was not an accident, but wasn't allowed to prove it despite the evidence? James sits back, and I take over. He's going to blow. The simmering anger seems to be alternating between the two of us. There are so many bent cops on the force and Bureau, Hyam, I say, taking more water. I don't even know if I want to be talking to you right now. I'm not bent. That's what they all say. Any news on my father's missing body? We all know you and your friend the Enigma have more chance of finding your father's body than the FBI. So that's why you're here? For our help? Would you rather me be here to arrest you? I sigh, falling back in my chair heavily to demonstrate just how really tired I am of his egotistical mess. Hyam, if you could arrest either of us, we'd already be in cuffs. You'd be a big catch for me. Are we back talking about sharks again, Hyam? James asks, making me frown. What about sharks? I ask. Hyam likes to fry big fish. You don't get much bigger than us. I smile at an exasperated Agent Hyam. Indeed you don't, but as I have explained to James before you arrived back in Miami, as much as I know you two have more murders to your names than the inmates of Florida State Prison put together, there are either no bodies or no evidence. Oh, I see. I look at James. Do you see? I see. We see. I confirm, facing Hyam, who looks like he's already ready to bash our heads together. I chuckle to myself, peeking out the corner of my eye to James. His face is dead straight, but I can see he's getting a bit of light relief with me. So, for the avoidance of doubt, I go on, are you saying that in order to cuff us, you need some dead bodies or evidence to prove James and I may or may not have killed a few men? Yes. And, while we're pretty big really fish, probably the biggest, you accept you will never get us in those cuffs? Yes. And you accept that our supposed crimes, because they are supposed, Hyam, let's be clear on that, are a direct result of the other scum roaming the streets of Miami trying to rule it. And if they were not around, you accept the crime rates would, as everyone wants, including us, drop significantly. Yes. And the FBI and MPD will ease the squeeze around our necks if we intercept a few supposed murders and hand the culprit over to you to prosecute. I suppose that is indeed what I am saying. I slap the table with my palm, smiling. Why didn't you just say so? I feel like we've been around the houses a bit, Hyam. Exasperated, he stands, picking up his coffee as he does and finishing it. If there was ever an award for most sarcastic crime lord, Danny, you'd get it. I'd rather win the award for most dangerous, actually. Fight you for it, James practically growls beside me, and I'll win. We'll see, I reply, smiling at Hyam. I'll let you know how this pans out. And my offer? Well, think about it. Maybe this will sway you. He pushes a picture across the table, and James and I both lean in to look. We believe this may be the chameleon. I frown. The chameleon? I've never heard of the really chameleon. Now you have. Polish. Replaced the hound, who I now suspect was in the vehicle that blew up after James was released from custody after being wrongly arrested for Frank Spittle's death. The chameleon works under the shark. Hyam pushes another picture toward us.
Every single person in the room snorts their thoughts on that. Well, never live in complete peace. But it's the closest we'll ever get, and they all know it. Are you saying we're giving Hyam the bear? James asks, his tone unimpressed. Yeah, I'm saying that. Got a better idea? I ask, raising my brows. He doesn't get to answer, his phone ringing and interrupting. Beth again? And who in gosh is Beth? I've got to take this, he mutters. But surprisingly, he doesn't leave the room, instead pacing in front of the glass. So what are we doing with this? Goldie asks, picking up the picture and inspecting it. Paying a visit to the Pink Flamingo? You craving some girly cocktails? Ringo asks, earning a death glare. Sex on the beach? How about a screwdriver? Goldie counters, her lip curled. Plunged into your eye. Ringo's face drops like lead. I was playing. I don't play, she mutters, slamming her body down on the couch and raking a stressed hand through her hair. She's pissed. I get it. Freedom was a whisper away, and now, due to loyalty, she's going nowhere. As soon we've dealt with this mess, she'll be gone, and she will go with James's and my blessing. You want some time out? I ask her, earning myself a death glare too. Why in gosh would I want time out? I want to get on with this mess and get the job done. I nod. I like her attitude, sometimes. The lobby bar. Half an hour. James hangs up and faces the room, therefore my curious face, which he ignores. Are we done? He asks. No, I want... My phone rings, and as soon as I see who's calling, I hold it up to James before answering. Chaka, I say, telling everyone else in the room who it is as I click to loudspeaker. How's my favorite king of Africa? Black, he says, over what I know is a small laugh. You woo me. You're not calling with a problem, are you, Chaka? No problem. Just checking the finer details for the delivery. Details to come, I say, dismissively. Now, let me ask you something, Chaka, my friend. I perch on the edge of Brad's desk and cross one ankle over the other, hearing the building threat in my own voice. And only the truth will do here, or that peaceful community of yours in that beautiful village far, far away from civilization might be blessed with a firework display very soon. I thought we were friends, Black. We are, which is why it pains me to threaten you. You're in pain? Agony. Now tell me, I go on, bracing myself for the imminent exploding of myself, the anger brewing dangerously. I swear, whoever's been shouting their mouth off, I will cut them up, slowly, with a blunt knife. How in gosh do you know my wife is pregnant? Because you told me. I jerk, frown, cast my eyes around the room. What? His laugh is deep and rumbling, and really, really irritating. When you called me a few nights ago from St. Lucia, as drunk as I've ever heard a man, oh, Brad starts laughing, as does Ringo and Otto, and Goldie rolls her eyes, blowing her cheeks out in despair. And James, he's expressionless, deadpan, seriously unimpressed. I guess I told you I was in St. Lucia too, huh? Gosh, my life. Gosh, my stupidity. Gosh, everything. Sure did. Now, are we done? We're done. I am not living this down. Back to business, Chaka says. I said I'd send you the details. He's laughing again. I'm talking about the other shipment. What other shipment? I ask, feeling all attention on me. The one you ordered that night after telling me you'd inflict severe harm if I didn't fulfill it. Oh, I murmur again, as James shakes his head at me and the rest of the gang look at me like they feel sorry for me. They should. I'm feeling quite sorry for myself, too. That order. I have no really idea what he's talking about. Don't suppose I can cancel it? Oh, Black, can I suggest a vacation? I'll be in touch. I hang up and uncross my legs, standing. Really? We have a second shipment coming? No, gosh, Ringo grunts. I have a weird moment, a flashback, my mind taking me back to that night on the beach after we found out we hadn't killed the bear and my wife lost her, gosh, basically throwing me out. I see myself, slumped on the sand, a bottle in my hand, my mobile at my ear, and I hear part of the conversation. I want to double the order. You can deliver, can't you, Chaka? Otto coughs, knocking me from my thoughts. And do we know how we're taking this delivery yet? I glare at him, silently telling him to really off before I really hot him up. James heads for the door. I need to be somewhere. You look like you're in a rush. I am. We have the delivery to coordinate, I call. It was you who had this bright idea to keep the delivery to a Friday when the Coast Guard is training. Just trying to keep all the criminals happy while staying alive, James mutters, not stopping. Where are you going?
I yell. None of your business. I recoil, throwing a curious look to Otto, who shrugs, and to Goldie, who is still scowling. Am I the only one wondering what the really has up to? Rose, really it all to hell, I mutter, staring at the bush that now has a hole in it the shape of Dolly's hood. Bo, I'm so sorry. I turn to my friend, praying for forgiveness. Really the bush. This car is sentimental. A hunk of junk, but so sentimental. Bo's just staring at the car, and my heart sinks as I reluctantly turn my eyes onto the paintwork to look at the damage. Oh God, scratches everywhere. I'll pay for it to be fixed, I tell her, ignoring the little part of my brain that's asking me how the hell I'm going to do that without having to ask my husband for some cash. And I have a horrible realization in this moment. Awful. I have no money, not of my own. Everything has been signed over to me, yes, but I can't get at it. I didn't earn any of it, work for it. God vary it, I'm still a prisoner. He controls me, all of me. I feel a lump forming in my throat, and I hate myself for it when my best friend is staring at her most precious possessions, something her mother gave her, that I have just crashed. I was supposed to be distracting her. I'm so really dumb. Bo turns her eyes onto me, and my lip wobbles, my mouth loading with a million apologies to pour. She jerks a little, as if snapping out of a daydream. I'm so Jesus, Rose, are you okay? Bo dashes over to me and places both hands on my little bump, and I withdraw, taken aback. I'm fine, I say. I hardly moved in my seat, felt no pressure on my tummy. But Dolly isn't. Dolly's fine. Are you sure you're okay? The baby, does she feel okay? I still staring at her, my mouth falling open. Can you feel her moving? It's too early to feel movement, I say quietly. It is? Bo rubs circles on my tummy, as if trying to stimulate movement. And in answer, a mild flutter of bubbles pop, as if telling me she's okay. As if she knows my friend needs that reassurance. Oh my God, I felt her. She's moving, I say, laying my hand over Bo's. She inhales, eyes full of wonder, staring at me. She doesn't even realize what she said in her panic. She is fine. Thank God, Bo breathes, smiling mildly. Then it drops, as do her hands from my stomach, and she steps back. Oh gosh, her hand slaps over her mouth, and I laugh. It's too late for that. Am I having a girl? No, she shakes her head. Nope, nay, nah, nine. I'm having a girl. God vary it, I'm having a girl, I say, bracing my hands on my knees to hold me up, starting to laugh hysterically. My God, he's going to have a really fit. Another girl to worry about? Hell be sectioned. You can't tell him I told you, Bo says, as I lower myself to the ground, feeling weak and very worried I could pee my panties at any moment. Rose, for Christ's sake, will you promise me you won't tell him? I promise. I chuckle, on my back, looking up at the clouds. I'm so stupid, Bo moans, joining me on the ground, lying next to me and taking my hand. I turn my face to hers, wiping my eyes, my body still sporadically choked in with the aftermath of my laughing fit. And Bo smiles. It's a true smile, the kind of smile that lights her face and dampens the darkness that shrouds her life.
I don't know what I'd do without you, she whispers, her voice ragged. I exhale and settle. She wouldn't know what to do without James either, but that goes without saying. And I guess girls meet girls sometimes when men just do not know what to do. They'll fix this, I say. I know they will. I just wish more stuff for them to fix would stop turning up. And I wish more that I could maintain a consistent, calm, accepting aura. I smile, wishing the same for myself too. But we should cut ourselves some slack. You're allowed to wobble, Bo. So am I. You're pregnant. You have a valid excuse for your unreasonable behavior. I can't even challenge her. I know I'm unreasonable. Danny knows it. Everyone knows it. God, I hope she will be pregnant one day too. A glimmer of light to grow and chase away the demons forever. James needs that too. It's not unreasonable, really. Not when you consider who we're married to. She swallows and nods, looking up at the sky. He thinks I hate him, she whispers. I don't. I love him more fiercely than I've ever hated anyone, even the man who ordered my mother's death. I know you do. I squeeze her hand. Maybe he needs to hear that. She nods. My period was due yesterday. It didn't come. I inhale subtly. Do you think? I don't know. But James definitely needs to hear that I love him. Looking at me, she flashes a small, unsure smile. Where are they? At hiatus. I'll call and check. Okay. Jumping up, she looks down her body. I'm going to wear a dress. I accept her hands when she offers them, and she pulls me to my feet. Beau in a dress is as rare as James smiling. Have you ever worn a dress? I ask as we walk back to the house. Except for my bachelorette party, which was an epic fail. I shudder, remembering Danny's smashing an admiring man's face into the table just before he ordered me down off the stage in hiatus in the calmest, deadliest voice. Oh, and at dinner in St. Lucia, my cream dress. Yeah, one time when James took me to the opera to assassinate a judge. She says it so casually, so coolly, and I look at her, not surprised. I've heard the story before, and even if I hadn't, well, our world. James had a dress delivered to Lawrence and Dexter's, she goes on, smiling, although it's sad. I've not heard this part. Before we knew it was Dexter who killed my mother under order. I squeeze her hand, and she laughs lightly. The thought of going to the opera filled me with dread, but at the same time, I really wanted to. She shrugs. It was when I was particularly bad at being in crowded places. Beau isn't all too great now, but I know of the panic attacks that ruled her back then. I went to Walmart on a Saturday afternoon to try and prepare. Why would anyone go to Walmart on a Saturday? Exactly, she laughs. Anyway, it didn't work out too well, and I was on the cusp of falling apart when guess who shows up? She looks at me, and I smile. I don't need to answer that. He'd been following her for some time, trying to find the man we all know as the Bear, the man who ordered the deaths of both James' family and Beau's mother. James knew he would go after Beau too if she didn't give up her relentless need to prove her mother's death wasn't an accident. James just didn't expect to fall in love with her. And I must admit, neither did I expect to fall for her. To be honest, when James dragged Danny from the dead, I hated Beau before I had met her. Then the four of us had dinner, and after a spiky start, I was soon head over heels. And here we are, a pair of malls. He helped me do my shopping and picked me up later. He wore a black suit, she says over a sigh, and he looked so really handsome. I ask, he said I looked out of this world. Truth is, Beau looks out of this world in ripped jeans and a tank. She's naturally stunning, casual or glam. We've never gotten ready together, I point out, like girls do. We should do it, get ready together. She turns a smile onto me, and I love the sparkle I see in her eyes. I'll take a shower and head over to your place. She releases me and jogs off, and I laugh. My place is down the corridor from her place. I head to the kitchen to get some water and make the first of a few calls to Esther. Before you ask, he's not here, she says when she answers. He and Barney have become quite pally. He's back and forth between here and there like a yo-yo. I can't be anything but pleased about that. He's got a friend, and it's so important he has those, especially in this life. This life that's so different from his previous life with Hillary and Derek, even if we're trying to keep it relatively normal. We're deluded. I know Esther's also been on his back to keep in contact with Hillary. She had every day with Daniel since he was a baby, so I can only imagine how hard this change has been for her. He's keeping up with his studies though, right? She laughs. Yes, powering through them, getting top grades in everything, making extra effort so he can dash out the door to see Barney. I'll call Barney's dad, I say, taking the stairs. And you? Are you okay? How's Danny? She asks, swerving my question, which basically gives me my answer. He's fine. Esther, how are you? This isn't sitting right with me. Danny can't dictate how his mother lives her life, and neither can I. I should never have allowed Danny to call the shots. I need to be with my husband, of course, but I also need to be with my son. Danny brought me here, and he wouldn't if he truly thought I was at risk. So why can't I have my boy with me? I want to come back, I blurt. It's probably best for everyone. No, she snaps, adamant. Without you around to stabilize him, Christ knows where Danny will be.
I let myself into my room and drop to the bed, my head in my hands. I don't think I stabilize him, Esther. If anything, I'm tipping him further over the edge. That's nonsense. I miss Daniel. She laughs. Why? If you were here, you would hardly see him anyway. Now, I've got to go. My pasta's boiling over. I'll text you Barney's dad's number so you can reach Daniel. She hangs up, and I stare at my cell, waiting for the number to drop. Barney's dad didn't ask for this. He must feel like he's got 2 kids, given Daniel spending so much time there. My phone pings, I save the number, and then I call Barney's dad's. Mr. Benson? I say when a deep, gruff voice answers. It's Rose, Daniel's mom. I hope you don't mind. Esther give me your number. Oh, Rose, I don't mind at all. How are you? I'm good, thank you. And you? Very well. Daniel's grandmother said you're on vacation with his dad. I smile tightly as I look around our luxurious suite at Danny's Miami mansion. That's right. I was just checking in. Esther said Daniel's with you again. Oh, is that a problem? Not at all, I rush to explain. I just wondered if it's too much. It doesn't sound like you get much of a break from him. He laughs lightly. Honestly, it's fine. It's nice for Barney to have the distraction. Oh? I can't contain the curiosity in my voice. Well, I'm working most of the time, from home of course, and his mother has gone back to Sri Lanka. Oh, he misses her? I open the French doors and step out onto the terrace, pouting to myself. He misses his mother. How sweet. Miss me, Daniel, and answer your very cell or at least my messages. No, we're going through a messy divorce. She left the country to be with her new boyfriend. Barney wanted to stay with me. My eyes widen. Gosh, what do I really say to that? I'm sorry. I sound as awkward as I feel. Everyone is, he says over a laugh. Anyway, Daniel is fine, Barney is fine, the big unit following them around is fine, and in case you're now worried about me, I am fine too. How cute. Well, I'm glad everyone is fine. I smile like an idiot. You have my number now, so just call if you need me. I mean, need anything Daniel related. I'll call you, Rose, he says, laughter in his tone. Enjoy the rest of your vacation. I hang up and look across the grounds of the mansion. I will, I say to myself. Oh, please. Lennox saw us all sitting around the table.
He met my friendly husband. He's got a 7-foot Viking trailing Daniel and Barney. He knows we're not on vacation. I wish we were. All right. I look toward Beau's voice and find her on the terrace of their room. Yeah, I'm good. You? I have no dresses. Then you'd better get that sweet, slim self over to my place. I go back inside, and a few seconds later, Beau's next to me by the closet, rummaging through my clothes. Take your pick, I mutter, looking at all the dresses solemnly. None of them fit me anymore. She pulls out a white dress, looking it up and down. This is the dress you wore the night we met. And this is the one you wore, I say, reaching for the cream piece I also wore the night Danny took me to a lovely Italian place and murdered 2 men. I think I need to go shopping, Beau says quietly. Yes. I hang the dresses back up. I'm getting fatter by the day, and you need some dresses. I'll plan a shopping trip. Somehow. And until then, she asks, looking across the rails of dresses. You should wear this one, I say, pulling out a lovely boho chic tiered piece that falls just below the knee. I've not worn it yet, which means no one has died in the presence of this dress. She laughs and takes it from me. You sure? Yes, I'm sure. It suits your free spirit better, anyway. I start looking for something to wear myself, something stretchy. Beau's cell rings, and every inch of her tenses telling me exactly who is trying to reach her. Miami's next mayor? I ask as I pull out a gold slinky dress that's got some give. What the hell am I going to say to him? She toys with her phone, torn between answering and ignoring. Actually, I'm more worried about what he might say to me. She takes a deep breath and connects the call. Dad. She starts pacing, her eyes low, the dress in her hold, and I pray this call won't have her returning to her room and bed. I'm sure they're doing everything they can, she says, looking at me, shaking her head. I don't know, Dad. She lays the dress on the bed and starts walking again, watching her feet. Tonight? I'm sorry, I have arrangements with a friend. She's cringing, but I also sense her conflict. She feels sorry for him too. So do I, the old fool being hoodwinked by a gold digger, but I still don't like him. I also don't care if he lost every penny he has, but I do, because that's Beau's inheritance, and I can think of no one I'd rather have Beau's egomaniac's father's money less than Amber. I shudder. Amber, who was the in-house whore when I arrived at Casa Black. Amber, with whom Danny had been intimate. And suddenly I recall the painful memory of his rejection after I had made my feelings clear. Stop. They're my friends, Dad, Beau goes on, bringing me back to the present. I know you're running for mayor. The heel of her palm meets her forehead. Then I won't come on campaigns with you. Simple. She pulls the phone away from her ear and covers the speaker. I can't even deal with him right now, she whispers to me. He's at a hotel downtown, wants me to meet him for dinner in the lobby bar. Is it bad I'd rather eat razor blades? I shake my head. I've gotta go, Dad. I'm late. We'll do dinner next week, okay? She hangs up, ties her hair, and pulls her robe in. Where's your makeup? James. I walk out of the lobby bar of the hotel and immediately slip a cigarette between my lips, my body tense. I frown at the flame of the lighter as I hold it on the end. It's not only flickering, it's shaking, and I move my eyes down to my hand, my trembling hand. What the? Really? I mutter, inhaling and slipping the lighter into my back pocket, looking up and down the street as I cross the road, forcing my body into relaxing and failing miserably, struggling to understand this extreme reaction. I slip into my Range Rover and let the window down to let the smoke out, taking a moment to calm my pounding heart. Unshakable. I'm stumped. I don't know why I'm really shaking. I've done the right thing. I only pray Beau thinks so too, when she starts talking to me again. I start the engine and pull off, having one last pull on my cigarette before flicking it out of the window, heading back to hiatus. I turn on the stereo. Music. Music will calm me. Pulling up at a red, I smile at the irony when Paradise Circle joins me and signal to turn right. But I don't turn right. I look over the crossroad, seeing a pink neon light glowing my way, enticing me, tempting me, telling me more relief can be found through those doors. I turn off the signal and put my foot down, passing the club. The chances of him being there? Slim. But it doesn't hurt to check. I park around the back and go to the trunk, pulling the base up and collecting a Glock, tucking it into the back of my jeans with its friend before taking the rucksack. Then I Google the Pink Flamingo to check who owns the place. Elsa Dove. I nod to myself, checking her out, finding an uptight-looking middle-aged blonde in a trouser suit, divorced, previous socialite, wealthy parents. Then I check out who manages the place. Des Stanton, single, history of drugs, parents dead. It tells me all I need to know. My strides are long and purposeful as I walk to the front, getting eyed by the men on the door. They both look me up and down, then to each other. "We gotta search ya, man," one says, the brave one. "You don't gotta search me," I assure them, turning and lifting my t-shirt. "I just want to see if there's someone in there, then I'll be gone." They throw each other wary glances. And if that someone is in there, I'll remove him, because I'm pretty sure the owner won't want him frequenting her establishment, even if the man running the place for her does. "Yeah, okay, cool, man," the other says, hands up. "We're not paid enough to deal with this kind of trouble, man." Wise men. I brush past them, then push my way through the double doors, scoping the joint from one side to the other. The gauche music, the tacky decor, the cheap furniture. I have to squint to protect my eyes from the glare of the sickly pink neon lighting assaulting the place. I drop the rucksack by the door and start a slow circuit, eyeing every table, every patron, the staff, the people on the dance floor. There's not one camera in the place. It speaks volumes. I come to a slow stop when I see a VIP area in the corner, a crowd of young women swarming the edge. Desperate young women. Desperate young women wanting attention, money, drugs, a sugar daddy. All disingenuous, but all blameless. I wander over, a head and shoulders above them, and see him. A bottle of champagne in one hand, a woman in the other. An innocent woman. He has the same shades on as he does in the photograph Chaim handed us. Who really hires these imbeciles? Jesus Christ.
His nose is powdered with white stuff, his body visibly buzzing, and I bet if I could see his eyes, they'd be like really saucers. I feel my guns against my back, begging me to put an end to one more obstacle. Except, I can't. Not only because he's surrounded by ignorant idiots who don't deserve to die. We need information. I push my way through the crowd of youngsters crowding the VIP space and step over the red rope holding them back. My presence gets the other guy in the area, who also has a woman on his lap and cocaine dressing his nose. And suddenly, the woman isn't on his lap, being shoved aside for something else. His gun. I pull both of mine at lightning speed before he's even figured out where gosh his trousers are and have one aimed at each of their heads. Two pairs of hands rise into the air and screams overpower the music. Pleasure, I say, gesturing with my guns. The music stops, so very conveniently. And if anyone moves a muscle, that bag by the door will take this club and everyone in it into the next galaxy. All eyes fall to the rucksack by the door. Let's go. Gosh, you're the enigma, he breathes, lifting his glasses, confirming what I thought. Pupils the size of really Mars. Gosh, they're really scraping the barrel to build this really web again.
And guess who I'm taking you to see? I whisper, cocking my head. The Brit and the Enigma? His mate says, full of dread. Gosh, dat, I see it coming a mile away. And just as he bolts, making it approximately 2 feet, I turn my gun and put a bullet in his back. More screams. Your chances of survival are stronger if you cooperate. The leprechaun, hands still up, stares at his drugged-up mate now bleeding out on the floor as he edges out of the space and walks to the door. I'll cooperate. I collect my bag, give the doorman a polite nod, and lead him to my car with my gun pushed into his lower back. I've always admired ya, you know, he says, stumbling along. Shut the gosh up. I pop the boot and present him with a tennis ball. I'll tell ya everything you want to know, I swear it. I shove it in his gob and hold up a cable tie on a tilt of my head, and his wrists are held out in a second. I bind them and shove him back, taking care of his ankles before putting some tape around his mouth and a bag over his head. I close the trunk, get in the driver's seat, and head back to hiatus. I'm still tense after my meeting at the hotel bar, and I'm really pissed I can't shake it off. That Irish jerk's lucky I need information more than I need his blood. I get the biggest really scowl from Danny when I find him at the bar. Where the gosh have you been? He yells over the music, turning to face me. I ignore him and order a vodka, perching on a stool. The music is so loud I can't hear myself really think. It might be a good thing. And who the gosh is Beth? My vodka lands on the bar and I neck it, slamming my empty down. The bartender, Mason, a younger version of Otto but with extra piercings and added tattoos, immediately pours another. I take the glass, looking over to the DJ booth, seeing the resident DJ, his name escapes me, holding one side of his headphones while working the decks with the other. David Guetta gets the crowd pumped with Love Is Gone, the bass brutal, the endless speakers pulsing. Bo. I should go home to Bo, try and coax her back to the land of the living. My face screws up, my hand reaching for my temple. Why so really loud? I look at Danny, seeing his mouth moving, but not hearing a really word. Necking my second, I slam the glass down, growl, and stand, marching to the booth and taking the 6 steps up to it in 2 strides. I don't bother speaking, he won't really hear me, so I shove him aside, my ears ringing, and start turning all the dials I can see until the volume comes down to a more bearable level and my mind no longer feels so chaotic. I exhale and turn, finding the DJ behind me looking absolutely petrified. That's your max, I grunt, passing him and going back to the bar. Danny's eyes following me the whole way until I'm sitting back on the stool. Better? He asks as Brad pulls a stool over and joins us. I don't answer. At least we can talk without yelling. Where have you been? Brad asks, waving to Mason for a drink. Why is everyone so concerned by where I've been? I snap. I had something to deal with. It's dealt with. Danny's eyebrows arch dramatically, and he peeks out the corner of his eye to Brad, who peeks out the corner of his eye to Danny. Someone's touchy, Brad says. Standard, Danny grunts.
What the gosh do they expect? My girlfriend is currently zombified, the bear is back in pole position, and an FBI agent is trying to make difficult people out of us. My recent meeting has only made my mood fouler. What the gosh are you playing at anyway? I bark, going on the attack. 2 shipments? Danny shrinks on his stool and looks at the glass in his hand, turning his nose up at it and placing it on the bar. We're not all really perfect, are we? He looks around the club. Where the gosh is Nolan? Yeah, where the gosh is Nolan? I parrot, pointing my attention to Brad along with Danny, both of us happy to divert the subject elsewhere. I forgot about that matter, Brad all but snarls at me. Couldn't care less. He's at my place. Why? I press before Danny can, cocking my head. Narrowed eyes join his snarl. You really know why? Brad's hand clenches the bottle of beer Mason just pushed toward him. What do you know? How do you know? And why the gosh don't I know? Danny asks, looking between us. Nolan's got nowhere to stay, Brad grunts, filling his mouth with the bottle and swigging. He was crashing in the office while we were in St. Lucia. And having a relationship with one of the girls, I add. The gosh, Danny breathes. So hiatus is a hotel now, too? He was paying off some debts, Brad explains, making Danny jump to the exact same conclusion we did. He's not taken a nickel. How do you know? There are millions up there. You count every dollar? He's not taken any cash. I back Brad up, feeling charitable. The kid worked his way out of his debt. I had Otto check out his accounts. He drew cash on every payday, meaning his rent bounced, so he got evicted. If he was stealing from us, he would have paid his rent. Brad blinks, surprised, and Danny settles, happy we're not being fleeced. Still, he growls, the girls are off limits. I've had a word, Brad assures him, as Otto and Ringo join us. What's with the baseball cap? Danny snaps, but Otto bypasses the question and shows us his phone. A green dot blinks on the screen. Spittle's phone. He's gone home, Otto says. My guess is, though, whoever stored with him will have moved on. They won't risk it. He's been away from the bank for too long. They've made alternative arrangements, I guarantee it. Maybe they're storing the drugs and guns wherever they were storing the women they're shipping in, Danny muses, staring into space, thinking. Wouldn't surprise me. Ringo stands. They're one big, happy, really family, after all. He looks past us, and we all turn to see Goldie coming out of the ladies. She looks tired. I hate it. If Ringo makes some wisecrack now, I might slam a screwdriver in his eye myself. I'm taking her for something to eat, he says, clearing his throat, as we all swing stunned looks to him. He scowls. She needs some energy, and a time out from this really circus. He's going to start treating her like a lady now? Does he have a death wish? Ringo, I say quietly, checking Goldie isn't close enough to hear. She doesn't want a timeout. She wants to find the bear and crack on with her life. She needs energy to do that, doesn't she? He practically growls at me, and I back off, because, well, Goldie. Bon appetit, I say, and he marches off, grunting something at Goldie as he passes her, to which she snarls at his back, then follows him out. I've got gosh to do, Brad says, slipping down off the stool. Catch you guys later, Danny calls. You need to tuck the kids up in bed. Brad's middle finger appears over his back, and Danny chuckles, turning back toward the bar. All right, back to. He looks past me, his face interested. Ooh, so who's this then? I crane my neck to look over my shoulder. And Bach. Oh gosh, I breathe, facing Danny again. How the hell did she find me here? Well, I lift my eyes and find raging curiosity staring back at me. We used to be intimate. I wave a hand dismissively because my statement deserves that kind of detachment. Danny barely flinches. Because, of course, thanks to Beau and Rose sharing everything, he knows more about me than I'm probably comfortable with. But I know a great deal about him, too, so we're on equal ground. Cozy, he says, looking past me again. Which one? The blonde one. Beth. I don't know who the brunette is. Oh, Beth. I don't see a husband. Danny's observation doesn't bode well. Why has Beth been calling me? So this is the woman Beau walked in on you being intimate with? Yes, and worse, I knew she was present, but that was before I knew what Beau would become to me. Life, freedom, love. I inhale when I feel a hand land on my forearm and look down at the long painted nails. Nothing like Beau's short, bare nails. I look at the suit Beth's wearing, probably designer.
Nothing like the ripped jeans and baggy shirts Bo sports most days. Then up at her perfectly styled and sprayed blowout. Nothing like Bo's wild blonde waves. And finally, to her polished, makeup-covered face. Nothing like Bo's natural, makeup-free skin. Why am I comparing? One woman means nothing to me. The other means the world. Hell, heaven, and everything in between. James, she purrs, her voice as delighted as her eyes. It's been too long. I beg to differ. I can feel Danny's interested stare jumping between us, his body comfortable, settling in for the show. What are you doing here? I ask. Girls' night out. At a strip club? Actually, my friend's sister works here. We're picking her up, she smiles. That's mighty convenient, but also very possible. How have you been? I move my arm from her reach and resist asking Mason for an anti-back wipe, but when I catch his eye, polishing a glass, looking on with interest, I wonder if he might offer one without prompt. How have I been? Glorious, dire, elated, miserable, stable, crazy. What can I do for you, Beth? I ask, deciding nothing but directness will work here, and I know Beth is accustomed to boldness. Just not the kind I'm adopting now. Just seeing how you've been, she says, easy breezy. Is that why you called him too? Danny pipes up, pulling my attention his way, as well as Beth's and her friends, who I notice now is eyeing Danny. Thank goodness the girls aren't here. It would be a bloodbath. Or would it? I know Rose wouldn't react too kindly to another woman all over her husband, even if it's just her eyes on him. But what about Bo? Is she even capable of caring? Does she have the capacity? Would she even really care? I jerk away from that thought before it sends my mood lower. Danny, he says, as way of introduction, without offering his hand. A friend of James. I'm Violet, the brunette replies, thrusting her hand toward Danny. Pleased to meet you. Danny doesn't look at her, but looks at her hand briefly, leaving it hanging, then returns his eyes to Beth, and the brunette, Violet, awkwardly withdraws her offering. I don't remember you, Beth says. James and I have only recently reconnected. He smiles, and it makes me laugh on the inside. He's being protective, not of me, but of Bo. Is it wasted? Through our better halves, he adds, taking a drink casually after coolly dropping that information. Oh, Beth breathes. I understand you're married, he goes on, ignoring her reaction. I'm now settling in for the show. Beth's not exactly unbearable, but not exactly tolerable either, unless she's gagged, of course. She looks at me. I was married. We separated recently. Her back straightens, her chest pushing out, an air of superiority coming across. Shame, Danny grunts, making her inhale, as if gathering patience. She turns toward him and smiles. It isn't sincere. Would you mind giving us a moment? Naturally, Danny looks at me, his drink at his lips, and I nod, just wanting to get this done with and get Beth out of here. Danny leaves, the brunette following, biting at his heels, and Beth takes his stool, calling for a wine. I don't know why. This will be over before Mason pours it. Again, what can I do for you, Beth? She smiles coyly, and it gets under my skin. Pray do tell me she doesn't think there was anything more in our meetings than physical intimacy. Scratching an itch. She served a purpose for me, and I thought I did for her and her husband. But now she doesn't have a husband. I'm not even curious as to why. How she came to be here, however? A friend who works here? You've not taken any of my calls. Because I don't want to speak to you. I thought, well, maybe. Didn't you hear my friend? I'm with someone. She laughs, and it's like blades across my skin. She doesn't think I'm capable of anything but physical intimacy? You? Yes, me. I look past her, seeing Danny watching, the brunette getting dangerously close to him. She must have zero social awareness, because Danny's dismissive vibes are reaching me all the way over here. This friend of yours who works here, who is it? The awkwardness staring back at me tells me she's bullshitting. What is she playing at, and how did she know I would be here?
"So, who is the lucky girl?" she asks, bypassing my question. I don't bother telling her it's the blonde I found in my apartment the last time I was seeing Beth and her husband out. Why am I even entertaining this nonsense? That is none of your business. So if we're done? I go to stand, but both her hands land on my thighs, and I drop back to the stool. She gets to her feet, moves in closer, pushes her mouth to my ear. My skin crawls, every muscle tenses. "I want you to bind me," she whispers, licking the shell of my ear. "Gag me and take me completely." I clench my eyes closed and grit my teeth to deal with the unbearable closeness as I push my mouth to her ear. "Gosh," I whisper, "off." Taking her forearms, I push her firmly but gently away. The indignation staring back at me amps up my anger. That anyone thinks I would even consider betraying Beau, whether they know her or not, riles me. Goodbye. I turn on my stool, away from her, facing the bar, and only breathe easy when I feel her move away. I look out the corner of my eye and find Danny wandering back over, looking toward the entrance, watching Beth and her friend leave. "She was a bold one," he says, perching on the stool. "Good job she's gone, because Beau's on her way." "What?" "Rose just called. She's managed to get Beau out of bed, and they're coming here. I agreed, since I assume you want to encourage her leaving the house." "She's coming here?" "Yes." My phone pings, and I look down at the screen, inhaling, taken aback by the woman staring back at me. It's my wild, free-spirited, baggy-jeaned girl, but today she's in a dress, cowboy boots, and a denim jacket. Little makeup, hair piled messily up. She looks out of this world, smiling but clearly nervous, looking almost shy. Will she understand why I've done what I've done? Will she accept it? I don't know, so I won't be telling her. Not until I'm sure. Rose put her up to this picture. I need to thank her for helping her out of her darkness, too. Beau. "Hell, love it," Rose says from beside me in the back seat. A man of many words, I think, as I look down at my cell, waiting for a reply. He's clearly speechless, and I can't blame him. From zombie to party girl in a few hours flat. I look across to Rose and smile, taking her hand and holding it. She looks gorgeous in a gold, long-sleeved bodycon dress. "You look amazing," I say, my eyes resting on her little bump. "Not just fat?" She wriggles in the seat, pulling at the fabric around her waist. "Shut up." Fury pulls up at the front of the club. The line outside is long, clients, mostly males, waiting to be granted entry by the two mountains on the door. Ready? Ready. Neither of us get out, not until Fury opens one of the doors, after no doubt running a quick check and probably calling for extra men to assist. Rose steps out first, and I shift along the seat, stepping out too, just as two more suited men exit the club. I want to say it's unnecessary. I can't. We stand and wait for them to sort their positions, Rose reapplying her lipstick, me not. Instead, I look at the line of dozens of people and wonder just how many there are inside. My heartbeats increase as a result, and I start the same old routine, practicing controlled breathing. I will not be pushed back in that element of my life. This I can control. "You okay?" Rose says, placing a hand on my arm. It's busy. My thoughts tumble from my mouth without instruction, telling Rose where I'm at, so I rush to reassure her, to play down my threatening panic attack. "James is in there. I just need to make it to I yelp, being knocked a few steps back. "Gosh, I'm sorry," a woman says, her purse falling to the sidewalk, her things scattering. She crouches, and Fury moves in, prompting me to put my hand up.
"I've got it," I say as I lower to help, collecting a lipstick and a pack of personal items. "Here." I look up just as she glances up at me too. "Thanks." Her smile falters, her head tilting as she takes her things, stuffing everything back in her purse. "You look familiar," I say, taking her in, racking my brain for where I might know her from. "Beau," Rose says, helping me to stand as the woman rises with us. I hear Fury calling me, and I let Rose pull me on, looking back at the woman on the sidewalk, still wondering where I know her from, as she clearly does the same with me. I don't have the mental capacity right now, so I give up, returning my attention forward. Naturally, there are a few grumbles from the waiting patrons when we bypass the line and we're escorted in. Who was that? Rose asks as we follow the two mountains, Fury tailing us. I don't know. I know her face, though. My cell chimes, and I look down at the screen, the name slowing me to a stop. Beau, Rose says, as Fury's front meets my back. Okay, he asks, whistling for the two men up front to stop. I stare down at my cell, my heart that was racing with anxiety, now racing with dread. I honestly thought he'd got the message. I'm in love with a deadly assassin, and nothing is going to change that. Beau, Rose presses. It's Ollie, I say, looking at her, for what, I don't know. A message from Ollie? Her face twists. He's got some seriously thick skin. Can't you block him? I might have to, because if James finds out he's still trying to reach me or turn me against him, Ollie will be dead, and while he's been a jerk, I don't wish him dead. I nod and open the message, ready to click on his name to get his contact details to block him, telling myself not to read his words. But they're not words. He sent me a picture of James. James with a woman hanging off his front, his mouth at her ear. What? I whisper, recognizing the trouser suit, and where I know her from hits me like a brick in my face. I exhale and swing around, searching the sidewalk outside for her. I don't have to search far. She's not moved. Staring back at me, I see the recognition on her face too. She's realized where she knows me from too. She smiles, mildly, and it's knowing, small but interested. On top of the image of her hanging off my man's body, it's too much, my stomach feeling like it's been sucker punched, my veins heat, anger consuming me, blinding me. I feel Rose take my cell from my hand. I hear her quiet curse. I see her move toward the woman before me, ready to do God knows what, but she doesn't make it. Fury swoops in, lifting her from her feet and removing her. You are not in any fit state to catfight, he grumbles, looping his spare arm around my waist too and lifting me, carrying us both away from the woman into the club. He places us down and looks at me. I'm sure there's a reasonable explanation. And what would that be? I ask. Tell me, Fury, because I am oh so really curious why my boyfriend would be intimately involved with another woman. His bearded jaw rolls, his nostrils flaring, and I can absolutely appreciate that it's because he's mad with James, too. I don't know, he grates. Then let's find out, I say, pivoting and walking into the club. I collide with James just inside the entrance, and I conclude he was obviously coming to meet me. Or the other woman. Beth, that's her name, Beth. Or maybe he was checking that Beth had left the building before I arrived. I feel so really stupid, all dressed up like this, so unlike me, sending coy pictures. No wonder he didn't reply. He was busy. Hey, he says softly, holding on to my upper arms. The anger swirls in my gut, burns my blood, gaining momentum unstoppably. The pressure in my head is beginning to hurt. Get the hell off me, I yell, yanking myself out of his hold, squaring him with a look I'm sure could kill. His frown only heightens my anger. Beau, where really is her husband? I seethe, seeing Danny approaching behind James, his face a picture of concern, which makes me wonder how crazy I must look. As crazy as I feel? I'm certain it's not possible. James steps back, hands up, as if handling a ticking time bomb. What? He says, warily. He knows. He absolutely knows what, but I absolutely do not mind telling him. This. I thrust my cell in his face, and he is forced to seize my wrist and hold it still so the screen stops shaking long enough for him to see the image. Tired of dealing with the mess you're creating? I ask. Not getting enough out of this relationship anymore, so moving back to old habits? His jaw rolls. It's a very insult. Stand down, Beau, he orders in a deadly tone I should probably pay attention to. And yet, I don't. My rage is ruling me, my body trembling, a red mist fogging my vision. I feel like control is slipping away rapidly. I need to let go of this pressure. I need to explode. I will not really stand down, I yell.
How really dare you? You stand down. I shove him out of my way and march to the bar, not ordering a drink, but swiping up a glass of red that's already there, not bothering to check whose it is or if they mind. I'm pretty sure they won't challenge me. I down it, praying the liquid cools my temper, and gasp, slamming it back on the bar and motioning for another. I can feel many eyes on me, but the music still plays Swedish House Mafia, one, Your Name, right now, and the dancers still dance. I order a second wine before turning around and leaning against the bar, raking a hand through my hair to pull the loose strands off my hot face. I see Danny pull Rose away. I see her grave face. I see Fury looking torn between attempting to remove me from what's fueling me, James, or leaving me to detonate. I cast my eyes across them all again. The music seems to get louder by the second, like it's building to a crescendo, along with my temper. Then I look at James. I look at him with all the contempt I feel on a curled lip. I just want to lash out, hit things, be rid of this unbridled anger, release the pressure. Standing there, his stance wide, his fists balled by his thighs, his jaw ticking, he looks like a deadly mix of power and control. I hate both on him in this moment, when I'm straining not to lose my mess. I drink down my second wine and blindly push the glass on the bar behind me. Hurt him, hurt him, hurt him. My eyes glued to his, I walk to him, lifting my chin, my whole body rolling with the effort to breathe. I see the veins in his throat pulse. His Adam's apple sinks and protrudes. His lips twitch. The hollows of his cheeks pulse under his stubble. I find his blue eyes, eyes that are flames right now. We're done, I say, emotionlessly, backing away. We're never done, Beau. He speaks calmly, but looks anything but, his powerful, muscled frame shaking from the strain of keeping his cool. I turn and walk away. We're never done, Beau Haley, he roars. Broken, fixed, happy, sad, we're never really done. I turn, calmly, and come nose to chest with Fury. I'm not his anymore, so you do not need to tail me. I look up at him and get a hint of his mood, furious. Back off, I order, but he says nothing, just moves aside, not because he's backing off, but because he's giving James access to me. No, I yell, my hands coming up and blocking James from seizing me. Keep your really hands off me. I turn to leave again, or I try to, but an arm snakes around my waist and lifts me from the floor. Get off me, I scream, my arms and legs flailing, throwing my head back, but he anticipates my move, the only move I have in this position, and gets his nose out of the way of my thrashing head. Stand really down, he bellows, fighting to hold down my flailing arms. He carries me out of the club, and the looks coming at us are, expectedly, shocked. I kick, I scream, I fight his hold with everything I have, my anger driving me. I can't stop. I need this pressure to leave me. I need to be exhausted. But no matter how much I fight, I can still breathe easy. I need to stop breathing easy. Stop breathing altogether.
I'm carried across the road, and I hear the sound of brakes screeching, drivers yelling for us to get out of their way. I think a missile could hit James now, and he wouldn't budge an inch. He stalks down an alleyway to where his car is parked, and the headlights blink, the doors opening. He is not putting me in that car. I said we are done, I yell. Shut the gosh up, Beau. I am out of my really mind. Untamable, uninhibited, and as if to prove it, I twist my arm and reach behind James' back, pulling his gun from the waistband of his jeans, disengaging the safety. He stops just shy of his car, his body still, but his chest pulsing wildly into my back. I turn the gun around and point it at both of us. Put me down, I say calmly, and he does, because he knows. He knows I am really crazy, and he's sent me further that way. I turn the gun around in my hand and face him, and I look straight into his eyes. We are done, I assure him. He shakes his head, his expression incensed. Yes, I counter. No. He moves fast, reaching for his back, and before I can blink, I have a gun aimed at me. As long as I live and breathe, Beau Haley, we will never be done. Then I guess you won't be breathing for very long. You're the one who doesn't want to marry me, so stop being all insecure. It doesn't suit you. My free hand lashes out of its own volition, cracking him around the face, and my palm bursts into flames, his head snapping to the side where he holds it, his lip curling. Been taking pointers from your best friend? He hisses. Really, wouldn't that be nice? The pressure in my head bursts and I scream like an unhinged madwoman, squeezing the trigger. I jolt, flying around and slamming into something. The back of my head collides with a wall, the rough bricks pulling at my dress. The gun is gone from my hand and James is armed with both. He heaves and pants in front of me, and then he roars to the black sky and fires both guns, one after the other, over and over, the sound of bullets leaving the chamber piercing, echoing off the bricks of the dank alley. Then, quiet, except for the last shell casing hitting the ground with a pretty ping. Would I like to let off some steam? He asks, breathless. Yes, gosh, I need that. He comes closer and breathes down on me. Will I take it elsewhere? No. I hear the sound of the two guns hitting the concrete, then his hands are in my hair, fisting it harshly. I know only you now, Beau. I don't want you. Taste only your lips. I will only ever be intimate with you. He dips and licks the shell of my ear. I will only ever restrain you. Pulling away, he looks at me with wide, wild eyes, his hold of my hair unmoving. My mind knows only you. My body knows only yours. Slamming his mouth onto mine, he kisses me brutally, forcing me up onto my tiptoes. My very black heart can only ever love you, Beau Haley. So get your really head on straight and show me that all this anger and stress is worth it, because if you really mean it when you say we're done, I'll slip back into the shadows and pick up my life where I left off the day you walked into my apartment and watched me with that woman. Stunned, I stare at him. My anger hasn't subsided from his words. It's multiplied. This really world, our really lives, why? Why? When will the blows stop coming? To James, I am nothing but stress and helplessness. I don't even let him be intimate with me how I know he likes anymore. He turns his face away from me. We're fine, he says, letting whoever's come to check on us know that we're still alive. And the second he's facing me again, I let my anger out in another way. I'm on him like a starving wolf, kissing him like I might not ever again, gripping his hair harshly. And he accepts. They came together in passion, bodies entwined, mouths locked in a fervent kiss. A powerful sensation built within her. Do you desire this? She gasped, her touch intimate, eliciting a deep sound from him. I want you completely. I need that. Him, all over me. I need to be taken back to the beginning and reminded. He pushes me into the wall, his tongue merciless in my mouth. Everything was in my apartment, his apartment that was blown up, and he hasn't replaced anything because he's either been too busy, out of the country, or he thinks intense intimacy shouldn't feature in our relationship anymore. Well, I need it, clearly. I need that sense of freedom, to be taken away from this life. Fix it, I order, and he nods as our kiss continues, not slowing, not softening. I can't wait. He breaks away and heaves in my face as he walks to the car, puts me down, and opens the passenger door of his Range Rover. He turned her, positioning her over the seat, and she yelped, her fingers clawing into the leather. Their intimacy deepened, eliciting groans and moans. Ready? He growled, and they came together intimately. Gosh, the fullness sated her immediately, calmed the animal inside, lightened the darkness, cooled the burn in her veins. She sighed and settled against the seat, eyes open, staring at the back of the chair. She already knew this was going to be a ruthless encounter. Angry? She was here for it. She closed her eyes, breathed in deeply, relaxed further, and sank into herself, letting him move with intense passion, yelling, frantic, chaotic. And me? I'm at peace, calm. I needed this more than I know. Needed James. I am taken away from the world I'm struggling in into a place I thrive. Being James. Possessed by him.
Owned by him, cured by him. He was right. We'll never be done. I cannot live without this. Us. He moved with greater intensity, grabbing her hair and pulling it. The sensation traveled through her body. I'm going to reach my peak, she said calmly, but loud enough for him to hear, and he bellowed, moving harder, pulling harder, breathing harder. Really? He withdrew, circled, and moved into her one last time, grinding on a moan, and she reached her peak, so intensely but so serenely, the pleasure rolling through her, dousing the anger that ruled her only a few moments ago. She felt his warmth envelop her. His grip released, and he massaged her scalp as he circled his hips. "Are you okay?" he asked, wheezing. She didn't answer, pushing her hands into the leather and standing, inhaling as they separated. She wondered if their connection had left a lasting mark. She felt him pull her panties into place and her dress down before turning her to face him. He adjusted his clothing, and she helped him while he watched her intently. He eventually lifted her chin with a finger so she was looking at him. "I told you once never to question my love for you. Today, you questioned it. Who sent you that picture?" And just like that, my serenity is lost, and I am back in a world I can't cope with today. "You know who sent me that picture." The hollows of his cheeks pulse. "I told you to block his number, and I ignored you." I move away, out of his reach. "Why was that woman all over you?" He closes his eyes, gathering patience. "She's been calling me. I assumed she and Darren wanted to play. I ignored her. She showed up tonight. It's rather convenient that Burroughs was here too, don't you think? So it's his fault you had another woman hanging off you? Is he saying Ollie set him up? I've handled it." "You sure did," I breathe, laughing under my breath. "What the really is that supposed to mean?" "I'm going home." I pull at my dress to straighten it. Fury can take me. "Are you saying I can't take you?" "I'm saying I can't be around you right now. We were just intimate, Beau, connecting deeply, and now you can't be around me?" "Yes," I yell, obviously all over the place and feeling it too. "For goodness sake." James swoops up his guns and tosses them in the footwell of his Range Rover. So what was that? Addressing my needs in case I was tempted to take Beth up on her offer? I stare at him, wanting to slap him again. "If you want to take her up on her offer, don't let me stop you." I make it onto the street where Des is alone, guarding the entrance, a heckler outnumbering the unarmed Russians, none of which I recognize. Not Volodya, not Sandy. "So, the ox," I say, taking in the guy up front in a badly fitted gray suit. "The Brit," he purrs, smiling. "Is this how you greet all your guests?" "Ones I want to kill, yes." I smile and hold up the gun, dipping into my pocket and pulling out my Marlboros. I grip one with my teeth, slide it out, and light it, never taking my eyes off him. "You deal in guns, and yet you turn up here unarmed," I say. "I told your black friend here I come in peace. There is no peace in my world, never will be, so what do you really want from me, except certain death? I am a fair man, Black. I want to do business and exist in peace here in your fine country. You returning to Miami has upset my balance. Perhaps some yoga will fix that." I pout, exhaling smoke, hearing the other men join me, all now armed. "You're supplying the Mexicans," he says. "Correct. Are we done?" "You're undercutting me, practically giving away the guns for free. Go back to wherever you were." "Well, you see, Mr. Ox, I would love to, but some person dug up my pops from his resting place. You know anything about that?" I lift the gun a fraction more. Hands up in surrender, he takes a step back. "I think I can help you there." "You have information on my father?" "Yes." I nod, lowering my gun, pulling on my cigarette, and inhaling the nicotine deeply. "Why don't you step into my office?" I ask, gesturing with the gun and moving aside, smiling my welcome. Looking wary, as he absolutely should, he casts his eyes over me, James, and Otto, then indicates for his men to follow. I look across to the girls as I wander through, seeing both looking uncomfortably. Comfortable, like this is normal, everyday life. As I pass the DJ stand, I look up at the DJ, nodding my approval to the current track. Adamski, Killer. "Can I get you a drink?" I ask. Vodka? That's what you Russians like, isn't it? Or is that the Polish? I look back at James, and he shakes his head in dismay, exasperated. But if I don't adopt this style, I am likely to make a mess of hiatus. I prefer rum, he grunts, as I let him in the office. All three of his men pass, all silent, not one having murmured a word yet. They can't speak English. Then my men follow, giving me questioning eyes as they step inside, and I turn, closing the door. Just before the wood meets the frame, I see the DJ, his hand poised on the volume dial. I shut the door and face the room. I'm assuming whoever dug up my father wouldn't want to drag a dead body far, I muse, almost thoughtful, holding up my cigarette and looking at the stick as it hisses, burning, glowing. So, I'm guessing we should be looking in the eastern area, because that's where the cathedral is, and that is where he's buried. I look up at the ox. Or was buried. Correct. I nod, inhale, breathing out deeply. I see James, Otto, Brad, and Nolan in the edge of my vision move aside, and hear the music in the club crank up. I slip my cigarette back between my lips. I'm done with his nonsense, outraged that he thought he could turn up here unannounced and tell me what I can and cannot do, where I can and cannot be, and worse, tempt me with knowledge of my father's whereabouts. I give no warning, no hint through my expression. I turn and open fire, spreading the bullets between all four of the individuals. Their arms lift and shake like they're really breakdancing, and I don't stop until my belt is empty and my gun is clicking. I pull on my cigarette and breathe out, long and happily. I needed that. One less spider in the web. Or really animal in the very zoo. Whatever. But gosh, what a really mess. And still, James says, looking across the carnage, nowhere near as messy as when Nolan lived him here. I look at him, bemused. Seriously? Mate, there was gosh growing on gosh. True story, Brad sighs, slapping the man himself on the shoulder. Nolan shows the ceiling his palms. Should I get this cleared up? You should, I grumble, dropping the gun. And now I'm taking my wife home. I open the door. Don't ask me if I'm going to be intimate with her or kill her because I haven't made my mind up. Gosh, I hear Brad breathe. I guess I'm going too, in case he opts for option 2. He faces Nolan, pointing at him. Have. I stop outside the office and have another drag, finding Rose at the bar, still facing this way, waiting. I point my cigarette to the door, and she gets up quickly, kissing Beau's cheek and heading out of the club. Brad passes me to accompany her, and I make my way over to Beau. The way I see it, I say, prompting her to look up at me. You've got 2 choices. And what are they, Danny? Live or die, I answer, raising my brows. I know which one I want you to take. Are you saying you'll kill me if I don't stand down? No, Beau. I'm saying you will kill you if you don't stand down. And you'll kill James too, because he and I share the same ethos when it comes to living. Her head tilts in question. We can't do it without our hearts, as black and damaged and messed up as they really are. She knows I'm not talking about our internal organs. Get some sleep, I order. You look like a mess. Exhausted, drained, angry. Thanks, she mutters as I walk away. That's what friends are for, I call back. And, for the record, I'm sorry about your father. I find Rose by the doors, and she launches the moment she has me within reach. What happened? She asks, scanning me up and down, looking for signs of damage. So now you're talking to me? I take her elbow and lead her to the car, putting her in the back as Brad slips into the front, aware of Tank's absence. I'm not talking to you. I just want to know what happened. What happened? What happened today is I learned never to think that things can't get any worse or more personal. What a really day. Rose. He went straight to his office when we arrived home, alone. An hour later, he came to our room, undressed in silence, and showered alone. And he didn't give me the opportunity to reject him in bed, turning over and going to sleep in minutes, obviously exhausted. Me? I laid awake in an unbearable state of insomnia, staring at the bandages covering Danny's chest, begging my mind to shut down and rest. It was having none of it. Neither was the baby, who seemed hell-bent on making me feel her presence, either with heartburn or nausea. In a sense, it was reassuring, but with the relief came worry and guilt. Is my restlessness affecting her? My recklessness? As soon as dawn breaks, I leave Danny in bed, slip on a robe, and go down to the kitchen. And the moment I enter, it feels so empty. No Esther puttering around, baking, cooking, making tea. Tea. I need a cup of English tea. I make myself one and take a seat on a stool at the island, taking my first sip. My nose wrinkles. It's drinkable, but certainly not in Esther's league. I miss her. Not just her tea, but her ability to reason with me, with everyone. What would she tell me right now? Other than threaten to slap my face, she would remind me of who I'm married to and why I am married to him. It's so easy to forget, to lose sight of forever and happiness when I am immersed in the violence and trials that the Brit brings. For over an hour, I tussle and argue with myself, often looking down at my tummy, coming back to the same conclusion. I shouldn't be here. I serve no purpose but to rile him daily. I am incapable of handling my emotions, even more so now. But more than anything, I should go for all our safeties. Danny can focus, I can be with Daniel, and the baby and I will be out of harm's way. Or, more like out of Danny's way. Neither of us can do right for doing wrong, so it's for the best. I nod to myself and turn on my stool when I hear dainty footsteps coming down the marble steps. With Esther still in St. Lucia, it can only one person.
I get up and go to the door, seeing Bo nearing the bottom, her slight, toned body adorned in gym clothes, her hands in her hair tying it. She looks like she got about as much sleep as I did, dark circles around her eyes. I don't need to ask how she and James are. The fact she's up at 6 o'clock heading for the gym tells me. This tragedy definitely hasn't brought them together, and after listening to Bo last night and watching her monitor her cell like a hawk, waiting for a call from her ex-fiancé, God help us. I know it's not likely to either. She wants to get out there and get all the details. She wants to find out what happened, the circumstances, the perpetrator. She wants to be the cop she once was, and that's going to go down as well as a missile hitting the mansion. I see a raging fire, heat, damage. I flinch, shaking those thoughts away. Or I try to. Bo hits the bottom of the stairs and looks up, finding me by the kitchen. Okay? I ask, a stupid question I know, but what else can I say? In the space of a day, her murdered mother's remains have been stolen and her father shot dead. Have you spoken to Lawrence yet? No, I'm building myself up to that. Did you hear from Ollie? She reaches behind her and pulls herself from the back of her gym pants, looking at the screen. I'm taking that as a no. I'm going for a workout. Do you want a tea? She shakes her head, swallowing, so obviously holding back her emotions. My period came. Oh, God. Bo, her hand comes up. Please, Rose, do not give me sympathy. I'm your friend. What do you expect me to do? I don't expect anything, but I hope you'll hear me when I say I can't. I just can't. She backs away from me, sadness a veil all over her, and there are endless reasons for it. Oh, Lord, have mercy on this woman and give her a really break. Bo, I blurt, sounding urgent, stopping her halfway to turning. I'm going back to St. Lucia. This makes her blink in surprise. I think it's for the best. My hand falls to my stomach, and so do her eyes. It's not the first time my heart breaks for her, and it won't be the last. Danny and I are at each other's throats constantly. The pressure to be fine is just way too much. And in my condition, I wince at my own stupid words. I mean, I understand. She comes to me and hugs me, and still, even with her heartfelt embrace, I'm injured. I hope she'd beg me not to go, because I'm certain I would if she declared she was leaving. I couldn't be without her. I deflate in her arms, my eyes stinging. She's too focused on her loss, or her newfound mission. Jesus, trying to find her mother's killer nearly broke her. If she does this, she might not come out the other side. And starting her period will only make her more determined to distract herself. Come with me, I blurt, feeling panic setting in. I push out of her hold and take the tops of her arms, and she looks at me with a heavy forehead. Me and you, back to St. Lucia. I know you and James are struggling too. You mean since my ex sent me a picture of him all over another woman? Okay, it didn't look good, I admit that, but
Haven't you wondered why Ollie was there? She looks away, telling me she has, but she's choosing to ignore that logic. And that Beth woman, how did she know James would be at hiatus? Because I'm sure as gosh she doesn't look like the kind of woman who pops into a strip club for a drink. She won't ask herself those questions because she's too busy thinking about how her ex can help her rather than how he can ruin her relationship. Bo looks at the screen of her phone again. I don't have the bandwidth, the capacity, or the energy to fix this right now, Rose. Because you're too focused on finding your father's killer? I ask quietly. But what if he wasn't shot? What if there's an explanation? A heart attack? A stroke? What if there's no killer to find? She smiles softly and rubs my arm. I'll be in the gym, she says, walking away, taking her phone to her ear as she does. Calling her ex. How many times has she done that since last night? And why isn't he answering? The jerk? He better hope he doesn't find himself in a room alone with me. I look down at my tummy, roll my eyes. I go back to the kitchen and jump out of my skin when I find someone in there. James. He's making himself a coffee, shirtless, fiddling with the machine. I frown. How did he get in here without me seeing? Morning, I say to his scared back as I go to the stool. Morning, he replies, not looking at me. I saw you talking to Bo and took an alternative route. He obviously read my mind. I look at the French doors onto the garden. They're ajar. They also would have been locked, but that wouldn't be a problem for the enigma, and clearly it wasn't. Coffee? He asks, giving me his attention as the machine spits one out. No thanks. I hold up my nug. Tea. He nods and takes his cup, joining me at the island, and I find myself sitting back, withdrawing. Damn it, he's going to pick my brain. How are you feeling? He asks, nodding at my tummy that's concealed beneath the countertop. Fat. He laughs under his breath and necks his caffeine in one hit. The only thing big about you, Rose, is your willful streak. If he's about to lecture me for causing Danny unnecessary grief, I'm not game. I lecture myself enough without anyone else's help. Are you tired of fighting? He looks at his empty cup as he places it down, then peeks up at me. You? I breathe out, exasperated. How does this keep spinning back onto me? I think I'd rather him pick my brain about Bo. I lean forward. With respect, when it comes to relationship issues, you and Bo are definitely out in front. And I wonder, does he know her period started? Will he be relieved? Disappointed? James looks back down at his cup, and something tells me he's considering getting more caffeine, or perhaps some vodka. What do I do, Rose? He asks quietly, spinning his cup. My heart splits straight down the middle, and suddenly my own problems don't feel so heavy anymore. Danny must know I am not going anywhere. Maybe to St. Lucia, but I'm never leaving him. He's confident of that, I'm sure of it. James, though, he doesn't look like he's confident of much right now. A few days ago, she was practically begging me to try for a baby, he murmurs. Today, she doesn't even see me. Her father just died. He winces, his jaw tightening. She didn't even like him. None of us liked him. I reach for his hand and pull it toward me, resting my elbows on the counter to lean in. But he was her dad, James, and no matter what we think, she's going to feel guilty. Maybe like she should have made amends before he died. He sighs, long and heavy. I know that. She's going to wish she'd met him last night. James withdraws, eyes wide. What? Before we left for hiatus? Tom called her, said that he was at some hotel downtown for a meeting. He wanted Bo to join him for dinner. James looks away, his expression between a scowl and a frown. If she'd have gone, this might not have happened, I say. That's what she'll be thinking. He turns his eyes onto me. I see the darkness there, the demons he fights back every day. He didn't deserve her. She didn't deserve to see you with another woman all over you either, I say, my lips pursed. Are you going to tell me what the hell was with that? She's from my past. James breaks our connected hand, pulling away, looking defensive. I'm sure Bo's told you all about how we met. Of course she has. Both Danny and James know there's not much, if anything, that Bo and I don't know about each other. But what the heck was she doing at hiatus? Has this got something to do with her ex? I ask. If Bo won't admit it, at least James will confirm it. Exasperated, which is a cheek, James stands, exhaling loudly. Otto got into Beth's phone records. She's in contact with Burroughs. My mouth falls open, even though I suspected. James laughs with zero humor. Looks like he'll do anything to turn her against me. I thought he'd given up. I'd hoped, he says, because I seriously don't want to kill him.
Oh, Jesus, what a mess. You're not telling Beau? Don't know if you noticed, but she's not talking to me right now, Rose, he says, swilling his mug under the faucet and resting it on the side. I narrow my eyes on him as he faces me. Have you told Danny? I ask. Yes, because he's talking to me. Don't try me, James. One murdering jerk is enough for any woman to deal with. He comes to me and dips, kissing my cheek. Thank you for getting Beau out yesterday, for what it was worth. Make friends with him. Or else, don't try me, he grunts, walking away. One disobedient female is enough for any man to deal with. Where are you going? I call after him. Not to the gym. Thank God, I murmur, lowering back to the stool. And for another hour I sit, mentally planning the conversation I need to have with Danny and how to approach it. I still haven't figured that out by 7 o'clock when he walks into the kitchen, his hair wet, his tall, hard body wrapped up in a gray suit. My heart sinks. Business. Didn't he deal with enough business last night? He passes me, silent, and slips a cup under the spout of the coffee machine, keeping his back to me while it pours, or drips, his hands braced on the edge of the countertop, his fingers drumming. Then, when it eventually finishes dispensing his coffee, he takes the small handle on the cup and turns, resting his back against the marble and looking down into his drink while he sips, as slowly as the very thing dripped out of the machine. I'm too tired for this childish game of who will break first. Good for him. He's got a good night's sleep and is ready to go great guns. I am not. I'm going back to St. Lucia, I say, my voice strong. He stops with his annoying sipping, holding the cup at his lips, seemingly thinking for a few moments before he leisurely places it down and heads for one of the French doors, pulling out his cigarettes as he goes. And he just leaves? I said I'm going back to St. Lucia, I yell to his back. He stops on the threshold of the patio, lighting his cigarette and exhaling calmly. Then he looks back at me, and I see it in his blue eyes. The monster that lingers beneath the surface. The devil that's waiting, ready to show himself. You're not going back to St. Lucia, baby, he says calmly, his face deadpan, his voice even. Then he leaves, and I drop my gaze to the counter, uncertainty plaguing me. Unpredictable Danny, volatile Danny, the man who appears calm on the outside, unless you know the signs. I know the signs. His scar was glowing. I'm going, I say to myself, glancing at the door, twiddling my fingers, feeling lonely, lonely and unsure. Everyone is so distant, and my pining for Daniel multiplies in this moment. It's not as if I was with him constantly when we were in the same country, but the mother within me feels like I need to be near someone who really does need me, even if his social life is more important than his mom right now. I pick up my cell and dial him, and my heart sinks further when he doesn't answer, although my reasonable side reminds me it's not long past 7 and no 13-year-old is up at this time if they don't need to be. I sigh and start to tap out a message to Esther, but Danny appears at the door, and he looks furious. Obviously, he's run dry of the energy required to contain his temper. Why really is Beau's car wedged in a bush around the side of the house? Oh, gosh. How would I know? Otto appears next to Danny, his eyebrows high, and I scowl at him. Snitch. I hope his head is banging. Nice cap, I grate, making his eyebrows lower, his eyes narrowing. Rose, Danny says, his voice tight along with his face. Answer me. Beau took me for a lesson. And it went swimmingly, I see, Otto mutters, before leaving me to face the wrath of my husband alone. I told you I would teach you to drive. Danny flicks his cigarette into a nearby plant pot and steps into the kitchen. Why really can't you listen to me for once?
You were too busy on a killing spree to see to your family's needs, I snipe. And to be clear, I am going back to St. Lucia. He laughs. It's evil, the kind of laugh reserved only for the men he's about to kill. Then it stops abruptly, and he comes close, heaving, sweating intense fury. And because I'm me, and he is my husband, I stand from my stool and square up to him. He pushes his forehead to mine hard, and I put up some resistance, pushing back, not backing down. No, he hisses. Yes, I counter. Can't he see it's for the best? At least until this difficult situation has passed? I'll die first. My cell rings, and Danny pulls away, looking for where it is. He finds it in my hand and snatches it, looking at the screen. His nostrils flare, his jaw ticking like crazy, and he turns it to face me. Lennox Benson's name glows at me. Oh gosh, how does he have your number? Is he for real? I swipe it from his hand. Our son is staying with him most of the time, Danny, and like I said, you're too busy destroying the world to have time to deal with your wife and child. I shove him aside, and he goes with ease, still heaving like a beast, mind you. I answer, not only because I defy Danny, but because it's early, and there must be a reason Lennox is calling. Hello, I answer tentatively, pacing up and down. Before you start worrying, don't worry, he says quickly, and I exhale. I heard Daniel's cell ringing and he's crashed out, so I thought I'd ring you back to let you know all is okay. My palm meets my forehead. Thank you. I woke up and missed him more this morning for some reason. I feel Danny twitching behind me, probably locking down every muscle to not intercept this call. How are you? And there, I just signed my death warrant. Yeah, good, Lennox replies. Just about to go for a run down the beach, then I'll wake the boys up. Maybe do some surfing later. The wind's good today. Sounds amazing, I breathe, and then flinch, nervously peeking back. Goodness, he's going to erupt. Be wise, Rose. And then something occurs to me. I turn away from my twitching husband. Is this why he won't permit me to go back to St. Lucia? Because he's jealous? Paranoid? Have a great day, and thanks for calling, I say, now keen to end the conversation. I'll call again later if that's okay. Sure, thank you. I hang up. Okay, I may have, in a stupid, pathetic fit of idiocy while in a mood with my husband, purposely poked him, but does he really think I'm capable of betrayal? And while I'm pregnant? I swing around, immune to the warning signs flashing before me. If you think you're keeping me away from my son and safety because you, I point my cell at him, are a paranoid jerk, think again, Black. I saw the way he looked at you. And I saw the way that woman last night looked at you. He explodes, picking up a mug off the counter and launching it across the kitchen, and it smashes against the wall, sending shards of porcelain spraying. I startle as the echo of the collision and Danny's bellow combine and bounce around the room, and look at him, shocked, my eyes wide. He doesn't back down. You are not leaving me. Leaving him, that is how he sees it. I don't know when he went from demanding I stay away to demanding I stay close, but we're here, and it is an insight into his frame of mind. Insecure, uncertain, even more crazy, deadlier. Sort your difficult situation out, Danny, I hiss, feeling emotion creeping up on me. But I will not allow him to see it. No, this pull between anger and distress is overwhelming. I leave him to cool off and walk aimlessly, brushing at my eyes as I go. Rose, Goldie says, coming down the stairs, seeing me marching across the lobby. I'm fine, I snap, seeing Brad coming out of the office up ahead, stretching. His arms freeze in mid-air above his head when he spots me. I'm fine, I say, passing him and entering the office, closing the door behind me, needing a quiet room. Alone, away from the house and the people in it. I rest against the door and breathe in and out a few times, calming myself, mindful of Doc's words. Relax. Goodness gracious.
That's never going to happen here. This baby deserves more than this madness, deserves more than parents like us. My lip wobbles. How easy it is to forget the good times, the passion, the love. I eye Danny's desk and pad over, dropping into the big chair, exhausted by the day already. I've been in here many times, and never sat in this chair. I gaze across the surface, then pull the drawer open. A pretty gold letter opener lays across some writing paper. I pick it up and run my fingertip down the edge to the tip, pushing into the pad of my finger until it pierces my skin. I hiss and suck the blood away, looking down into the drawer. Danny's father's name is printed across the top of the paper. I smile a little, pulling out a sheet, and as I do, I reveal a photograph of him. I pick it up and gaze at the image of a well-built man with happy blue eyes. His cream suit looks expensive. A brandy is in his hand, a cigar resting between his fingers. He was as formidable as he was handsome, just like his son. I swallow and place the picture back in the drawer, seeing something glimmer in the corner. My breath hitches, my hand automatically reaching into the drawer. I pick up the ring and hold it up in front of me, staring into the emerald eyes. I want desperately to sneer at it, laugh. I can't. Silly girl, Rose. She's bleeding everywhere, for goodness sake. She's hemorrhaging. She'll need a transfusion. Is it alive? Smack. A baby scream. The feel of him latching onto my breast. My hands begin to shake, and I drop the ring. It hits the wooden top of the desk and clangs as I push the chair away. But no matter the distance, the emerald eyes of the snake shine at me, as if coming to life. A sign of those terrible days coming back to claim me, imprisoning me again. I look down at my stomach. Oh God, I breathe, feeling sweaty but cold, heart palpitations taking my breath away, making it harder and harder to find air. No, 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 I gasp, standing, but I immediately sit down again when my legs give, grabbing the edge of the desk. I close my eyes and try to breathe steadily. I try so hard. Will she be able to carry again? Unlikely. The moment he was ripped from my arms flashes through my mind. Please, you can't take care of him, Rose. Gone. No, I yell, my hands grappling at the wood of the desk, searching for an anchor. Breathe. Just breathe. The door flies open, and I see Danny vibrating on the threshold of his office. But he's hazy. I can't see his face, can't focus, can't see the man who won't let the evil get me again. You are not going, he bellams. I can't go back. I can't. Air. I need air. I stand, I think, and then there's just darkness. Rose! Goodness, Rose, can you hear me? Rose, answer me. Come on, baby, open your eyes. Please, please, open. His voice is broken with emotion, ragged and strained. I'm sorry. I'm so very sorry. Rose, can you hear me? Doc asks softly. What in the world happened? James? Rose? Beau's here. Oh my God, is she okay? I open my eyes and immediately slam them shut again, wincing at the harsh glare from the ceiling lights. My head, I murmur, my brain feeling like it's bouncing around in my skull. I blindly reach up, but a hand claims my wrist and lowers it back down. Can you open your eyes, baby? Danny asks, soft and begging. Please, let me see you. I slowly peel them open and focus, finding his face above mine, upside down. He's sitting on the floor, my shoulders in his lap, and his face is fraught, his damp hair falling in his face. I'm not talking to you, I croak, and he exhales, dipping and kissing my face anywhere he can reach. Are you in pain, Rose? Doc asks. I shake his head, hearing him hum and feeling him pressing into various parts of me. She fainted. Why? Danny demands. Distress, maybe, Doc says, his tone knowing. I heard you both yelling. Danny lifts his face, and I see Doc on his knees beside me, and James and Beau by my feet. Doc tilts his head, looking between us both with disapproval. If the body can't cope, it shuts down. Simple. I have told you both endless times, Rose needs to calm down. Chill out, as you young people say. I peek up at Danny and see the guilt take hold. I start to sit myself up slowly with Danny's help. It was a panic attack. I blacked out because I couldn't breathe. I look at Beau, and for the first time I can truly appreciate how debilitated she has been so many times. God, that was horrific. Struggling to reason with yourself, fighting for air, pushing back flashbacks. Danny gets to his feet and lifts me into his arms, carrying me out of the office silently, up the stairs to our room.
He lays me on the bed, removes my robe, and tucks me in, then lies down beside me on top of the sheets, fully clothed. His hand goes on my tummy, his head on my chest. I slip my hand into his damp, dark waves and massage his scalp. "I'm sorry," he mumbles. "I didn't pass out because we fought." He lifts his head and looks at me. "What?" "I found a picture of your pops in the drawer of your desk, and the ring." I shake my head mildly, not wanting to go there again, but needing Danny to be rid of the guilt grabbing him. I know the ring I was looking at was Carlo Black's, not Ernie's, his brother, the man who took Daniel away from me when he was only minutes old. But those evil emerald eyes, they got me. "Gosh," he whispers, "they found the ring by Pop's grave." I didn't think. I put my hand over his mouth. "Stop it." I wriggle, forcing Danny to move, and I shuffle up the bed, resting my back against the headboard. "Come." I offer my hands, and he takes them, letting me pull him closer. He straddles my thighs, resting his weight on his calves, and I smile down at his suit pants stretching across his thick thighs. "I'm glad I saw it," I say, looking up at him. He balks at me. "Rose, baby, what in the world?" Okay, so my initial reaction wasn't all too great, but now? That green ring is a reminder of how far we've truly come, how many obstacles we've overcome, and have still to overcome. We are stronger together. That's a fact. Sometimes we both just need a little reminder of that. I guide his hand to my stomach, and he looks down. "I hate you," he exhales on a quiet curse and wedges his fist into the mattress, leaning forward and kissing me. "I really hate you more." And the universe aligns again, the roller coaster slowing to a more manageable pace. I hook my arms over his shoulders and fall into the slow, calm motions of his kiss. It's the longest kiss, neither of us willing to break it. He slips one arm under my lower back and then falls to the bed, bringing me to rest on top of him. "Your cuts." He kisses me harder. "You'll be all creased," I say around his mouth, my body squishing into his suit. "Creased to kill," he hums, moans, pulls me in closer, and my body came alive with desire. We shared a moment of intense connection. I hear his phone ringing from his pocket, and then I feel it. "Oh!" I yelp, lifting myself from his body to escape the vibration. He laughs into my mouth, forcing me to withdraw, just so I can get a glimpse of my chuckling god. It's good to see him. I smile, feeling into his inside pocket for his cell and pulling it out. "Throw it away," he orders, and just as I'm about to do just that, he stills. Wait, his cell is suddenly gone from my hand, as is my chuckling god. It was a brief appearance. He stares at the screen. "Who is it?" I ask, as he kisses my forehead and helps me to my back, laying me down. "I don't know." Another kiss on my cheek before he answers with silence. I hate the instant tension his body radiates. "James." After Danny took Rose upstairs, I followed Beau into the kitchen. She poured herself water, downed it, then left, not looking at me once. So I followed her to the gym. She will talk to me. She's already been in here for over an hour this morning. Clearly, she's not sweated enough. She places her phone on the bench and starts pulling on some boxing gloves, ignoring me standing by the door. The punching bag is about to get hammered.
And here we have our first challenge. "Development on what?" she calls after him. I place her down and look at her seriously. "We're yet to discuss boundaries," she says, kind of nervous, kind of cocky. And part of the crazy I'm feeling is not knowing what the hell is going on. Of course, because her craving information, scratching around for the truth, is what made her an incredible cop. It's as essential as breathing to Beau, and I've denied her that. Really. And there I was thinking you putting that ring on the correct finger was a sign. She looks at me like I'm stupid, because, obviously, I am. "You know who I am, James." She tucks herself into my side and lets me walk her out of the gym. "As I know who you are. A cop. A criminal." I don't release her when we reach the lobby. I don't order her away or send her to our room. No, she'll always be by my side. Even when I'm walking into really battle, really, my life, I lead her into Danny's office, and when every eye in the house turns our way, I silently dare any of them to challenge me. Of course, Danny doesn't heed the warning. "Are you really joking?" he asks from his chair behind his desk. I don't answer. He knows as well as me that we need to flex, so here I am, flexing. I release Bo, and she goes to the couch and lowers in between Goldie and Ringo, her lips pressed together. Shaking his head, Danny stands and rounds his desk, approaching her. She looks up at him, not speaking a word, but I know she's got plenty to say. Yet in this moment, Bo knows what's good for her, and showing willingness is what's good for her. Like putting that ring on the correct finger. A ploy? Danny's eyes narrow, and I stand back, letting this play out. This isn't a place for a woman. Don't do it, Ringo, warns, as Goldie's body visibly straightens on the couch. Please, Danny, I beg you, do not do it. Danny turns his eyes onto Goldie, while Bo fights her smirk. If you smile, I will kill you, Danny hisses, making Bo get her lips quickly in check. But not mine, or Brad's and Ringo's and Otto's and Goldie's. We're all fighting smiles, except Danny. He takes a patience-gathering breath. I'm letting this slide for now. I look at Bo, whose face tells a different story. I've had a call from the shark, Danny goes on. All amusement leaves us. What? Brad blurts. Do people Google the Brit now and find your height, wealth, and, really, cell phone number? Interesting, after the ox showed up at the club last night, I muse. What's really going on? Danny looks at me, his face as thoughtful as I guess mine is. Wait, the ox was at the club? Goldie asks, throwing a frown around the office. When? When Ringo took you for dinner, Danny mutters, eyes never leaving mine. He didn't take me for really dinner. He took me for food. So the ox showed up and I killed him, Danny says, blasé, still looking thoughtful, after he politely requested we stopped supplying the Mexicans. And what did the shark want? I ask. Guns, Danny says quietly, his fingers forming a steeple, resting against his top lip, thoughtful. Are you really considering arming our enemies? Brad asks, looking as concerned as everyone else in the room. Yes, I answer for Danny. Sounds like the Polish and the Russians are no longer working in harmony, I muse, perching on the edge of Danny's desk. Looks like word is getting round that the Brit is offering a cracking discount on weaponry. And what about the bear? Brad asks. I don't want it to be taken as gospel, but I'm pretty really sure he wouldn't want his minions doing business with the Brit and the Enigma, since both want his identity so they can really kill him. Perhaps he doesn't know, Goldie pipes up, getting a grunt of agreement from Ringo. I nod, looking across to Bo, who's being surprisingly quiet. What's she making of all this? I tilt my head, and she shrugs, nonchalant. Who is she really trying to kid? Talk, I order, making everyone in the room look my way. She scowls at me, but she talks. It's falling apart, she says, all eyes turning onto her. He thought he had you both at the boatyard the night Perry Adams died. You proved him wrong, made him look foolish, even if you looked foolish yourselves for killing the wrong man. I hear Danny cough under his breath, probably in disbelief. She's really pushing it. You killed him, Bo, I remind her. My point is... She has a point? Danny asks. Oh good, I thought she was just here to piss me off. Bo smiles, and Danny mutters something about preferring her as his wife's friend. I can see me being here is a problem for you, macho men, Bo stands, so I'll take my conclusions elsewhere. She takes 3 steps, and Danny swoops in, lifting her from her feet gently and taking her back to the couch. I smile. He knows she's got skills. He's objecting simply because it's Bo, my girl, his wife's best friend, his friend too, and a woman. He needs to get over that. Sit, he orders, frowning, glancing at me. I raise my brows, and he shakes his head. Please, he exhales. Lowering, Bo breathes in. The bear didn't expect Perry Adams to die that night, she says. So despite all of you feeling cheated by finding out Adams isn't in fact the bear, he'll be feeling even more cheated. More than half his army has been taken out, he's being forced to rebuild, but he can't do that quicker than you can kill. So, she shrugs. I'm thinking many are deciding that it's safer to go it alone because remaining under the bear's control is likely to get them killed by any one of you fine gentlemen. She looks at Goldie and smiles. Or gentlewoman. But the real question is, what was keeping them under the bear's control all this time that they're prepared to walk away from now? We all look at each other. Secrets, I answer.
He was blackmailing Derek Green. Spittle. You think he's blackmailing all these criminals? Brad blurts. What do they really care if anyone finds out if they perhaps have unusual interests or engage in private activities? We all look at him. What? He laughs. These people are animal obsessed. Makes sense they'd want to pursue those interests. He shudders. Don't ever give me a nickname, and definitely don't make it an animal. Your mind, though, Brad breathes. He's always had someone on the inside. Dexter. She turns a look onto me. Before my boyfriend murdered him. Fiancé, I correct her, earning semi-shocked but more interesting expressions from our audience. But no one says a word. I like to think it's because everyone knew it was a given. Beau's face remains eternally blank. Then there's Spittle and the two guys who stopped me and Nuff. My guess is the bear has no one else on the inside, so he can no longer fulfill his word of immunity or protect all the criminals under him from prosecution should they find themselves in cuffs. Danny pouts, thoughtful. He has no one on the inside. He could be resourcing, but you can't just advertise for a bent cup. It's just a thought, Beau says, shrugging, nonchalant, but she knows her thoughts are valid. Worth considering. I'm considering, Danny murmurs, pacing. Why hasn't he been in touch since Tuesday? He had our dead parents dug up, and then nothing. He can't have been abandoned by everyone unless he got a shovel and dug them up himself. A lot can happen in a few days, I say, hearing grunts of agreement, and all the signs point to his animals going freelance. The ox wanted you to back off. The shark wants guns. Speaking of guns, Danny says, taking his chair and motioning me into the other. The delivery. The really delivery. I've been distracted. He laughs, looking across to Beau. Then he scowls at her. You know, if you really wanted to help, you could stop distracting your fiancé. Brad shakes his head, looking at Danny like he's crazy, brave, stupid. Enough, I say lowly, making Danny sneer at me across the desk. So how do you propose we get our guns across the bay to the yard while dodging the Coast Guard out on their training day? Danny asks. My eyes burn into his, angry, frustrated. Truth is, I don't really know.
Maybe not, but has the easiest way, and God save my soul, I know he will share a lot more about Dad's death than anyone else. He's not the only one who can manipulate. But is it worth the friction between James and me? Would you ever try to change Rose, I ask, feeling Danny still, as if breathing is suddenly an effort and he needs to concentrate. I feel like this is a loaded question. I exhale into his chest. He knows where I'm going. I don't need to say it. My suggestion for their delivery problem is the perfect solution. Everyone knows it. But because I am who I am and belong to who I belong to, everyone keeps forgetting the not-so-small detail that I used to be a cop. And while I was making myself pretty for James last night, my father was dying. I snivel and break away, wiping at my face. I should have met him at the hotel, I say quietly. Gosh, why didn't I meet him? What? I look up and find Danny frowning. Dad called me last night. He was at a hotel downtown. Business. He wanted me to meet him there and have dinner. I made my excuses. He looks past me as he pulls on his cigarette, the air around him a light smog. Don't blame yourself. I shake my head, sighing. Where's he gone? Jim, to stand on his head. My guilt becomes unbearable seeing James in my mind's eye vertical, his eyes closed, his body solid and straight, trying to find his calm. My cell rings and I inhale as I drop my eyes to the screen. I shouldn't take it. Danny's right. Ollie isn't the only way. But the pull, the promise of distraction, the long-lost instinct being tempted out of hiding, I need to resist it. I look up at Danny, finding him observing me closely. I reject the call, looking past him when Rose appears. You look better, I say, assessing my friend more closely. You don't, she counters, wandering over. Danny tucks her into his side the moment she's close enough. Have you spoken to him? No. So is anyone going to tell me why you were in on a meeting? She looks up at Danny with narrowed eyes while he rolls his. It doesn't matter. I turn my cell in my hand. It was apparently a waste of everyone's time and won't be happening again. We're going out.
Danny says to Rose, taking one last puff of his smoke and dropping it into an ashtray. We are? Where? She asks as he drops a kiss on her forehead and wanders back into their room. To visit Pops, he calls back, or the empty, really hole where he once was. Oh, and Beau? He comes back to the door. For the record, I think your way is the only way if we're going to meet the Mexicans' deadline. He leaves and Rose faces me. What is he talking about? I bring my hands to my face and press into my eye sockets, so really tired. I offered to help with the gun delivery. Help how? Tow a line of loaded jet skis through Coast Guard-infested waters. She laughs and then stops abruptly. Your ring, she blurts, seizing my hand and staring down at it. I changed my mind. Why? I don't know how to answer that. Maybe to appease James? Show him I do love him. It can stay there until you see the light. Maybe because it's simply the right thing to do, be his constant light. Except, I'm not. How are you feeling? I ask instead, stumped. You'll be lucky if Danny doesn't glue you to a bed made of cotton wool. I'm fine. Are you going to talk to Ollie? What do you think? I think you know you shouldn't, but you won't be able to help yourself. Leaning over, she kisses my cheek. Just try to see things from James' perspective. I'll see you later. That's exactly what Danny said. They're either in sync or it's the universe telling me I need to consider their words. Taking my hand, she squeezes and backs away, letting our joined hands stretch out between us until she's too far away and I lose my grip. I go back to my room, slipping out of my gym wear and putting on some denim shorts and a shirt before I track down James. Reassure him. Tell him I'm sorry for making him doubt my love, for stupidly doubting his, for holding it against him for needing to keep me safe. Try to see things from James' perspective. Danny and Rose are right. I can't do this to him, not even for my father. James has been a rock, determined to drag me from the darkness. Dad seemed determined to send me further into it. I tie my hair up, grab my cell, go to the door, and freeze when it rings in my hand, my eyes on the wood before me, not wanting to look down. Really hell. I pull open the door, finding Fury on the other side. He looks down at my ringing cell. Are you gonna take that? He asks. I don't answer, my face screwing up, and I reverse my steps, shutting the door on Fury, the temptation too much. Ollie, I answer, clipped and short, starting to walk circles around our room. Beau, how are you? My dad's dead. My mom's remains have been taken. Civility's out of the way. He's lucky I'm not ripping into him about setting Beth on James. What happened? We should meet. I stop still, staring at my bare feet on the plush carpet. Meet? I parrot like a fool. I can't talk over the phone. I frown, taking the few steps needed to get me to the bed and dropping to my ass on the edge. What's going on, Ollie? Meet me, Beau. My imagination has gone into overdrive, my cop senses buzzing. But I don't press more. I know how this works. Fine, okay, I'll meet you. I have not one really clue how I'm going to manage that when James practically has me tracked 24/7. When? I'll be in touch. In the meantime, you're going to get a call from a Detective Collins. A detective? I thought you took the case. Silence. Ollie? The line goes dead. Gosh, I yell, slamming my cell down on the mattress. As if I needed luring any more. My guilt multiplies, and it's fast superseding my misery. I haven't even found the man responsible for my mother's death. I am still without peace there, and now I'm dealing with the death of another parent. Again, by all accounts, under suspicious circumstances. What the hell was Dad doing at that hotel? Who was he meeting? The tussle between standing down and stepping up is becoming unbearable. But one thing I am certain of, I can't argue with James. I get up and leave the room, and Fury falls into stride behind me, reminding me that escaping and meeting Ollie is about as likely as Danny allowing me to give Rose another driving lesson. Poor Dolly. I'm going to the gym, I call back. That's lovely. I look over my shoulder, giving Fury a tired look. Missing tank? One of his eyes narrows, his huge shoulders rocking as he walks. I don't like the look in your eyes. What look? Gosh, am I that transparent? I return my attention forward and wait for his answer. but he says nothing, and not because he's doubting what he's seeing, what he knows. I make it to the gym and face fury. Take a break, I say quietly, grasping the handle behind me and pushing my way inside. You never mentioned that bit, Danny hisses, and I come to a sharp stop, seeing James sitting on a bench rubbing his hair with a towel, looking insultingly bored, and Danny standing in front of him looking pissed off. And then Danny sees me and looks plain awkward, and James quickly becomes the angry one. Because of me, because he knows I've been talking to Ollie. Rose is waiting for me, Danny says, stomping away, and I follow his path across the gym with my eyes. He slams the door behind him. Never mentioned what bit? Everything okay? I ask, and James laughs sardonically. Really, Dandy Bo. I face him on the bench. He's still dabbing at his hair with the towel, slowly, purposefully, watching me. He looks really furious. What can I say to him? That I don't love Ollie? That my contact with him means nothing? That he's being jealous and it's ridiculous? After my performance when I saw him with Beth? Show him? Tension broke. They gave in to desire, connecting deeply. Then he nods and it seizes us both, snapping our spines straight, forcing our chests together as well as our mouths, and I am kissed into oblivion. Tension broke. They gave in to desire, connecting deeply. I promise I've already got Otto on it. Why? He seems to know a lot about a lot, and we want to know how. He leans back and gets me in his sights. The hard-faced, impassive killer is gone, and my soft, expressive fiancé is back. And right now, he's looking at me like he might love me more than life itself. Soothed, calmed. I've neglected you, he whispers, scanning my face, dragging his thumb across my lip. I'm taking you out for dinner tonight. You are? I am. He turns me by my shoulders and sends me on my way with a smack. He's trying to introduce some normal. It's gallant, if wasted. We're not in St. Lucia now, and no number of romantic dinners will make me feel normal. And Beau? I look back. You should call Lawrence, he says gently, and I nod. I didn't call Lawrence. I did everything, except call Lawrence. How do I even begin to explain what's happened? Mom? Dad? I'll call him tomorrow. I did call Ollie, though, repeatedly. He didn't answer. It feels like Nath all over again. I'm worried for Ollie, but more worried for myself, because returning to those places I went to after losing Mom feels scarily close. I take the steps down to the foyer to find James after he left me in the bedroom an hour ago to make a few calls. He spent the rest of the day at the boatyard with Otto, Goldie, and Ringo, probably to tell them he's bowed and agreed to me helping. I bet he's also taken the opportunity to fill them in on Detective Collins's call to me. Wrong place, wrong time. I'm not being crazy. This all just feels off. And while I can't claim to be consistently settled, this persistent edgy feeling, like I'm constantly on the verge of a panic attack, is how I existed before James. Consistently settled? There are times. They're always brief but blissful. The times when James takes me away. He's mastered the art of calming me. Problem is, he can't devote every minute of the day to doing that. Not here in Miami, at least. He makes a damn good try in St. Lucia, though. I reach the bottom of the stairs and smell him before I see him, the creamy, manly scent with an edge of spice. Heaven. Then I see him, and I feel my heart race and settle at the same time. Gray trousers, open-collared blue shirt that makes his eyes shine, a light tan belt to match his shoes. Stubble, sleeves rolled up. He's smart casual. So damn handsome. Looking at him now, even when his face is unreadable, it's hard to imagine him as the enigma. Special occasion? I ask, making his lip quirk. I don't know, is it? He comes to me, motioning down my black tiered dress that I borrowed from Rose's closet, of course. I know she won't mind. I really should go shopping. James seizes me, takes in my loose, wild blonde hair, smiles, and then kisses me deeply, leaning into me, forcing me to lean back. Must be, I counter, pecking at his lips. To take a night off from work. His nose wrinkles, he rubs it with mine, and then takes my hand, ignoring my quip. "You look out of this world," he says, leading me out to a Mercedes. "We'll have to take Danny's car." He opens the passenger door. I was blocking him in earlier when he went out with Rose, so he took mine. I slip into the seat and pull my seatbelt on, watching James round the front, admiring him. Dinner. A normal, regular dinner, like a normal, regular couple. He opens the door, but he doesn't make it into the car. The gates up ahead open and James's Range Rover appears. "Oh, they're home," I say, releasing myself from the car to say hello to Rose before we leave. I step out and watch Danny drive toward us, and the second he stops, he's out, looking really murderous. Oh gosh, what's happened now? Naturally, I look at Rose. She looks apprehensive. I tilt my head. She shakes hers. "What the? Really?" Danny yells, marching toward James. "Have you lost your mind?" Now, I know this isn't about me taking the delivery because Danny told me he thought my idea was a good idea. So again, what the hell has happened now? I look between the men, worried they might get up in each other's faces again, take out their frustrations on each other. "What's going on?" I ask Rose, joining her. "Oh, you'll see," she says, opening the back door and dragging out piles of bags. "We had a lovely shopping trip, just me and my husband." She smiles. It's fake. "Why are you lying?" "I'm not. It was wonderful. Then we were driving home and—" "You're really insane," Danny shouts, wrestling his way out of his jacket and slamming it on the ground. Then he obviously remembers he needs something in the pocket and snatches it back up, rummaging through. "What the hell are you banging on about?" James mutters, obviously tired of watching Danny tearing away at his jacket because he claims it and goes straight to the pocket, pulling out his Marlboros and passing them over with his Zippo. Danny lights one, inhales deeply, then puffs out the smoke, pointing at the Range Rover with his cigarette. "Join me," he smiles, the kind of smile none of us want to see, and paces to the back of James' car, releasing the trunk with the key fob. James follows, and of course, Rose and I too. The trunk lifts slowly, taking forever, as we all stand and wait for whatever is going to be revealed. And when it is, James is the first to speak. "Ugh, really?" he grunts, as I stare at a motionless body that's bound and gagged. Really?" Danny says, laughing. "That's what you've got to say? Really? Who the really is it, and how long has he been in your car? Because it really stinks." I step forward and sniff, as does Rose, and immediately slam a palm over my mouth. "Ew, stale urine. You are not taking me for dinner in that," I blurt. "Oh, you're going for dinner?" Rose sings, facing me, her shopping bag whirling with her. "We were," I say, as James steps forward and prods the body. "Now I have a feeling we'll be getting rid of a body." "He's still alive," James says. "He's only been in here since last night." "I know he's still really live," Danny yells, pulling on his cigarette urgently like it's the only thing keeping him on the ground, "because he yelped when I threw my wife's shopping in the trunk." "Threw?" Rose says, outraged. "There's a Joe Malone candle in there, black." She starts rummaging through the dozens of bags looking for her candle. "I know," Danny laughs. "It hit him on the head." I look between Danny and Rose, then to James, absolutely amused. I'm amused, and unable to push it back, it pours out of me, forcing me to drop my purse and use my hands to hold on to James. I catch Rose's eye as she looks up from her bags, abandoning her check of the candle, and she falls apart too, obviously realizing how crazy this is. And the men? They smoke and they watch, letting us hang on to them while we get it out of our systems. I think I've gone mad. Definitely, actually. "So," James says when I've straightened and composed myself, although I can still hear Rose's random chuckles, the aftermath of her laughing fit dragging out longer than mine. "Are we going for dinner or not?" he asks. "Yes, dinner," I reply, sniffling and wiping my nose. Lord knows I need some wine, and while this is all so inappropriate, it is respite from dealing with everything. "What about him?" I ask, pointing to the trunk. Danny pushes the button on the underside to close it and flicks his cigarette butt away. "He can wait," he scowls, looking at James. "Wait, who is it?" "The leprechaun." Irish by any chance? I ask, dipping and collecting my purse, prompting another chuckle from Rose, but this time through her nose, making the most unattractive sound. Her laughter stops abruptly, and she slaps her hand over her mouth. Oh my God, I just snorted. She looks absolutely horrified, looking at me with wide eyes, and I'm off again, laughing like a hyena, my makeup ruined by tears. James moves in and holds me up. He was at the Pink Flamingo last night, he says to Danny.
That's great. I'm happy for you. But in future, would you mind letting me know if you do a lucky dip on a bar and score? I was a little distracted, James retorts, looking out the corner of his eye at me, prompting everyone else to too. My face straightens. Kill the mood, why don't you? I drove home like Miss Daisy, Danny grumbles. Saw 1,000 cop cars and sweated a million oh goshes. He really did, Rose pipes up, walking toward the house. Where are you going? Danny calls after her, making her lift the bags in her hands as if to show him, like he could have missed half the mall she's carrying. I'm taking these to our room. Watch the candle, he yells, lighting another cigarette. You two don't mind if we join you. I smile, not minding at all. We'll get our alone time when we're home. It's nice for us all to be together again, and all talking. I don't mind. Good. There's a lovely little Italian place I know. Oh, where we'll have murder for our main course. I head for the car and slip into the back, but before I can pull the door closed, Danny's there, leaning in. You two talk too much. Stressful day? I ask, nodding to the cigarette between his lips. A few unexpected surprises, yes. He looks over the car. To James? And then I remember in the gym earlier. You never mentioned that bit. Said with such emphasis on that. What were they talking about? So you're joining the ranks, eh? Danny says, blowing smoke in my face, forcing me to waft it away. You need to quit. He laughs hysterically. Beau, sweet. He thinks for a second. Beau, if I don't smoke, I'll kill. Maybe you need to learn to control your impulses, I retort casually, brushing the creases out of my dress as Danny bares his teeth. I roll my eyes. You don't scare me, Black. I reach for the door and pull it shut, nearly taking his nose off as Rose slips in beside me, dumping her cell and purse on the seat between us as she buckles up. Ready? She breathes, joining our hands and resting them on the leather. Her phone dings, and I instinctively look down. Esther's coming to Miami? I ask, seeing a short preview of her message. You're not going back to St. Lucia now? Rose looks at me, putting her finger to her lips for me to hush. Oh God, I lean in closer. He doesn't know, does he? She peeks out the corner of her eye at me, that look saying it all. I can't go to Daniel without Daniel, so Daniel must come to me. As my husband keeps pointing out when I'm feeling misplaced, I am a mother. That's my job, she whispers. A hard job to do when one kid is in another country and the other's not even born yet. He's going to go mad. I'll give him one last opportunity to stop being a stubborn jerk. If not, I'll take the matter into my own hands. He'll get over it. We all know Otto is part of the reason Esther's not here, and I'm not in St. Lucia with my son, because you were worried about Daniel. True. But worrying is stressful, and as everyone keeps saying, I need to chill, the really out. Besides, I thought I'd be gone a few days, not weeks. And now Danny's got a bee in his bonnet about Barney's dad, and that is why he won't let me go back to St. Lucia without him. I'll look forward to the fireworks. There's no way Danny's agreeing to Daniel coming here, or Rose going there. The doors open, and the men slide in. And of course, we both shut up, prompting both of them to turn around in their seats and eye us. I remain mute, as does Rose. I just want to enjoy a nice dinner in relative calm. Danny. A week of silence. Oddly, silence in Miami makes me feel more uneasy than constantly dodging bombs and bullets. I watch the water rippling around my bare feet, feel the sun on my bare chest. It feels good after being wrapped up for so long. The dermabond dissolved, the cuts red but no longer raw. I listen to the roars of engines on the ocean, smell the salt, the sand, my wife. I'm giving you one last opportunity to be reasonable and get them on a plane to Miami. Or else, My shades slide down the bridge of my nose, sweat assisting, so I push them back, facing Rose. She's always a pleasing sight, but today especially so, with her ever-increasingly curvy body adorned in a gold bikini, her figure beautifully adorned, her hair bundled up high. I felt a stir of desire as I reach for her and pull her close, pushing a wave behind her ear as I kiss the corner of her mouth. "You've caught the sun," I whisper, pulling back and slipping a finger past the top material of her bikini top and easing it down a fraction. She peeks down too, but not for as long as me. "Don't change the subject." She pushes my hand away and slips her fingers into my hair, holding my dark waves in her clenched fists threateningly. "Are you really that passionate about keeping Otto away from your mom? For goodness sake." She doesn't say it, but I know she's mentally considering the fact that I'm also keeping her away from that Benson bloke. This has nothing to do with Otto, and everything to do with Daniel's stability and education. Stability? He's there, and I'm here, and he can have a private tutor in Miami. Are we going back to St. Lucia? Won't she stop? I groan and swoop in for another kiss, and get blocked with a sharp glare. I roll my eyes, though Rose can't appreciate my silent mocking with my shades hiding it. She reaches for my glasses and lifts them, revealing my eyes. "Don't roll your eyes at me." "I didn't," I say, stealing a kiss before she can shove me away. Her rejection is probably a good thing. My tight wetsuit might become uncomfortable. I'm not arguing with her. We've done enough of that recently. "So, you're staying here, and Daniel is staying there." I'll tell her instead. Another stolen kiss as I pass her, heading for the cabin. She's soon chasing my heels, protesting. "You're being unreasonable." "I know," I say over my shoulder, not denying it. "What?" I stop, exhale loudly, and face her frown. "If you think for a moment I'm letting you go back to St. Lucia without me, in case I'm swept off my feet by a single handsome banker?" I seize her face, squeezing her cheeks until she has duck lips. Why must she rile me? There will be no sweeping. There'll only be mopping. Blood. Remember that if you're ever tempted to be swept. I slam my lips on hers, kissing away her scowl. "Are we clear?" "Go away." Smiling darkly, I watch her wrench herself away. But my amusement loses its darkness and gains some true light when my focus lands on her as she stomps away, her figure moving beautifully, her bikini bottoms cutting high. I groan on an exhale and push my shades up into my hair, fixated as I blindly pick up my cigarettes off a nearby wall and light one, never taking my eyes off my wife. She stomps up the steps to the cabin as James exits with Brad, and they both part to let her through, following her path with raised, knowing brows. She tosses both arms in the air, and the wind carries her muttered insult to my ears. She hates me. I'm a jerk. Same story, different day, I say to myself as the boys look my way. They're both freshly showered after a few hours out on the water with me. I've been distracted by the ocean and a willful wife during the time it's taken them to change. I make my way to them and up the steps, puffing my way through my cigarette. "All right?" Brad asks as I pass through the middle of them and take a right into the cafe. "Brilliant," I mutter, grabbing a water from the fridge and holding it up for the young girl who's serving to see, prompting her to run it through the system and add it to my tab. "Where are the others?" "Out on the balcony," James says, taking a beer instead of a water. I look at it in his hand as he screws the cap off. He's drinking more lately, a result, no doubt, of stressing over where Beau is every second of every day. Or, more to the point, who she's with. That woman would give Houdini a run for his money. I just checked in with Leon on the delivery for Friday. "And since you told him where to swivel for his guns last week, he's been on a little spending spree around Florida with a fake gun license." "Oh," I say, impressed. "And what's Marek Zielinska, aka Mr. Shark, buying?" "Everything from grenades to M249s from any store he can find." "So he's desperate if he's stretching to buying with the commoners," I muse out loud. "And what of Beau's thoughts?" Ringo asks, making us all look toward the end of the wharf. Rose now has her cropped t-shirt on, and Fury is holding out her bag to her. Beau is still face up to the sun. "I think she might be on the right track," I say, as James nods. "They're all jumping ship and scrambling to protect themselves." "So where is the bear?" Goldie asks, looking agitated.
She knows if he's disappeared off the face of the earth, the chances of us finding him are slim, which means James and Beau's peace will elude them, which also means Goldie's freedom will elude her. His last move was ordering the exhumation of Danny's father and Beau's mother. No one's heard anything from him since? Not a peep, James says quietly, sinking farther into his chair, thoughtful. And Fraser Cartwright? There's a camera opposite his apartment. He's not there, nor has he been there. Not since he called Beau. He seems to have disappeared along with the bear. It's Tom Haley's funeral tomorrow. He might be there, he might not, I say quietly. James looks at me. Just me. Tom's funeral can't be anything but a funeral. Understood. The delivery on Friday. Beau understands the assignment. I can't believe we've agreed to this, I mutter. I definitely can't believe you have. But I get it. If James doesn't keep Beau close, keep her mind as occupied as possible, she'll be gone. You got any other suggestions? I blow out my cheeks in answer as Otto's laptop pings, and all attention is soon re-diverted from me to the screen. I join the masses, looking at the small pop-up that's appeared in the bottom right-hand corner. It's not small enough. My mum's name glows at me. There are a few, oh gosh, as Otto speedily drags his laptop back and turns it. You, I say, pushing my hands into the table and rising. Danny, James warns. You, calm really down. Jerk, I hiss, my temperature going through the roof. I think a lot of your mother, Danny, Otto says, standing. A lot. Everyone else at the table shrinks into their chairs, while I twitch like I've been tasered. A lot? What does that mean? Love? I inhale. You won't control her anymore, Otto goes on, obviously not done. You won't hold her to ransom and use her past against her. What? I do no such thing. What in the world are you talking about? I only want what's best for her, and a man with a history of questionable relationships and indulging in strippers isn't it. I'm talking about her well-being being in my hands, not yours, Otto goes on, and I'm not about to stand by and watch you throw your toys out your pram. Get really used to it. Gosh, Brad breathes. Sit, Danny, James says, grabbing my arm and fighting to pull me down. I'm unmoving. You've brainwashed her, I seethe, shown her a bit of attention and taken advantage of her naivety. Otto laughs. It's the worst thing he could do. I'm across that table like a bullet, rugby tackling him to the floor and delivering a brutal right hook, sending blood from his nose spraying. You keep your filthy hands to yourself, I yell, falling to my back when Otto shoves me off him. I'm nothing but respectful around your mother. You're lucky you're her son, or you'd be dead, he growls, wiping his nose of blood as I scramble up, ready to charge. But someone's between us before I'm out of the docks. Move, Rose, I order. Go away. She takes my arm and manhandles me outside, and I don't fight because... Rose, what the hell are you playing at? She shoves me down the steps, gaining the attention of many. You're a really child. And because she's right, I retaliate. And maybe because I've concluded that I'm already in her bad books, so I may as well spill a few secrets. Esther's not coming back to Miami, I snarl. Wrong, she smiles, and it's 100% smug. And Daniel's coming too. What? Lennox has business in Montenegro to see to before he brings Barney to Miami to see his parents, so he can no longer babysit while my husband shoots his way through the city and holds me against my will because he's worried I'll have my head turned by a dashing single banker. Good Lord, save me before I kill her. I have no words, am incapable of talking. She's one step ahead. Seems like everyone is. Why the... I throw my arm out toward the cabin. He said he thinks a lot of my mother. Good. She pokes me in my naked shoulder. You will stay out of it, I snort. Never. Get yourself home, I snap, barging past her, set on going to finish what I started with Otto. I get precisely 2 paces before something connects with the back of my head with force, immediately putting stars in my vision. Gosh! I hit the deck, my head instantly throbbing, and roll onto my back, dazed. Rose appears, standing over me. I'm going shopping, she says, so I can make my son and his grandmother something nice for dinner when they arrive. They're really coming? Yes, she sneers. Your dinner will be in the dogs. She pulls her hair free of the band, shakes it out, flicks it over her shoulder, and saunters off. I'm taking fury, she yells back, and I've texted you your mom's flight details so you can pick them up from the airport when you've seen to business for the day. I lift my head, watching her go, her rear very nearly poking out the bottom of her denim shorts. Those shorts are too short. 2 middle fingers appear, and, sick person that I am, I smile, rubbing at my head as I stand. She's a handful, someone says. Hyam. I don't look his way just in case he's looking Rose's way and I'm forced to kill him. But I do look to the cabin, seeing everyone on the steps. I throw the traders a dirty look and trudge to the shore where it's quieter, Hyam following, along with everyone else. What do you want? Peace, Danny. You know that. I trust my intel was of use to you. You mean the identities of the leprechaun and the chameleon? I ask, seeing Jerry coming out of the container where the leprechaun is being held. A week he's been in there. For a week, James has had his fun with him, and he's not spat one word of any use, only pleas for mercy. He's either very loyal or he really doesn't know a thing about the bear. I expect it's the latter, just a jumped-up kid who's been offered a scrap of power and brandished it, or tried to, until the enigma found him. It was no use to us, I say, facing Hyam, just catching his frown, and we skipped the chameleon and hit straight in on the ox. What? We've also just discovered the identity of the shark, so tell me, Hyam, I tilt my head, we need you. Why? James wanders casually over, standing just shy of the shore now he's fully dressed. I'd ask if there's any news on the whereabouts of Jazz Haley and Carlo Black, but I expect that would be a wasted question. Probably, Hyam mutters. We all know you're not finding those remains. A hand rakes through his hair. Believe it or not, I am sorry about that. And Agent Burroughs? James presses, piquing my interest too. Heard from him? He took annual leave. Hyam looks between us. He has taken annual leave, right? I feel James look at the corner of his eye to me, wary. Your guess is as good as ours, I say. Has James killed him and not told me? No, he says, reading my mind. I've had enough of today. Are we done? I ask as Brad, Ringo, Goldie, and Otto join us, circling, imposing. It's getting harder to deflect attention from you, Danny, Hyam says. Collins is like a dog with a bone, and she's expressing a real interest in the Brit and the Enigma. Oh, for goodness sake. She wants the ultimate trophies? I ask, feeling James's mood dip further. She wants recognition. Put her on a really leash, I say, getting up in his face. You want peace in this city? You need to stand down and let me run it. If you want crime figures down, you need to let me eliminate the difficult people that are shipping in women and drugs and hiring the down-and-outs to do their dirty work. I need them alive, Danny, Hyam hisses. Otherwise, you make the figures really worse. With no bodies, there's no evidence. The population merely drops. I make sure there are no bodies. He inhales, closing his eyes. Collins have a woman in custody, he says on an exhale. She was found at a rest stop on the freeway, disoriented, dirty, foreign. And? James asks, moving in closer, risking getting his boots wet. She was taken from her home in Serbia, trafficked. She escaped. He opens his eyes. She talked about where she was held, the languages being spoken by the men, what they looked like. Polish? James asks. Yes. And where was she held? It sounds like an airport, a factory, or hangar. Hyam looks at me. I'm just saying, Danny. He casts his eyes over to James and the others. If Collins brings in the Polish or the Russians, she plans on making a deal with them. A deal? Goldie says. Yes, a deal. Their freedom in exchange for us, James finishes. She wants them to lead her to us. She knows where to find us, I say. Every really copper and Florida state knows where to find us. But they don't have the evidence they need to put us in cuffs. James laughs under his breath. She thinks they can help her get that evidence. Hyam looks embarrassed. He should. Who is this really woman? She swans into Miami, reads a few files, and thinks she has the answer to eternal peace in the city? I'm really fuming. Does she really know who she's dealing with? I cast my eyes across the bay, my mind going into overdrive. A hangar. What? Brad asks, dipping his toes in the water to join me. Hyam, you said the woman in custody mentioned she was held in a hangar. Yes, I inhale, facing the others. Gosh, Otto, I want every detail you can find on the purchase of Winstable Boatyard 3 years ago. Without a word, he goes back to the cabin, and I follow, our recent brawl forgotten. Leon, I yell, and a second later he appears from one of the containers. Get the skis ready. Sure thing, D-Boss. I look at him, nodding, holding up one finger, and he acknowledges me, running off toward the container that houses a few loaded jet skis. What the gosh is going on? Brad asks as James overtakes me, pulling his t-shirt up over his head, revealing his mammoth scar. The sight still makes me flinch. I know where the Polish are holding the women. Gosh, how did I miss this? Where? I can hardly say it without wanting to throw up. The boatyard Pops built. No, Brad wants to laugh, but worry is stopping him. That was sold to be developed as an educational facility for disadvantaged kids. It's been over 3 years since I stepped aside to let that happen. Of course, I wasn't willing to at first, was prepared to break a few legs to keep the land. Then the disadvantaged kids card was brandished. It's as if whoever needed Winstable knew I'd soften to that. Difficult people. Do you see an educational facility over there? Brad looks across the water, not that Winstable is visible, just a dot in the distance. Jesus. Yeah, I take the steps fast as I pull my wetsuit up, and when I enter the changing room, James is ready to get back on the water. I want you two and Otto to take the road, I say to Goldie and Ringo. We'll go in from the water, distract them, get them all out front. And do what? Ringo says. Ask for directions? For goodness sake, Danny, think about this. They'll know our faces. I can help. We all whirl around and find Hyam in the doorway. His face is serious, his stance unmoving. A routine stop by, a few questions about a local robbery. Ain't nothing as distracting as the feds at your door. We all look at each other, none of us willing to admit it's the solution we need. You don't kill anyone, Hyam goes on, not on my watch. But you scope the place, find out what you need to find out, and go back at nightfall when I am not there. Deal? I say, and James looks at me incredulously. You want to discuss that with me? Nope. The others can use the boat. I leave the changing room, on a mission, trying not to think about Rose, trying not to remember where she came from, who she was before I took her. A slave. I suppress a growl, marching on and wading into the water, climbing on my ski. Brad is beside me, getting on his. You need to take a few breaths, Danny. He frowns when Leon tugs around a loaded ski and ties it to the back of the boat, as Ringo, Otto, and Goldie get on board. Hyam said you want to go in unarmed? I ask, feeling the top of my head for my shades. No shades. And then Leon appears, holding them out to me. I accept and slip them on. Gosh, Brad breathes, looking across to James. Then we all look back to Hyam driving off. Let's go, I say, chugging out. We go in from the left, close to the cove. There's a concealed, dilapidated jetty a quarter mile from the shore, I go on, more for James's benefit, since he isn't familiar with our old base. We'll go on foot from there. I get no acknowledgement, everyone's silent and taking a moment before I put pressure on the throttle and stand from my seat, picking up speed, but not so much that Ringo can't keep up. We stick close to the outskirts of the bay, and as soon as I have Winstable in my sights, I don't take my eyes off it, doing everything I can not to let my anger rule me. The place my father built when I was 15, my childhood haven, now being used to hold abducted women? Lord have mercy on my soul. I will butcher them all, and when I find out who bought it, who fooled me into standing down, my teeth clench. Calm. I shut off the engine when I'm a few feet offshore and let the current carry me onto the pebbles next to the jetty. Gosh, Ringo mutters, eyeing the disintegrating wood. If the current picks up and pulls the boat, this thing is collapsing and going under. He gingerly steps onto the wood and leaves some extra rope before winding it around a stray post, the sturdiest he can find, which still isn't too sturdy. Will it hold? I ask, stepping onto the shore. My boots land a few feet away, courtesy of Goldie, followed by James and Brad's too. Pray, he grunts, and I do, stepping on board to help Otto drag the loaded ski closer. What's inside? He asks, steadying it as I reach for the catch at the back and release it. I don't know. I let the hydraulic levers slowly hiss their way up. So it's like a pick and mix for criminals? He asks, and I chuckle but quickly stop when I remember. Go away, I snap. Easy, son, Otto mutters, pulling out a harpoon. Son? My nostrils flare, and I grab an AK-47, pointing it his way. It's not loaded, but he'll get the gist. Boys, Goldie hisses, smacking my gun away, followed by Otto's harpoon. I'll kill you both myself, I snarl, as does Otto, and we get back to business, passing back all the weapons and loading up. Hyam's 5 minutes away, Ringo says, holding his phone between his teeth while he slips bullets into a magazine. I start jogging along the shoreline, getting more charged the closer I get to Winstable. A few times I lose my focus and cast my eyes out onto the ocean, seeing me, a young lad, recklessly riding across the water. Then I see me, a grown man, kissing a woman, then being blown up. Gosh, I realign my focus. We make it to the shore, and I spend a moment taking in the drastic change in the landscape close up. It's derelict. Tidy, sparse, the land clear, except for the hangar, which makes hiding impossible from this side. The dense bushes and trees remain on the entrance side, hiding the hangar from the road. I hear Ringo's phone chime quietly, and look at him. He nods. Everyone locks and loads and moves in. Then James holds his hand up and we all stop. A man appears, lighting a cigarette. He looks up, spots us, and just as I'm about to fire, James moves in, forcing me to lower my gun.
In one swift stealth move, he grabs the man, applies pressure to his neck, and he's soon crumpling to the ground, unconscious. We all crowd around his lifeless body. Don't ever do that to me, I say, hearing Brad chuckle. Wait, I know that face. The chameleon. James looks down at him, his face expressionless but deadly. So your hunch was right. They're operating from here. I blow out my cheeks, an icy chill tickling its way down my spine as I kneel and pat down his body. I pull out a VP9. The difficult people. I was right. I was really right. I'd love nothing more than to put a bullet between his eyes, but for the sake of keeping our presence undetected, I resist the urge. We move forward again, James now leading, and I'm fine with that. The bloke spent years in the shadows, unseen, unheard, and I'm not arrogant enough to admit I could learn a thing or two from the enigma. And that move back there, he's showing me how it's done. It could come in handy when my wife won't heal. Right, Otto says flatly from behind me, and James is suddenly moving again, stealthily, somehow making it behind a tall, lanky person before he has a chance to raise his gun. He drops like a sack, and his Glock lands in James's waiting hand before it hits the concrete. Good catch, I say quietly, moving forward, poised, wondering what on earth Hyam is playing at. Wasn't he supposed to distract them? I ask. Left, Goldie mutters, making James turn quickly, sweeping his leg out, taking another man off his feet. He hits the deck on his back with a thwack, and everyone winces at the sound. I'm changing his name from Rambo, Brad says. Meet Bruce. Wayne? I ask, accepting the Glock James hands me and dipping, throwing a brutal punch, knocking out James's latest victim and taking his gun too. Wayne? Brad asks. No, Bruce Lee. He claims the second Glock. Who on earth wants to be a rodent? I shrug, just as Otto raises his gun at me. Are you for real? I ask, standing taller, raising both of my guns too. He steps a fraction to the side and fires, and I flinch, the whoosh of his silencer short and sharp. I look to my right, seeing a pool of blood growing near my feet. This does not mean you can date my mother. I don't want to date her, you moron, he grunts, pushing past me. Oh, right, so what? You want to love her? He stops, his whole body twitching. Doesn't she deserve that? Yes, she deserves that, but from someone worthy, I hiss. And who would that be? He asks, facing me. In your world, Danny, who on earth do you expect to swoop in and take care of her? A school teacher? An accountant? Need I really remind you who you are? I snarl, raise my gun, and get tackled from the side by Ringo. I stagger a few paces but remain on my feet. Calm down and save it for later. He gets up in my face, furious. I wouldn't mind leaving here intact. Fine. I push past him, my attention shooting to Goldie when I hear her sharp inhale.
She's opened a door, and whatever is on the other side has stunned her. What is it? I rush over, everyone else on my tail, and cautiously peek through the small gap. What on earth? I breathe, seeing 2 rows of beds, perhaps 10 in each row, many with women on the dirty, bare mattresses, all with lines into their arms. Jesus. I stand stock still, and all I see is my wife as a young girl, and my mom. I'm consumed, ruled by the anger rising. Get them out, I say on impulse, counting the occupied beds. 10. Danny, how? Goldie asks, sounding so really torn and disturbed. It's a fair question. There are too many. Most completely spaced out, drugged up to their eyeballs. They'll need carrying, and there's not enough of us. Gosh, I hiss, moving deeper into the room, feeling everyone at my back, armed, poised, ready to fire, whereas my gun is limp by my side, shock keeping it there. We can come back, she says, an attempt to pacify me. We can't come back. James steps forward, assessing the lines of beds. There's 2 unconscious men and a dead body out there. I look to my left when I hear a murmur and see a young woman writhing on a bed, distressed. I stalk over and remove the line from her arm, bending over her body. Her eyes open and widen, disturbed when she sees me. No, she mumbles. No, please. Her accent is thick, but I can't place it. I hush her, trying to settle her down. You're going to be okay. We have to let the police take them in, Otto says. Agreed, James moves in. But, in not so long, we're going to be discovered, and all these young girls will get caught in the crossfire. So, what? We take them, I say, starting to work my way through the young women, gently pulling the lines from their arms one by one, being left no choice but to leave each of their punctures exposed and hope they don't bleed too much. Call Doc, have him ready at the house. We'll deal with the police when I've cleared my head. Gosh, Brad whispers, joining me, helping remove the lines. We'll have to do 2 trips. 10 extra bodies, Danny. We've got 3 jet skis. Otto and Goldie can hop on with 2 of us. Ringo can take the boat. It'll be a squeeze, but we can do it. We don't have time to wait. I look up at James, who nods. He gets it. Goldie, call Leon and have him close down the boatyard. And Hyam? Ringo asks. Tell him we need more time. I pull up the eyelids of the girl in the final bed on the first row and look into her comatose eyes. Blue eyes that look black from the sheer level of dilation. I see a million flashbacks in the dark, lifeless pits. At least half an hour. I need to focus and get this done before I grab my gun and shoot to kill. Done. Ringo joins us, assessing each girl. Can any walk? If you'd been pumped full of sedatives for a very long time, would you be able to walk? I ask, dipping and picking up the girl and getting her onto my shoulder, placing one arm over her thighs and keeping my other free. Armed. Goldie stays here to keep an eye. One of us stays at the other end when we get there. That leaves 4 of us to get 10 girls out of here. We've got some working out to do. Get moving. Gosh, Ringo sighs, claiming a girl, as do the others. Never before have I been so grateful that I work out. After the first drop, Otto, the oldest and most indignant about it, stays behind to watch the girls, while James, Brad, Ringo, and I file back like ants, all of us exhausted already, to collect the remaining girls. I'm not clock watching, but I know we're close to the wire. Time. I call back to Ringo as I jog along the ragged cove back to the hangar. He's lost their attention. They're all filing back in. Gosh, I yell, my pace naturally picking up. I reach the back of the hangar just as Goldie flies out of the door. Time's up. I'm not leaving without all of them. You'll get us all killed, Danny. I hold up my gun, looking at her, and I see the moment she realizes I'm unmoving. She blinks slowly, inhales, and matches my pose. She could go. Tell me to go away. What on earth does she care about those women? Her life, James' life, all of our lives are precious. But, and it's a small mercy, we're not animals. Inhumane. Rapists. There's 2 doors 50 feet from the beds, she says. One's bolted, the other ajar. They'll come through there. How many? 15, at least. Go, I order, and she runs back inside, covering the door, while we go to the final bed. James heaves a blonde onto his shoulder, Ringo a brunette, and Brad moves in on a black-haired girl. And all I can think is that these people are clearly trying to cater for every taste. I look down at the pasty, washed-out face of the blonde before me, and her eyes flutter open. The glassy pools are blank. Brace, Goldie says lowly, prompted me to get moving, lifting her floppy body onto my shoulder and turning to face the door, holding up my gun. I hear laughter from the other side, rough, foreign voices. I sneer, willing them through the door so I can blow out their sick minds. We have one more, Brad hisses, going to the final bed. Gosh, I can't carry and cover. Goldie looks between us and the door.
I smile to myself. Bo saves his life every day. It's like the homecoming of Christ when we make it back to shore. The relief on all their faces is palpable. I feel it. One look at Ringo in question, and he jerks his head toward the cabin, telling me the women are all inside being fed and watered. Len's bringing another car and Doc. I nod as James gets off the jet ski and pulls his wetsuit down his chest as he wades out of the water. Bo is waiting for him on the shore, her arms crossed, her eyes scanning every square inch of his body as he approaches her. "Are you okay?" she asks, as he lifts an arm, silently ordering her into his side. He kisses the top of her head when she settles there, seeming to breathe her into him. "I'm okay," he assures her. Gosh. I turn and see Brad easing himself off the ski, his face pained. "What's up?" I ask, watching as he yanks down the zip of his wetsuit and wriggles out of the sleeves on plenty of hisses. "Gosh," I whisper. "Blood. Lots of it." My curse pulls James to a stop, makes Ringo throw a few strong words too, and has Otto dashing toward Brad with me, seeing his eyes rolling. "He's going," I yell, as he hits the water face first, passing clean out. I splash my way back into the water and turn him over, dragging him to the shore. "Blood loss," Otto grunts, assessing the bullet wound in Brad's shoulder. He lifts him, turning him slightly to see his back. Straight through. I look up when I hear tires, seeing Chaim's car skidding across the gravel. He gets out and paces over, looking as stressed as he should be, but not as stressed as I am. I said no really kills. What in the world happened back there? I'm up in his face like a rabid dog, snarling, probably foaming at the mouth too. 10 drugged up, battered, and raped young women? That's what really happened. His eyes widen, and he wisely backs up, clocking Brad on the ground behind me. Gosh. Yeah, gosh. "Now are you done? 'Cause I'm kind of busy." "Gosh," he bellows, kicking the gravel. "Gosh, gosh, gosh." I leave Chaim having a fit over the unexpected turn of events and go back to Brad, kneeling beside him with Otto. "Will he be okay?" I ask, assessing his pasty face. "I'm no doc," Otto remains, applying pressure to Brad's shoulder. "He's lost a lot of blood." I hear a car speeding across gravel and see a Mercedes joining the fleet of vehicles already here. Len jumps out, and I'm relieved to see Doc struggling out of the passenger seat with his brown leather bag. "Here," I yell, waving him our way. I very nearly go to the old boy, pick him up, and carry him the rest of the way. Doc creaks down to his knees and starts doing all the things, humming, mumbling, poking, prodding, assessing. "The bullet?" he asks. "Exited," Otto says. "Good. Very good." Doc slips a line into Brad's arm and hold up a bag of fluids. "Where was he shot?" I look at him like he's stupid. Where in the world does he think he was shot? His rear? His shoulder? "No," Doc mutters. "I can see very well he's been shot in his shoulder, Danny." I'm asking where? Here? Can I work on him, or are we in danger? We're safe. And how long ago? So I may ascertain what I'm dealing with. Fast blood loss? Slow? Oh. I frown, trying to get my brain working. "About 20 minutes ago, at a guess," James says, joining me on the ground. I see Bo lower by Brad's head and stroke his wet hair out of his eyes, true concern splattered across her face. "It was a hairy escape," Doc concludes. "It's quite a fuel when the body needs it." He stands with effort, holding the bag of fluids, and wags a finger at all of us. "Let's move him into the car so I may take him back to the house and get some blood in him." "You have blood?" I ask, taking Brad's feet as James gets him under his arms. "I have everything, Danny," Doc says, walking alongside us to the car, never taking his eyes off Brad. Conditioning myself to expect the unexpected has been quite a godsend since I became the private doctor for the world's most wanted. "That's not official," James grunts. "We're not even on the list."
And I pray you never are, because I can save you from bullets, burns, and broken bones, but not when you're behind bars. James catches my eye, and he raises his brows, as do I, silently amused, and quite sobered by Doc's statement. We place Brad into the back of one of the Mercs, and Bo tries her hardest to get him comfortable, huffing and puffing, not happy with his position. I'm going with him, she declares, slipping into the seat and lifting Brad's head onto her lap. It's an endearing sight, seeing her worry, seeing her care. Sadness and appreciation in equal measure wash over me. Appreciation for our women, and sadness that Brad hasn't got his own to fret over him. He has ours, though, always. Bo looks at James and me in turn, and someone needs to give Rose the heads up on the guests we're expecting. Really, I need to be the one to do that. I'm terrified this whole messy situation will trigger something in her, like the ring did. Be vague, I say, looking as awkward as I feel when Bo shows her incredulity. 10 women are about to arrive and check into Casa Black, Danny. What do you want me to say? That you and James became the Pied Pipers for women in Miami? Huh, huh. I drone. She sighs. Bo knows what this could mean. I'll do what I can. Doc passes her the bag of liquid, she pulls the door closed, and Len pulls off once Doc is in the car. What a really day, I breathe. And it's not over yet, James says, holding his hand out. Leon places my Marlboros in them, and he's quick to light one, handing it to me before lighting one for himself. We both turn in unison on deep inhales and long exhales, creating a sizable cloud of nicotine that conceals us from Hyam. And when it clears, his face is a picture I'll never forget, as Ringo, Goldie, Otto, and Jerry lead out 10 women from the cabin and put them in the cars. My God, he says, shaking his head, waving a limp hand at the cars as they drive off. All sedated? Yes. And what carnage is there to mop up? About 15 dead Polish jerks. I smile. You are welcome. He breathes in, looks to the sky, and breathes out. I'll be in touch. I'm busy for a few days, I call, thinking the last thing we need is FBI, whether friendly or not, hanging around while we're taking a delivery, or burying Bo's dad. So only call me if you have news on my father. He throws a hand up, dismissing me, and gets in his car, wheels spinning away. I look at James, who nods, catching my drift. We both head into the cabin, help ourselves to a beer, and drop into a chair, slurping and smoking in silence, staring into space, just taking a moment. He'll be okay, I think, over and over. He'll be okay, James says out loud, as if hearing my silent worry. I am interrupted by my mobile ringing, and I frown, searching it out. Leon holds it up. Who is it? I ask, making him look at the screen. Private number. James and I glance at each other, and I hold my hand out. As soon as Leon places my mobile in my hand, I answer and take it slowly to my ear. Silence. And then a voice. But a voice I definitely wasn't expecting. Danny? My eyes must widen because James leans in, frowning. Amber? I say, telling him what he wants to know. Surprise is rare on James Kelly. Only Bo can usually ever spike it, so his perplexed expression right now is quite a picture. I need to see you, she says, naturally having me wonder why really my ex-in-house, difficult person from over 3 years ago, and most recently Bo's father's bit of trouble, could possibly want with me. And I quite like my life, so I'm afraid it's a no. I hang up and fall into thought again, staring at nothing, as does James, as we take another needed few minutes to reflect, try to wind down, and wonder, what really just happened? Not curious? He eventually asks. Not enough to risk my wife turning psycho-difficult person on me. Amber's probably in up to her neck again. Needs protection, money, who really knows?
She's a waste of really space, and she pulled a gun on my wife and mother. So it's definitely not wise for me to see Amber. And suddenly, I'm angry. So really angry. It's one thing after another, problem after really problem. I get up, slip my cigarette between my teeth, and go to the changing room, pulling out a gun from my locker. I march down the steps to one of the containers, take a very long time unbolting the thing, swing it open, and fire one shot before throwing it closed again. I pass Leon my gun as I head for the car, and James follows my path with his eyes, casually leaning on the wooden handrail, smoking. Better? He asks. Much. He was the most useless of all your catches. I get in the passenger side of his Range Rover and wait for James to get in. And wait, and wait. It's probably only a few seconds, but it feels like hours. Exasperated, I press the ignition button and let the window down. "Are you taking me home or not?" I yell, and he smiles, trudging down the steps and scooping up a bag. "Yes, princess," he coos, as Leon scurries along beside him, opening the driver's door for him. "Ooh, smells yum in there," Leon says. "Jasmine? Who really knows, but it's better than stale odor." James slips in, grimacing, lifting himself out of the leather seat when it squelches. He tosses the bag on my lap, and I grunt. "What is this?" I ask, looking inside, seeing stacks and stacks of soaking wet cash. "Really?" I blurt, looking at James. "In the midst of all that, you managed to get this out?" He shrugs. "We've got 10 new mouths to feed, dear." "Hey, D-Boss," Leon says, leaning in through my window. "I was thinking we need a few more water sports on the cove. Paddleboarding, scuba diving, that kind of thing." James and I both let out a bark of laughter. "Scuba diving? Jesus, it must be like a mass graveyard on the seabed of this cove." "No," I say shortly, dipping my hand into the bag and pulling out a handful of bundles, maybe 100 grand. "Share this between you and Jerry," I say, stuffing it into his chest, "and lose this in the accounts." I toss the rest of the cash at his feet and cluck his cheek. "Good work today." I face the windscreen as my mobile rings. Nolan. I answer and get straight to the point. "Brad's been shot." "What?" "Shot, Nolan. He's been shot." "Oh my God, I'm on my way." "Where? Where am I going?" "Nowhere. He's fine. Doc's seeing to him back at the house. We need you to keep things ticking over there. I'll keep you updated." "Yeah, okay." He sounds completely bewildered. "He'll be okay, kid," I'd say, softening, before hanging up and letting my body go heavy in the seat. "Now, get me really home." James smiles at the wheel and pulls off, and I relax back, bracing myself for the next mess. Rose. I follow Fury toward the kitchen, mentally estimating how much weight he has hanging from his arms in the form of groceries. A whole cart full. "Are we feeding 5,000? He asks as he heaves them upward and places them on the island. Every time I come home, it feels like someone new has moved in. I drop my purse on a stool and start sorting through the bags. I miss Esther. He drops to a stool and flexes his hands. I've missed the boy. My working hands falter, my heart squeezing. Soon. He'll be here soon. Me too. I smile and pull out a bottle of orange juice, holding it up. Fury nods, so I fetch a glass and pour him some. "And you must miss Tank." I push the glass toward him, and he drinks it all before answering. "Not as much as you," Fury says, with a hint of a smile. "You have me until you get him back." He looks at his watch as I roll my eyes. "What time do they land?" I glance at the clock on the stove as I pull out a huge bag of pasta. "About now." Excitement flutters in my tummy. "You want to slice some zucchini?" I take one of Esther's aprons and slip it on. "Suits you." I raise a brow, and he opens his arms, welcoming my offer to join me in my domestic bliss. "You got an axe?" I laugh and fetch a knife and chopping board, placing a bag of vegetables in front of one of our resident Vikings. "Here you go. Nice and thin, please." Fury gets to work while I unpack the rest of the shopping and start preparing a feast. I try not to look at the wine longingly as I set it on the middle of the island. I catch Fury with a half smile behind his wild beard, eyeing me in between slicing. "Stop grinning," I mutter, collecting a pan and filling it with water, setting it on the stove. "I've been meaning to ask you." I sound